From Iraq to Panama, George H.W. Bush was responsible for countless deaths. Far from being the moderate voice of reason he is now being presented as in the era of Trumpism, he was an elite custodian of capitalism and empire. In 1989, the administration of the newly inaugurated President Bush invaded the tiny Central American nation of Panama in order to oust dictator Manuel Noriega, who had himself been a longtime CIA asset, who for years worked closely with the United States, of Trumpism. He was an elite custodian of capitalism and empire. In 1989, the administration of the newly inaugurated President Bush invaded the tiny Central American nation of Panama in order to oust dictator Manuel Noriega, who had himself been a longtime CIA asset, who for years worked closely with the United States. In 1989, the administration of the newly inaugurated President Bush invaded the tiny Central American nation of Panama in order to oust dictator Manuel Noriega, who had himself been a longtime CIA asset, who for years worked closely with the United States, helping it to fund right-wing death squads while he was trafficking drugs. The US brutally bombed Panama, burning down thousands of homes, leading to the nickname Little Hiroshima. Historian Greg Grandin noted that the bodies of dead Panamanians were shoveled into mass graves. But Bush's bloodiest atrocities were yet to come. In August 1990, Iraq militarily occupied and annexed its southern neighbor Kuwait. The Bush administration wanted a war in response, and in order to sell this war, it spread blatant lies. In October 1990, a 15-year-old Kuwaiti girl testified before the U.S. Congressional Human Rights Caucus and claimed,
"While I was there, I saw the Iraqi soldiers come into the hospital with guns. They took the babies out of the incubators, and left the children to die on the cold floor. It was horrifying."
Human rights organizations like Amnesty International obediently echoed this myth, and George H.W. Bush used it to justify a war on Iraq.
And they had kids in incubators, and they were thrown out of the incubators so that Kuwait could be systematically dismantled.
It was only after this war, in 1992, that it was revealed that this 15-year-old girl was actually the daughter of Kuwait's ambassador to the U.S., and that the lies she spread had been orchestrated by a PR firm on behalf of the Kuwaiti monarchy. But remember, Bush had declared just a few years ago that he didn't care what the facts are. In 1991, the 41st US president launched a war on Iraq, and it was extremely brutal. Under Bush's leadership, the US military deliberately targeted civilian infrastructure, devastating the country. Just weeks after the end of the war, the United Nations published a survey analyzing the civilian damage done by US bombing. The UN found that Iraq was, quote, near apocalyptic, that it had been bombed back, quote, into a pre-industrial age, and that the country was on the verge of a, quote, epidemic and famine. The US military also used depleted uranium weapons in Iraq, leading to birth defects, high cancer rates, and environmental damage that Iraqis are still suffering from to this day. Even the Washington Post, which supported the war, acknowledged 4 months after it that the US and its allies, quote, sought to achieve some of their military objectives in the Persian Gulf War by disabling Iraqi society at large. And the US, quote, deliberately did great harm to Iraq's ability to support itself as an industrial society. Precision-guided weapons were used to specifically target electrical plants, oil refineries, and the transportation grid. The US destroyed more than 100 bridges, along with roads, railroads, factories, phone networks, and TV and radio stations. The Pentagon later admitted that it intentionally demolished Iraq's electricity infrastructure, reducing the country's power generation level after the war by 96%. Knocking it back to the level that Iraq had in 1920. A lieutenant general told the Washington Post that the psychological impacts that average Iraqi citizens would suffer from after losing their electricity was a, quote, side benefit. One of the most extreme US crimes was committed on February 13, 1991, when the military used laser-guided smart bombs to destroy a shelter full of civilians. 408 Iraqi civilians were massacred in this US attack, and the Pentagon itself admitted that the Amaria shelter that it bombed was being used by civilians seeking protection. Even more blood-curdling was an atrocity that was so heinous it earned the name the Highway of Death. On February 26th and 27th, the US and allies Britain, France, and Canada bombed Iraqi soldiers as they tried to flee Kuwait and return to Iraq. Thousands of fleeing Iraqis were massacred. There were even reportedly some civilians among the soldiers as they tried to flee, including foreign workers and Palestinians who were expelled by the Kuwaiti monarchy. They were all bombed to pieces. Thousands died, the exact number of victims is unknown. The aftermath of the Gulf War was beyond catastrophic. A Harvard public health team investigated and found that Iraq had acute malnutrition and epidemic levels of the preventable diseases cholera and typhoid. The Harvard team also estimated that at least 170,000 Iraqi children under age 5 would die in the year after the war due to the effects of the US bombing. The Washington Post noted, quote, "Planners now say their intent was to destroy or damage valuable facilities that Baghdad could not repair without foreign assistance." The Bush administration deliberately made the lives of millions of Iraqis complete hell to try to force them into such desperation that they would overthrow their leader. And even when the 1991 Gulf War ended, the Bush 41 administration's war on Iraqi society continued. The US used the United Nations Security Council to expand crippling sanctions on Iraq, which banned all trade with the country. These sanctions, which were further continued under subsequent President Bill Clinton, led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Iraqi children and other civilians. In response to these reports of mass civilian devastation from US bombing, George H.W. Bush's Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, insisted that every target was, quote, perfectly legitimate. He declared, quote, "If I had to do it over again, I would do exactly the same thing." Bush Sr.'s Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney would go on to become Bush Jr.'s vice president, and the brains behind George W. Bush's foreign policy and his own second war on Iraq a decade later. Moreover, H.W. Bush's chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Colin Powell, later served as W. Bush's Secretary of State. Given the overlap between Bush 41's administration and that of Bush 43, it is no surprise that Bush Jr. followed in his father's footsteps, launching another devastating war in the Middle East, which destabilized the region and led to more than 1 million deaths. These crimes fly directly in the face of the corporate media's portrayal of George H.W. Bush as a principled moderate. The real Bush left behind a murderous legacy full of war crimes across the planet. For the Real News Network, I'm Ben Norton.
From ABC, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening. President Bush said today he is now turning his attention to peace in the Middle East, and he wants to move fast. In Iraq and Kuwait, the war doesn't go away so quickly. 2 more Americans have died as the result of mines. The overall U.S. death toll is now 89, 10 more than the military reported yesterday. U.S. commanders are still finding more Scud missiles in Iraq. And in Kuwait City today, as the U.S. ambassador returns, further stories of life under Iraqi occupation. ABC's Jim Hickey is there.
The new American ambassador raised the flag over the U.S. Embassy, the same flag that his predecessor, Nathaniel Howell, had carried out of the country when the embassy was vacated. Outside the embassy compound, another American flag, this one waved by Kuwaitis, their pro-American demonstrations intensifying by the day. But as their love of Americans increases,
Thank you. Thank you.
so does their hatred of Iraqis as stories of torture and murder become more and more public. 3 Iraqi soldiers today were captured at a roadblock manned by the Kuwaiti resistance. The Kuwaitis had to protect the soldiers from an angry crowd. Saddam is my shoe, this woman shouts. In the Arab culture, it is a terrible insult. In a nearby hospital, some of the reasons for the woman's outburst. Kuwaiti citizens lie wounded after what they said was torture by the Iraqi army. In the streets, they are talking freely about the torture now, but it is
Bush said today he is now turning his attention to peace in the Middle East, and he wants to move fast. In Iraq and Kuwait, the war doesn't go away so quickly. 2 more Americans have died as the result of mines. The overall U.S. death toll is now 89, 10 more than the military reported yesterday. U.S. commanders are still finding more Scud missiles in Iraq, and in Kuwait City today, as the U.S. ambassador returns, further stories of life under Iraqi occupation. ABC's Jim Hickey is there.
the new American ambassador raised the flag over the U.S. Embassy, the same flag that his predecessor, Nathaniel Howell, had carried out of the country when the embassy was vacated. Outside the embassy compound, another American flag, this one waved by Kuwaitis, their pro-American demonstrations intensifying by the day. But as their love of Americans increases,
Thank you. Thank you.
so does their hatred of Iraqis as stories of torture and murder become more and more public. 3 Iraqi soldiers today were captured at a roadblock manned by the Kuwaiti resistance. The Kuwaitis had to protect the soldiers from an angry crowd. Saddam is my shoe, this woman shouts. In the Arab culture, it is a terrible insult. In a nearby hospital, some of the reasons for the woman's outburst. Kuwaiti citizens lie wounded after what they said was torture by the Iraqi. Army. In the streets, they are talking freely about the torture now, but it is impossible to verify the extent of it. This man claims the Iraqis tried to poison him and others.
Whenever they tell them that they want water, they close their nose and they give them a liquid. Sometimes they find out it's kerosene, sometimes they find it's motor gasoline.
Another man says they wrapped wires around his fingers and sent jolts of electricity through him. The freedom celebration is a release from all that suffering and fear.
It was the worst nightmare. It was 7 months of nightmare. You go out of your house, you don't know if you're going to come back alive.
Many didn't. In this cemetery on the outskirts of Kuwait City are fresh graves. People like Yosef Abdullah have only recently buried relatives they found dead in a morgue or hospital.
Both his eyes were removed. His fingers were cut. And he had been tortured with electric shocks.
The new graves now serve as an eternal reminder of what has happened here over the past 7 months. And most Kuwaitis do not want Saddam Hussein to get away with what he has done to their country or its people. Jim Hickey, ABC News, Kuwait.
There is another graveyard near Kuwait City. It is the highway out of Kuwait into Iraq. It was to be the escape route for thousands of Iraqi soldiers. Here's ABC's Linda Patillo.
This is how the Iraqi Army's flight from Kuwait City ended. The devastation stretches across a 4-lane highway for nearly a mile and a half. When their escape route north was blocked, by a brigade of Allied tanks, the Iraqis panicked, creating a massive traffic jam. They were hit where they stood, first by U.S. bombs, then by tanks. The battle between Tiger Brigade and the fleeing Iraqis only lasted an hour. The Iraqis never hit one U.S. tank. General, what went through your mind when you saw this destruction, the Iraqi tanks?
The total horror of war. It just showed the awesome firepower of what the U.S. forces, the coalition forces, put against this guy when he started to run.
The remains of the battle tell the story. Iraqi soldiers trying to escape on foot killed as they fled. The engines of many of the vehicles still running 48 hours later. And the spoils they were trying to take with them scattered everywhere.
I mean, they were taking anything that seemed to be of value. It's amazing. It really is. These guys were raping this country.
Amid the tanks and artillery, hundreds of stolen cars filled with stolen goods. Inside ambulances, piles of weapons. No one knows how many Iraqis were killed here, only a few hundred yards from this monument to Saddam Hussein. Linda Patillo, ABC News, with the 2nd Marine Division in Kuwait.
The military says there have been a number of ceasefire violations since yesterday, most of them apparently initiated by Iraqi troops who had not learned of the truce. In one case, Iraqi soldiers fleeing Kuwait City on a bus opened fire on U.S. soldiers at an Allied checkpoint. 6 Iraqis were killed and 9 were taken prisoner. In another incident, 2 U.S. soldiers died. Here's ABC's Bill Rediker.
There is no battle on the battlefield, but it is still a dangerous place. American soldiers are dying because of their curiosity about Iraqi landmines and bunkers.
You will not go in any bunker anywhere around here at all. Don't even think about going in there. 8th Marines had some Marines killed yesterday, as well as wounded, souvenir hunting and all. So stay out of them.
Many of the bunkers are blown up to destroy live ammunition and weapons. But landmines present a more sinister threat. Though some can be seen, most are buried. Iraq reportedly laced the desert with more than 500,000 mines as a defensive barrier. Today, 2 American military doctors became victims.
2 doctors and a driver saw some Iraqis that were apparently surrendering, and in an attempt to get over there, they hit a mine, killing one of the doctors, and when the second one got out of the vehicle, they hit another mine also.
Iraqi troops also have become victims. This soldier accidentally stepped on one of his own mines. Central Command today said the number of Iraqi casualties is enormous, but said an exact number will never be known. Bill Rediker, ABC News, Saudi Arabia.
More U.S. reserves were called up today, nearly 2,000 of them, all from the Navy. They are from units that deal with things like cargo, transportation, medical care, and law enforcement. When we come back, the president, to Saddam Hussein, do the right thing, release the POWs. In the other news tonight, California, 5 years since the drought began, and a lot of people still don't believe there's a problem. And on this Friday...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. I promised some of you all a few days ago that as soon as the opportunity presented itself, I would give you a complete rundown on what we were doing and, more importantly, why we were doing it, the strategy behind what we were doing. I've been asked by Secretary Cheney to do that this evening, and so if you will bear with me, we're going to go through a briefing. I apologize to the folks over here who won't be able to see the charts, but we're going to go through a complete briefing of the operation. This goes back to 7 August to 17 January. As you recall, we started our deployment on the 7th of August. Basically, what we started out against was a couple of 100,000 Iraqis that were in the Kuwait theater of operation. I don't have to remind you all that we brought over initially defensive forces in the form of the 101st, the 82nd, the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, the 3rd Armored Cavalry, and in essence we had them arrayed to the south behind the Saudi task force. Also there were Arab forces over here in this area arrayed in defensive positions, and that in essence is the way we started. In the middle of November, the decision was made to increase the force because by that time huge numbers of Iraqi forces had flowed into the area and generally in the disposition as they're shown right here, and therefore we increased the forces and built up more forces. I would tell you that at this time we made a very deliberate decision to align all of those forces within the boundary looking north towards Kuwait, this being King Khalid Military City over here. So we aligned those forces so it very much looked like they were all aligned directly on the Iraqi positions. We also at that time had a very active naval presence out in the Gulf, and we made sure that everybody understood about that naval presence. One of the reasons why we did that is because it became very apparent to us early on that the Iraqis were quite concerned about an amphibious operation across the shores to liberate Kuwait, this being Kuwait City. They put a very, very heavy barrier of infantry along here, and they proceeded to build an extensive barrier that went all the way across the border, down and around and up the side of Kuwait. So basically, the problem we were faced with was this. When you looked at the troop numbers, they really outnumbered us about 3 to 2. And when you consider the number of combat service support people we had, that's logisticians and that sort of thing in our armed forces, as far as fighting troops, we were really outnumbered 2 to 1. In addition to that, they had about 4,700 tanks versus our 3,500 when the buildup was complete, and they had a great deal more artillery than we do. I think any student of military strategy would tell you that in order to attack a position, you should have a ratio of approximately 3 to 1 in favor of the attacker. And in order to attack a position that is heavily dug in and barricaded, such as the one we had here, you should have a ratio of 5 to 1 in the way of troops in favor of the attacker. So you can see basically what our problem was at that time. We were outnumbered as a minimum 3 to 2 as far as troops were concerned. We were outnumbered as far as tanks were concerned, and we had to come up with some way to make up the difference. Next chart, please. I apologize for the busy nature of this chart, but I think it's very important for you to understand exactly what our strategy was. What you see here is a color coding where green is a go sign or a good sign as far as our forces are concerned. Yellow would be a caution sign, and red would be a stop sign. Green represents units that have been attrited below 50% strength. The yellow are units that are between 50 and 75% strength, and of course the red are units that are over 75% strength. What we did, of course, was start an extensive air campaign, and I briefed you in quite some detail on that in the past. One of the purposes I told you at that time of that extensive air campaign was to isolate the Kuwaiti theater of operation by taking out all the bridges and supply lines that ran between the north and the southern part of Iraq. That was to prevent reinforcement and supply coming into the southern part of Iraq and the Kuwaiti theater of operation. We also conducted a very heavy bombing campaign, and many people questioned why the extensive bombing campaign. This is the reason why. It was necessary to reduce these forces down to a strength that was that made them weaker, particularly along the front line barrier that we had to go through. We continued our heavy operations out in the sea because we wanted the Iraqis to continue to believe that we were going to conduct a massive amphibious operation in this area. And I think many of you recall the number of amphibious rehearsals we had, to include Imminent Thunder, that was written about quite extensively for many reasons. But we continued to have those operations because we wanted him to concentrate his forces, which he did. I think this is probably one of the most important parts of the entire briefing I could talk about. As you know, very early on, we took out the Iraqi Air Force. We knew that he had very, very limited reconnaissance means, and therefore when we took out his Air Force, for all intents and purposes, we took out his ability to see what we were doing down here in Saudi Arabia. Once we had taken out his eyes, we did what could best be described as the Hail Mary play in football. I think you recall when the quarterback is desperate for a touchdown at the very end, what he does is he steps up behind the center, and all of a sudden every single one of his receivers goes way out to one flank, and they all run down the field as fast as they possibly can and into the end zone, and he lobs the ball. In essence, that's what we did. when we knew that he couldn't see us anymore, we did a massive movement of troops all the way out to the west, to the extreme west, because at that time we knew that he was still fixed in this area with the vast majority of his forces, and once the air campaign started, he would be incapable of moving out to counter this move, even if he knew we made it. There were some addition of troops out in this area, but they did not have the capability nor the time to put in the barrier that had been described by Saddam Hussein as an absolutely impenetrable tank barrier that no one would ever get through. I believe those were his words. So this was absolutely an extraordinary move, I must tell you. I can't recall any time in the annals of military history when this number of forces have moved over this distance to put themselves in a position to be able to attack. But what's more important, and I think it's very, very important that I make this a point, and that's these logistics bases. Not only did we move the troops out there, but we literally moved thousands and thousands of tons of fuel, of ammunition, of spare parts, of water, and of food out here into this area, because we wanted to have enough supplies on hand so that if we launched this and we got into a slugfest battle, which we very easily could have gotten into, we'd have enough supplies to last for 60 days. It was an absolutely gigantic accomplishment, and I can't give credit enough to the logisticians and the transporters who were able to pull this off, to the superb support we had from the Saudi government, the literally thousands and thousands of drivers, really of every national origin who helped us in this move out here. And of course, great credit goes to the commanders of these units who were also able to maneuver their forces out here and put them in this position. But as a result, by the 23rd of February, what you found is this situation. The front lines had been attrited down to a point where all of these units were at 50% or below. The second level, basically, that we had to face, and these were the real tough fighters that we were worried about right here, were attrited to someplace between 50 and 75%, although we still had the Republican Guard located here, and part of the Republican Guard in this area that were very strong, and the Republican Guard up in this area strong. And we continued to hit the bridges all across this area to make absolutely sure that no more reinforcements came into the battle. This was the situation on the 23rd of February. Next, please. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I shouldn't forget these fellows. That SF stands for Special Forces. We put Special Forces deep into the enemy territory. They went out on strategic reconnaissance for us, and they let us know what was going on out there, and they were the eyes that were out there, and very important that I not forget those folks. Next, please. This then was the morning of the 24th. Our plan initially had been to start over here in this area and do exactly what the Iraqis thought we were going to do, and that's take them on head-on into their most heavily defended area. Also, at the same time, we launched amphibious feints and naval gun.
We're building a better postal service with easy, more affordable ways to ship, so you can deliver even more holiday joy. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
Wix is your platform to perform on. A complete portfolio solution means you can tell your unique story with confidence. From choosing a name and design that fits your vision, to bringing your projects to life. Custom themes and layouts.
There's one big question on people's minds. After over a decade since GTA 5, what does Rockstar have in store this time? The bar couldn't possibly be higher. Thanks to its massive release and its online economy, GTA 5 is probably the highest grossing piece of media of all time.
Never has there been an opening like this in the entertainment industry. This week, Grand Theft Auto 5 pulled in $1 billion in sales in 3 days. No movie or music release has ever come close to that.
I'm here for Grand Theft Auto 5! Yeah!
Reaching over $6 billion, a figure that Rockstar would be lucky to match the next time round. But with a reported development budget between $1 and $2 billion alone for GTA 6, people will be expecting the world. Most of all, people are going to be looking for something that builds on what GTA 5 did so well. The sheer scale of the game was one of the things that really blew people away. The way the world seemed so alive and the heist missions were dazzling spectacles which acted like mini finales. The story and the characters were incredibly well done, if a little all over the place. You could definitely tell that each plot point had at least 50 writers working on it, but that didn't stop the dialogue from being snappy and the characters from being some of the funniest and most interesting we've seen in a long while. At the end of the day, any game where you can steal a blimp has at least something going for it. What cemented it all together though were the mechanics of the game. Everything from the driving, the flying, the combat mechanics, it all worked pretty much perfectly. A massive step up over the previous games in the series. If any of these elements were subpar, it would have ruined the entire game. If the driving felt clunky or stiff, then it would have turned all the long drives into a chore rather than a welcome change of pace. Instead, the time you spend driving just seems to disappear. And this focus on the core mechanics actually being fun over and over again is what's missing from so many games today. But for GTA, it was what enabled Rockstar to turn it into a massively successful MMO that's been running for nearly a decade straight. If Rockstar doesn't get these essentials right for GTA 6, then it might turn out as one of the biggest blunders of all time, but it's unlikely. So then what do we know about the game so far? Well, speculation about GTA 6 has been going on for years and years now, but it wasn't until 2020 that we learned anything concrete. Even that was part of a leak from the company. In a Kotaku report, insiders at the studio said it was still a ways away, but they did have some details even at such an early point. Rockstar has, and still is, infamous for their culture of crunch and overworking their developers. Anyone who's played Red Dead Redemption 2 will know the sheer amount of time that must have gone into each tiny detail. So to try and ease the burden, sources at the company said the game would be limited in scope at first, but expand over time as new content gets added. Although whether this is just an excuse for Rockstar to repackage paid DLC is another story. Other than that though, details were scant. It wasn't until last year that we really learned some of the details. 5 months after Rockstar officially announced it was coming out, Bloomberg released a report on some of the upcoming game's main features. We learned that the game would originally start off in Miami, a fact that was later all but confirmed when development footage was leaked. It wasn't long before people took some of the buildings they saw and matched them exactly to some of Miami's real-life structures. One detail though was that while the map was going to be smaller than usual, it would have far more indoor locations. Rockstar games have always been more focused on immersion in a real world, so this will be a welcome change. On top of this, the game was confirmed to have 2 protagonists, 1 male and 1 female. Maybe a step back from the 3 main characters of GTA 5, but still interesting. Not many people base their judgments about a game on the amount of protagonists anyway, but a few months later and there would be a much larger leak, showing footage from the unfinished game, raw code and even some voice acting from scenes in the game. Lots of it was scrubbed by Rockstar shortly afterwards, although what was seen confirmed some early reports about the game. And the leaker actually turned out to be a 17-year-old from Britain who had hacked into Rockstar with a Fire TV stick in a hotel room connected to his mobile phone. And it wouldn't be all that surprising if a similar character ended up in the game itself. But outside of the confirmed details, we can make a lot of pretty strong predictions based on both what Rockstar's done with their previous games as well as a little common sense. But before we continue, I want to talk about a video sponsor. Have you ever Googled yourself and was shocked to see your personal information exposed on one of those public listing sites? Data brokers are making a fortune selling your information to robocallers, spammers, and others who want to learn more about you, like where you live. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, Aura.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions.
Aura can identify data brokers exposing your info and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Now, brokers are legally required to remove your info if you ask them to, but if they make it super hard to do, let Aura handle it for you. And you can try Aura for free for 2 weeks using my link. Aura also does so much to protect you and your family from online threats you can't see. It's super easy to set up, and you don't have to download several different apps to get things like parental controls, antivirus, VPN, password management, identity theft insurance, and more. Instead, you get everything in one at an affordable price. So let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe online so that you can focus on other tasks with peace of mind. You can either let people continue to exploit and profit off your private information, or you can go to aura.com/moon to start your 2-week free trial. Also linked down in the description below. There will almost certainly be an online side of the game, most likely separate from the single player. GTA's online shark cards and microtransaction kept the company afloat for a decade, promising perpetual income for very little effort in comparison. Their effectiveness is most likely a large part of why we haven't gotten GTA 6 sooner. Rockstar were pretty much releasing a game every year before GTA Online came out. Since then, we've seen just one major release in a decade. Another thing we can almost certainly expect is a focus on satire. GTA 5 was full of it, as were the other games in the franchise, but today it's going to be a bit trickier. Past 10 years have seen real life surpass fiction in how absurd and comical it is. Things we laughed at yesterday are normal today, and so it's hard to imagine how Rockstar and the legions of writers will come up with anything more crazy than what's in the news. Could Life Invader from GTA 5 really be renamed into something dumber than meta? Or could they come up with anything more redundant than X? How could they even approach how insane and over the top modern politics is today? Judging by what we saw in the last game though, there's a few obvious paths they could take. Two characters from GTA 5 that seem so much more relevant now are Michael's two children, Jimmy and Tracy. Jimmy is the stereotypical gamer. He's a toxic man-child, unaware of how awkward he is, while also blaming everyone around him for the fact he spends all day smoking and playing games. If they didn't drill it in enough already, he's literally got the word entitled tattooed on his neck. Tracy is on the other side of the coin, a stereotypical blonde airhead. She goes through life entirely obsessed with status, image, and her own popularity. She throws tantrums, is even more spoiled than her brother, and she's painfully naive. This was Rockstar's over-the-top but disturbingly accurate portrayal of teenagers at the time the game came out, and today nothing's really changed, except that these people grew up and now they're the ones setting the example and guiding social media for everyone younger than them. It's a self-perpetuating cycle that began with people like these characters. And so you can be sure that Rockstar's gonna roast the hell out of them. The Jimmys and Traces of yesterday are the influencers of today, the most entitled, degenerate people making the most money of all. Considering how blatant and clearly greedy some influencers are, every week like clockwork there's another controversy about some influencer pushing some awful product, usually a scam, whilst failing to hide how stupid they think their audience is. Just look at one of Pokemon's most recent scandals, trying to sell $28 cookies, then insulting the people who call her out on it by saying they're just poor and stupid. Cookies that are just an obvious rebrand of some other, more cheaper cookie. Let alone all the crypto scams that influencers like Logan Paul push. Equally likely though is Rockstar making fun of both The Sims, calling these people queen unironically.
So Ruby Rose is a very popular individual right now, and she posted this on Twitter today. I ran into my #1 spender on OnlyFans, and we are blessed with two magnificent pictures here. On the left, it is Ruby Rose posing with her #1 piggy bank dumper. Now let's turn our attention to Exhibit B and we can get the statistics. So he has been subscribed to her OnlyFans for a month and has spent a total of $62,000.
As well as the people spending their whole lives raging in comment sections. Often though, they're just the same people. GTA also excels at specifically deconstructing American culture as well. While lots of other shows, movies, and games do this, GTA does it in such a complete and direct way that it's unique. Every detail is a masterclass in satirizing America. From the way the adverts on the radio sound, the ridiculous political campaigns and billboards, it's uncanny how close they are to reality.
The same report says he allegedly used campaign money for a flashy Las Vegas holiday, a shopping spree at makeup store Sephora, and for payments to OnlyFans, a site known for adult entertainment. He's now facing 23 federal charges.
The satire is most visible though in the names Rockstar gives their fake companies. Facebook turns to Life Invader, Fox becomes Weasel News, and Goldman Sachs is renamed to Schlongberg Sachs. While they might be juvenile, these names are working on another level beyond crass humor. They're poking fun at the doublespeak way that companies name themselves, something that's ubiquitous today. Companies don't fire people anymore, they downsize or they restructure. Reductions in pay or the company's revenue becomes adjustments instead. What began as little more than stupid buzzwords in boardroom meetings has infected every layer of society. Today, companies are so terrified of the truth in their PR image that their names barely mean anything anymore. Facebook became Meta and Twitter turned into X. Both of the previous names actually meant something. Facebook actually was a book of faces in the beginning. Now they don't mean anything at all. Even company logos become bland and featureless. Just compare any big name brand's logo to what it was 10 years ago, nearly every time it's just a simplified geometric version of it. But with GTA 6 said to be the most expensive AA game in history, it might be an issue for Rockstar to properly satirize these mega corporations. They are one now. It'll take a bit of the momentum out of every shot they take at corporate America when they're a massive part of it. Although it might not be as big of a problem as people expect, after every GTA game and for the entirety of GTA Online, you're invited to get straight back into the criminal grind. Whatever lessons the protagonists learn about how they should value their family or get out while they still can always fall away. If they actually landed, the game would just end. Instead, there's an irony in how the main character can finish their arc, become a complete person, learn all these core values about humanity, then get right back into murder and mayhem. Rockstar are the same. Their character's arc finished with GTA 5. It was the definitive GTA experience, and they became one of the largest gaming companies in the industry. But now they're back to it all over again, but bigger and better. Rockstar themselves are large enough to be satirized in a GTA game, if only they weren't the ones making it. This is just one example of the million different ways Rockstar could take on modern culture in GTA 6. There's literally a whole world of options for them. Considering it's taking place in Miami, we're pretty much likely to see some SoundCloud rappers at the very least, and all the degenerate podcasters. But overall, the way Rockstar just cuts through the nonsense and goes straight for the jugular is what makes GTA some of the best satire around. The only thing left to see is whether they can keep the ball rolling for GTA 6. These sorts of massive AAA releases only come along once in a while, and they're always a complete gamble. The more highly anticipated a game is, the bigger risk there is of a complete flop if it doesn't reach people's expectations. For gaming audiences especially, the reactions can be a little on the extreme side. Considering people have been waiting over a decade and the games have had more than $1 billion thrown at it, the possibilities are limitless.
You don't know what you're supposed to do, and somehow it all just comes together. And then you don't know why you wouldn't have known it in the first place. By studying geometry, we can think about our first principles, think about our underlying assumptions, and think about how we use reasoning skills and logic skills to put those arguments together. Geometry itself is a way to think about those underlying assumptions, and from those assumptions just build up this huge body of knowledge. And I don't think people understand that big picture of how all of this fits together and how it has to be the way that it is.
We do a disservice to young people by not teaching them all the steps in mathematics, because it's liberating to know them. And by discarding Euclid, you have cut them off from a way to understand logic from which all accurate reasoning comes. And you've cut them off from also understanding the beauty of the relationships in nature.
Most of you might experience your geometry and other math classes to be about calculation and formulas and memorization. But in our study of geometry, and in particular the study of Euclidean geometry, the core question and concern is not so much how and how we calculate, but rather why.
We will be looking at logic, we'll be looking at reasoning skills, we'll be getting into the mind of Euclid and trying to understand how he put these pieces together, how he organized this. So I hope as we go forward in this course that you'll have that eureka moment where you can understand how it all fits together. I'm Thomas Treloar.
And I am David Murphy. This is our course in mathematics and logic. Let's begin.
Bespoke Post, they send you this awesome box every month.
This is kind of awesome. This thing is jam-packed. Look at this thing. Boom! This is actually really cool. They scour the globe, they find under-the-radar brands.
Stuff that makes you go,
Ooh.
All the hobbies I'm really into, like tech, EDC.
You guys can tell them what you want and it will tailor a box for you. You guys can swap out the box if you don't like them.
They're worth about $70, if not more, but members only pay $49.
It's like you're giving yourself a gift every single month. So let Bespoke Post do it for you.
You guys need to check this out. This is pretty awesome.
Cal Poly Humboldt, which is like big time hippie California University up in the Redwoods, has a huge housing shortage problem. And apparently, a little while ago, the school ordered students sleeping in their cars off the college campus. Like, basically, the university accepts so and so many students, and they accept more students than they physically have housing in the area, unless you want to drive like 50 minutes to get there, and a lot of people don't have cars. So a lot of students have literally been sleeping in their vehicles, and they've been ordered off of the campus. California moment? Yeah, here's the thing, okay? The whole California moment thing is usually because San Francisco and Los Angeles and places like that have really high property values, okay? Arcata, California does not. And it's literally all, like, this is as dense as residential gets in Arcata, and it's single-family lots. Like, this area is barren, and a lot of it is just in open fields. Like, I remember these roads, because again, Arcata is tiny. If we go far enough in this direction, you'll see. This is what we're dealing with here. This is the level of urban density that we're dealing with. This lot on its own, right here, the Philip House Museum. Okay, I don't know about the museum, so I don't know if I want to, like, tear down that or whatever. But, like, there's a million lots that are of that size. You could put an apartment there that could house, like, 40 students. Easily. Easily, with no effort whatsoever. It's, like, cartoonishly rural. There are barnyards. Why are we viewing a suburban hellscape? It's not suburban! Look! Look at all that land! It's right there! But the school deliberately takes in more students than can live in the area, and as a consequence of that, like, you know, people are homeless. There are a lot of homeless students at Cal Poly Humboldt because the incredibly small amount of housing means that housing prices are way too high considering how rural the area is. Normal college moment? I mean, this is pretty bad, man. Like, this is it. This is Arcata. These red lines right here, you can see the street blocks. Look at how small it is. There's about 20,000 people here altogether. Like, just look at the type of land that we're dealing with, you know? Just whatever. It's a beautiful part of the world. I would argue that the redwood forests in Northern California are maybe, like, the most beautiful forest on Earth. There are lots of beautiful forests, but a lot of them are impossible to walk through because of the foliage. But the redwoods are like 300 feet tall, and they're easy to walk through because the trees are...
I am stunned and honored to be alive to see the coming of Darwin Mark II in this interview.
This interview left me speechless. It's bigger than natural selection and the theory of relativity.
What you will hear is really the most amazing talk that has ever been heard.
I believe this is the most sensational information to ever appear on planet Earth.
So, I don't care what you're doing, you need to stop and listen to this interview.
When I saw the interview, the way he put it in the science that was presented, a light bulb instantly went off, and I was like, oh wow, that's the answer.
I don't struggle with sin. I do not partake in sin. I don't struggle with backsliding. I don't desire the things of the world.
In today's video, I interact with a pretty controversial TikToker. She recently said something about her relationship with sin, and it confused a lot of folks. As always, let's dive in.
I'm coming boldly to you as a servant of the Lord, and I'm going to assure you that I will never make content about me struggling with sin, because I don't. I don't struggle with sin. I do not partake in sin. I don't struggle with backsliding. I don't desire the things of the world. I'm not going to do that to you. Why? Because I'm a living testimony of the fact that Jesus can heal you and deliver you from sin to the point where you no longer desire it, where you don't struggle. You are not going to live in your struggle forever. And as long as I hold my testimony, I'm a demonstration to you that what the Lord has done for me, he'll do for you. Because I'm not special, and he doesn't love me more than you. And if he's freed me from sin, then he'll do the same thing for you. 1 John 3:4, whoever commits sin also commits lawlessness, and sin is lawlessness. And you know that he was manifested to take away our sins, and in him there is no sin. Whoever abides in him does not sin. Whoever sins has neither seen him nor known him. He died on that cross. The reason why he walked on this earth was to free you from sin completely. Don't take that away from yourself. Don't take that away from your Lord. Whoever sins has never seen him. So all you have to do is to ask to see him. Lord Jesus, I pray that you reveal your heart to your sons and daughters. In the name of Jesus. Hallelujah.
I think about if I had heard this message when I was a new Christian, how confusing and disheartening and discouraging it would be for me, because I was struggling with sin and still am struggling with sin in a lot of ways. But back then, especially, it was like I was struggling with pride, with lust, with worry. It was and is still a battle. If I heard that message as a new Christian, I would immediately start to doubt my own salvation. So what was I missing? What am I missing? This woman says that she doesn't sin at all. So what's the secret sauce? She uses a passage in 1 John to defend her perspective. So let's take a closer look. Beloved, we are God's children now, and what we will be has not yet appeared. But we know that when he appears, we shall be like him, because we shall see him as he is. Everyone who makes a practice of sinning also practices lawlessness. Sin is lawlessness. You know that he appeared in order to take away sins, and in him there is no sin. No one who abides in him keeps on sinning. No one who keeps on sinning has either seen him or known him. It's so interesting. You just have to take a little bit of a closer look to look at the context, and you begin to see we are not as we will be until we see Christ. So even within this passage that she states here, it's refuting her point. Key idea that we need to hone in on here is the idea of practicing sin. Are you living in a lifestyle of habitual, unrepentant sin? Because if you are, there's no evidence that you are in Christ. Even later on, there's a warning that if you make a practice of sin, you're of the devil. These are important warnings to examine yourself to see if you're in the faith, but the expectation of perfection for the believer isn't illustrated here, and it's not illustrated throughout the whole Bible. I think of the Apostle Paul and his very open struggle with sin. For I do not understand my own actions, for I do not do what I want, but I do the very thing I hate. Now, if I do not do what I want, I agree with the law that it is good. So now it is no longer that I who do it, but the sin that dwells within me. For I know that nothing good dwells in me, that is, in my flesh. For I have the desire to do what is right, but not the ability to carry it out. For I do not do what I want, but the evil I do not want is what I keep on doing. What Paul's illustrating here is the battle between the flesh and the spirit. You can see this uttered all throughout the scripture, this constant battle between what God is leading us into and the new creation that he's creating us into, and also this flesh that still remains. I heard Harry Reeder put it this way, that even though sin no longer reigns, it still remains in our life. Now, as we heard, some people can come against that understanding that sin still remains in any way, but this is the heresy of sinless perfectionism, the belief that Christians can achieve perfection here on earth. It's so interesting. She used 1 John 3 to try to illustrate her point, but you go a little bit earlier into 1 John 1, it says this: if we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves and the truth is not in us. Now, I believe deception is most powerful when it is close to the truth, and I want to make a distinction here between what she said and what the truth of Scripture illustrates. I truly believe that we're not to be sitting in this space, this defeatist mentality or this victim mindset saying that, you know what, I'm just going to completely struggle with every sin my whole life and I'll never find freedom from anything until Jesus comes back. I don't think that's true. This is what I've said to the folks that have been struggling with pornography. I say to them that I believe that through the power of the Holy Spirit, there could be a point in your life where you're not tempted to watch pornography. I believe that can happen. Is this a guarantee? No, but I've seen it. But the thing is, you still may struggle with lust in other forms that you'll still need to run away from that temptation. As we follow Christ and he transforms us through his Spirit in sanctification, we are laying things at his feet. We're finding victory in specific areas. But the problem with this overall mindset of sinless perfectionism is that you can achieve total perfection, total victory over every aspect. But the truth is, we won't get to that point. But there can be some key markers in your life, some key problem issues, some key sin issues that you want to hone in on that you can find victory from. I totally believe that. She talked about how she doesn't have the desire to sin anymore. And when I think about our desires, yes, our desires have been transformed by God when he takes our heart of stone and turns it into a heart of flesh. We want to honor God. We want to do what God wants us to do. But at the same time, there's warring desires, there's warring affections where sometimes we look at something on the side of the path as we're following Jesus and it looks attractive to us and we go to it for a second or for a moment or for a season and we realize, man, this was actually just a mistake. This was just a facade. This didn't deliver me what I truly wanted. And once again, we turn our eyes in repentance towards Christ, who is our ultimate affection. Here's the dangerous thing about this teaching. If you're not aware that there is a war going on, if you're not aware that there's a battle going on, a spiritual battle going on, and you're convinced that every one of your desires is right, you're going to miss out on the necessary discernment and examination that it takes to be conformed into the image of Christ. If there's no battle or struggle against sin in your life, then you're just giving in and it's waging war on your soul. I just want to encourage you, maybe you've seen content like this talking about how we need to be perfect as Christians, or we shouldn't even struggle because it just should come naturally to us and we should just ultimately just walk in perfect holiness because we're Christians now. And maybe that's put a burden on you. It probably has. I just want you to know that the fact that you do struggle, that you do battle against sin in your life is a testimony to the fact that God is working within you. Somebody that is a complete slave to sin, that is without God, no relationship with God, they're not struggling against sin, they're just giving into it. So the fact that there is a battle, there is a struggle, to me that is a fruit that God is working within you, that you want to desire to follow God, that you want to serve him or want to serve him. That's where you need to begin. I heard someone say it this way: it's not about perfection, it's about direction. So as we're on this path of following Jesus daily, there's going to be times where our attention is taken and shifted towards things that are lesser than God, and we're going to be distracted, we're going to take wrong turns, we're going to fall on our face in the dirt. But Jesus doesn't leave us there. He lifts our eyes to heaven to call us his child and to once again get up and follow him. That is the grace that I want you to walk in. Thanks so much for watching this video, guys. If you enjoyed it, subscribe because I'm putting out new videos like this all the time. A huge shout out to everyone on Patreon. It is because of your support that I can continue to make this content, equipping people to follow Jesus daily. So thanks so much. If you want to support what I'm doing here, or if you enjoy the content, click the link in my description and check it out. Until next time, God bless.
Do you or anyone you know suffer from SDD, Standard Definition Disorder? Try the new and improved Lucid Mode. Whenever you switch on Lucid Mode in the Opera web browser, you get clearer, sharper videos. Download Opera with Lucid Mode.
Ooh, they are gonna love that one. Just curious, how many more friends are we shopping for? Let's see. Jacob, James, Jayla, Jenny. Early on the J's. Jonathan. Holiday shop like a super gifter at thriftbooks.com.
Are you going to comment on the cringe that is the Cybertruck crash? Yeah, but I don't think it's really worth a segment, man. It's just like kind of fucking terrifying is the thing. Actually, like, look at this. The Cybertruck right here doing a crash test at 35 miles an hour, by the way. So we're not even talking super high speeds, but you can see every other car has a functioning crumple zone like it's supposed to, and the Cybertruck doesn't. You can literally see, look at the dummies. Look, and that's your kid. That's your kid in the, you are the crumple zone. Can you explain what a crumple zone is? Yeah, okay. Building an indestructible car is actually really easy. It's made of like steel, and you can build more steel. It's great, super easy. In fact, for a long time, like in the 60s and stuff, like cars were indestructible. They were all tanks. The problem is that if you crash into something, your indestructible car comes to a sudden halt. Your body doesn't, and you get mulched by the inside of the car. You get smeared across the inside of the windshield like you've been fired out of a paintball gun. Which is why car crashes used to be way more deadly than they are now. People will say like, oh, look at how sturdy the Cybertruck looks after the crash. Look at how like, wow, look at that. It's so durable. Only the front bit got. The problem is modern cars have fronts that are designed to crumple. And the reason for that is because the more time it takes to crumple, the more of the impact is absorbed in the collision, the less of that transfers over to you. Essentially, think of it as like a cushion, because it is literally a cushion. Basically, a cushion in any device is an object that means that if you hit it, it takes more time to bring your hand to a stop. And that difference can mean that punching concrete and punching, like, I don't know, a pillow, even though your punch stops in both cases in a fraction of a second, the difference there is massive in terms of the damage to your hand. Does that make sense? A concrete wall and a slightly padded wall, the difference in terms of your hand's deceleration can be like 1 microsecond or like, I don't know, 10 microseconds. Fuck, I'm making those numbers up. It's a very small amount, but that's the difference between your hand being uninjured and your hand breaking like internally, you know? So yeah, that's what we're looking at here, you know? The Cybertruck is also hitting a different kind of wall. Yeah, the Cybertruck is hitting a different kind of wall, yeah, but you can still see the way that it collapses, you know? There's nothing about the fact that this is a big shiny wall that changes the fundamentals here. So you're saying it's dangerous in a crash? Yes, I'm saying it's dangerous in a crash. Keep in mind, again, this is just at 35 miles per hour. It's the wheels, not the buckling. I mean, what do you mean? It's both. It's the lack of buckling. The wheels are their own issue. I also saw somebody online saying that the rear axle gets destroyed here, but I don't know enough about cars to really to like, you know, analyze that one. Also, it looks dumb. Yeah, I've seen a Cybertruck in person in Bellevue. Looks real dumb. It does. Look how it turns inside. You mean the wheel? Oh shit, you're right. Wait, do the slow-mo. Yeah. Oh, you can see it buckles right up there. Whereas if, like, compared to this or whatever, the wheel kind of stays put. Oh man, you don't want your wheel going rogue on you. I don't think the Cybertruck has a rear axle. It does 4-wheel steering with a motor per wheel, I think. Yes, I don't know enough about cars. I'm looking at the wheel here and it's doing a wiggle, you know? To be fair, Elon is playing perfectly to his base with this one. That's true. Look at the 2 wheels in the back of the vehicle. Oh, you mean how... Oh. I thought you... So when you meant the wheel, I thought you meant the steering wheel, which is wiggling about a whole bunch over there. You mean the back wheels here, how they bend forward like that. Wait, that's... Yeah, that's not happening anywhere else. What physically is happening to the car to make that happen? That's okay, so there's the metal that goes down this way. So the rod that connects the front and the back axles would bend backwards and break that. That's really... Yeah, like the thing is... Something is getting pushed through the axle there that's bending it out like that. Huh. I think? Also, where are the door handles? What the... Sorry, buddy. You need a smartphone to open it up. There's a tiny little recessed keyhole that you can use to open it up otherwise, but apart from that, you better hope your Tesla Cybertruck app or whatever the is up. No, it's the weight of the tire stopping, forcing it forward. Yeah, but it's bending in. Do you mean the other one is too, or are you suggesting that these wheels aren't even on an axle and they're both bending inward? Rear wheel steering? The Cybertruck is 4-wheel steering. Does 4-wheel steering mean your wheels can do this? Why would they do that? Yes? Rear wheel steering. Okay, so wait, this would be 4-way steering. 4-wheel drive, right? 4-wheel drive mechanics explained. This sounds like bullshit. For what reason would you do away with an axle and have 2 wheels that could bend inward? You would want an axle for like stability and stuff, right? Like you don't want your wheels getting all floppy on you. Differential steering? That's not 4-wheel steering. Not four-wheel drive, that's different. Okay, okay. Rear wheel steering explained. I look up rear wheel steering and it's telling me about four-wheel steering. Okay, understanding rear wheel steering. If I learn that you're all lying to me, I'm gonna be mad.
Different way of moving a car across a lane, turn against or in the opposite direction of the front wheels, and again, at a lesser degree. This gives you a much tighter turning radius and maneuverability. The car can really make some tight cuts getting in.
Okay, this is all weird. Okay, rear.
And what this does when you are driving around town is make it feel like you've moved the pivot point of the car from where it typically, which is a stop. Kind of like what a skier does to slow down, which can help stabilize and slow. Kind of like magic when you drive something like this. Another smaller benefit is being able to tow in or pitch and tow the rear wheels during a hard stop. Kind of like what a skier does to slow down, which can help stabilize and slow a vehicle. Now note that rear wheel steering is distinct from rear wheel cornering system.
Interesting. Okay. I didn't know that. All-wheel steering. Four-wheel drive doesn't equal four-wheel steering. Man, you guys give me so much shit for being autistic about clothes or whatever, but like, oh, sorry that my autism wasn't about cars and I didn't know there was a difference between four-wheel drive and four-wheel steering. Yeah, oh, my bad. Sorry. How dare I become a political streamer while missing out on that prior knowledge, that essential knowledge beforehand, you know? Jesus Christ. Like, everyone gets mad at me when I'm autistic about something, but I have to be autistic about everything to keep up with the most insufferable of you. That still looks like it's too much, but whatever. Anyway, this is still a death trap. Marquis Brownlee reviewed the Cybertruck. He does a summary at the end of the video. Who the f is this?
All right, so the Tesla Cybertruck has been kind of an enigma. It was
#1 on trending.
Big things if they're going to work with it. It's interesting. I really feel like the biggest strength of the Cybertruck is it's got to be the power, the sheer force of 2.7 seconds 0 to 60, 850-ish horsepower. Like no.
Marquis makes good videos, but he simps a bit for Tesla. I don't trust tech YouTubers at all. The bigger a tech YouTuber is, the more likely it is that they rely entirely on hype. Like you don't get huge views as a tech person by being like, yeah, I'm gonna focus on actual tech developments and ignore this gigantic, ultra popular bullshit, like fucking, you know, sort of tech fetishist, you know, electric vehicle trend. I don't know why I should believe this guy, but okay.
No other truck moves in a straight line like this one does.
What?
But I'm also going to include the steering as a nimble. I get crazy. Just that people think it's ugly, and that's fine. A lot of people are going to think it's ugly.
Polarizing aesthetics, price parity, front visibility. Is this seriously it? This is what this guy has to say? Is this a car guy? He gets a chance to review the Cybertruck, and he's like, it's a very powerful car, but like some people say it's ugly and it's expensive, and you can't see it when you hit children. No, he's a phone guy? Okay, then I don't care. Yeah, there's no... This guy was probably paid to do the review. Well, yeah, he got a Cybertruck ahead of use. Or not paid for it, but like, you know, here, make a YouTube video off this. Tesla solar roof review, 10 million views. This guy isn't just an issue. This guy's literally doing their PR shit.
Grid at all. You're completely self-sustainable for that investment. So when I first signed up for the morning when the sun comes up again. And there's even a storm watch feature that will preemptively...
Tesla solar roof review. You know there are companies that have been doing like solar roof work for literal decades. And now Tesla? Like, no, this. I can smell a shill. He did an interview with Elon Musk? Oh, yeah. Talking tech with Elon Musk 5 years ago. Yeah, okay. Yeah, This is literally, yeah, this is tech bro soy bullshit, okay? You guys need to have a better nose for this shit. Jesus Christ. Vosh, he's a tech influencer. All the people simping in chat are f***ing lunatics. It feels like Mr. Beast fans in chat or something. Jesus Christ. Vosh gonna get some very angry emails later. Well, yeah. I hate tech hype channels. You guys have no idea how much I'm holding back right now. I despise them. If people give me shit like, oh, you bought expensive pants where the denim yarn was hand dyed by some fucking Japanese artisan, and then like, oh yeah, dude, What about the guy, like the forefront advocates for conspicuous consumption? Buy a new phone, get hyped about tech, In a good world, you guys wouldn't even fucking know. You wouldn't even fucking know. You wouldn't give a shit about tech because your life is enriched by art. Okay? Tech upgrades would be incidental news that eggheads with big glasses would occasionally reveal to the world. But no, instead you drop $3,000 every 2 years at a new graphics card, and you all, and you new phone, and I hate it. I hate the trap. I hate the cycle. I hate it. This is such boomer shit. Yeah, dude, it's so fucking boomer to not, like, spend 10% of your entire income on keeping up with a meaningless fucking rat race as you, like, the correctly functioning iPhone. They finished making the iPhone, like, 8 years ago. It's been marginal upgrades. They go back and forth on changes. Rounded edge, sharp edge, rounded edge, sharp edge. Here's a feature that should have been in 6 years ago that Google did that we haven't done because we were waiting to sell it to you. It's like, and you sheep. God, the only way to appropriately and respectfully regard tech companies is to hate them with every fiber of your fucking being, okay? That's the only way. If you don't feel pure hatred to them and the sycophants who promote their products, then you're not, then you're disgusting. You're barely even human, frankly. The consumption of these products is fallible. It's fallible human. We're weak. We're suffering. We're all crawling around in shit.
Who should pay on the first date?
Men. I'd want him to be like just taking action, being a man, I guess.
Being the leader?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not really the leader, but just being a man and stepping up and
being
paying.
the man, stepping up.
Doing his manly duties.
Stepping up and not being the leader.
We're going to take a look at some videos. These are all videos having to do with gender roles. So let's go to the first video.
The sad thing is a lot of these stereotypes actually come from sexist beliefs because there is no biological difference between males and females that indicates whether or not they can drive or cook well. These stereotypes are exclusively because of the beliefs that people have had in the past about gender roles. There are
This is so boring. Gosh.
in reality, such as the idea that men are stronger. This can still be really toxic and sexist and is not always true, but biologically, men tend to find it easier to build muscle because of their hormones, therefore making them often stronger. Men can cook and clean, women can drive, and as for childcare, some people make the argument that breastfeeding is a biological difference, but that kind of stops after the age 2. So men can look after children too. You can do whatever you want. Gender doesn't really matter. It's sexist.
You like how she has to admit, well, there are some stereotypes that are correct, like men are stronger. That's not a stereotype, by the way. It's not a stereotype that men are stronger. It's a reality. It's a thing.
I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better.
But even then, so she has to begrudgingly admit that, but she puts it in scare quotes.
Men are stronger, quote unquote stronger.
No, men are not quote unquote stronger. We just are stronger. the rest of it that she mentions, like some of those stereotypes that men can't cook, that's not even a stereotype. That's who actually thinks that. In fact, most of the top chefs in the world are men, so I'll take that. Yeah, you're right. Actually, you know what? Men can cook, and we're better at it. I mean, that seems to be what you're saying. So I'll take that.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
What was the other one? The stereotypes of men and women. Oh, women can't drive. I think that there is probably some biological basis to that. I mean, there need to be more research done on it. I don't want to be involved in the research because it's very dangerous to be in a car with a woman while she's driving. But I think that there's probably hand-eye coordination. There are other things. You know, it's a trend that we've noticed, and there's probably a reason for the trend. But you have to be willing to investigate it. And when it comes to something like driving, you know, that is it's hand-eye coordination, it's focus, it's a very physical thing.
I turn now. Good luck, everybody else.
And so if men tend to be better at it, there probably is a biologically ingrained reason. But a lot of these things you can't even research them or look too much into them, because then it's automatic. It'll offend people like this. Most stereotypes, and I'm not going to say all, but with most stereotypes, and this goes for gender stereotypes, goes for pretty much all stereotypes, they are not proscriptive, they are descriptive. Okay, it is society noticing things about groups of people and commenting on it. And that's where the stereotypes come from. Nothing to cry about. I've got a holiday gift idea that's sure to make you the hero of the season. Now, we all know the holidays can be a bit hectic, the shopping, the cooking, the never-ending list of things to do. But fear not, because I've discovered a gift that's not just thoughtful, it's downright transformative. The gift of Genucel skincare. From now until Christmas, Genucel's most popular package has a special discount just for my listeners at genucel.com/WalshYT. Treat yourself and your loved ones to the absolute best skincare in the world. Those troubling forehead wrinkles, fine lines, skin redness, and yes, even a sagging jawline will disappear right before your eyes with Genucel's most popular collection. Genucel promises immediate effects. You'll see results in less than 12 hours guaranteed, or your money back. Genucel sent down a ton of products for the entire office. I can't even put into words just how much better their faces look because of Genucel. A lot of improvement could still be done there, but Genucel, you know, there's some things can't be fixed. Everyone discusses me a little bit less now. It's like Christmas came early. You deserve to look and feel your best this holiday season. Go to genucel.com/WalshYT to get this incredible holiday discount. Every order today is instantly upgraded to free express shipping. That's genucel.com/WalshYT today.
The same people that say men and women have to be a specific way are the same people who say that gender is not a social construct when they are.
And I'm sure that the insight will be quite profound and indeed insightful.
Should be. But what does that have to do with religion? Well, a whole hell of a lot. Because they're basing what a man and a woman should be and how we should all act based upon what they think their God says. Men should act this way, women should act this way, women should be subservient to men. This is how God decrees it. So you can see that these things tie in together very well, whereas the rest of us see that these things are just made up by each other. And it doesn't really matter. Act how you want to act. You don't have to be lockstep with anybody else. Gender's just really made up stuff.
Yeah, my religion says put a shirt on.
Oh my God, put on a shirt.
It's disgusting. We don't need to see all that. Gender is made up, he says. And you know, he's actually right. So he's 100% right, but he doesn't he's right in ways that he doesn't understand. Gender is made up. It's a made up concept, made up by people like him and by his side of the ideological divide, and we don't need it.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
It almost seems that there could be a agreement here. And there never will be, because these people don't know what they're talking about. They don't even know what they want or what they're saying.
What you want? What you want?
But if their words had any meaning, then we would almost be able to agree on this topic. Let's just get rid of gender. We don't need it. We don't need it as a concept. We have sex, male and female, man and woman, and that's all we need. That's as far as this goes. We don't need this second thing that accompanies it. And no one can figure out exactly, like, what does this mean exactly? What do we need this for?
I don't see the point.
So much of the confusion that the left has when it comes to quote-unquote gender is that they've made up all these concepts, and they're constantly trying to figure out what they're supposed to do with these concepts that they've made up. So they make up all these things, and then they look at it and say, what am I supposed to do with this? They come up with all these sloppy, incoherent concepts, and then they are confused by them themselves. And then they try to throw that at us as if we're responsible for it.
Hold on.
This whole operation was your idea.
So if you're trying to figure out what to do with gender, that's not my problem. I don't need it. You know, let's just get rid of it. We have sex, male and female. That's all we have. That's all you need. That's what we have. We don't need this second thing. Keeps it much simpler. That'll do it. We'll end it there. Talk to you tomorrow. Godspeed.
I'm a girl, and by me that's only great. I am proud that my silhouette is curvy, that I walk with a sweet and girlish gait, with my hips kinda swivelly and swervy.
Spectrum Business is made to work, just like you. Made to sell out even when the lights go out, with wireless internet backup. And made to keep you working with Spectrum Complete connectivity and reliability.
It's a hit.
Spectrum Business, made to work.
The Great War is over. All you want is to return home to a new republic, born in the heart.
You probably remember this, but a few weeks ago, Elon Musk responded in the affirmative, agreeing to a post that essentially just laid out the basic argument for the Jewish question. The post said something to the effects of, we shouldn't care for the plight of Jewish people because Jewish people promote hatred of white people. It's just it's like the fundamental basis of Nazi ideology concerning Jewish people. And Elon Musk replied with laughing, crying emoji, 100 emoji, arrow hitting the center of a target emoji, Lamau emoji. And after that, there was a huge wave of advertisers who left. Apple, IBM, a bunch of others. You can look it up. Another wave of advertiser boycotts because, as it turns out, it looks bad to advertise on sites that are completely owned and controlled by people who are openly agreeing with neo-Nazis. That's bad. It's a bad look, as it turns out, you know. Following that, Elon Musk threatened a lawsuit and then filed one in a very blatant case of seeking a jurisdiction in Texas, under which the Attorney General of Texas said that he would, happily prosecute those companies. And Media Matters, the organization that filed the report on how Nazi-ified Twitter had become, for, I don't know, lying to destroy Twitter's revenue or whatever. So he filed a lawsuit. But that doesn't bring the money back, you see. And the lawsuit's going to take a while to push through. It's also not going to go anywhere because it's a bullshit lawsuit. Following all of that, Elon Musk recently went on and had a pleasant conversation about the state of his company following the advertiser boycotts, and it was absolutely hysterical. I genuinely cannot overstate how insane this whole conversation was. I took a look at this and I thought, wow, I had to take a look at the whole thing. And I took a look at a bit of the whole thing, and it's a lot more of what we're going to see here, but I'm going to focus on the part I have something to say, something to say something about.
No, actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do, it's going to kill the company.
And do you think that
and the whole world.
Now, some of the things that I want you to focus on here is how unhinged and disconnected from his environment he looks. Don't focus on other stuff like the fact that Elon Musk looks like an aging butch lesbian. That's superficial and not material. It's not just a matter of him being awkward here, and he is very awkward. It's also a matter of him genuinely seeming disconnected from his environment. Pay attention to audience reactions, too. It's like he's dissociating. Listen.
It's going to kill the company.
And do you think that
and the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
But those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say, we didn't kill the company.
Oh, yeah?
They're going to say...
Tell it to Earth.
But they're going to say, Elon, that you killed the company because you said these things and that they were inappropriate things and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right? That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
Okay, this goes back to...
There's an audience to this, by the way. I know it doesn't seem like it from the dead silence. But there's an audience here.
We'll both make our cases,
right,
and we'll see what the outcome is.
What are the economics of that for you? I mean, you have enormous resources, so you can actually keep this company going for a very long time. Would you keep it going for a long time?
Keep in mind, this guy is trying to tee Elon up, okay? This is not in any way, shape, or form an antagonistic interview. You know? This is, he's trying to tee Elon up here. This is an effort to launder him, essentially, and he's not taking it.
If there was no advertising?
I mean, if the company fails because of an advertiser boycott, it will fail because of an advertiser boycott, and that will be what bankrupted the company, and that's what everybody on Earth will know.
Again, I hope I don't have to point this out, but are you hearing how he's talking? So the way he's speaking, I'm guessing here, I'm not psychic. The way he's speaking here is the way that people tend to speak when they are so nervous that they're on like the verge of a breakdown or shutting down entirely. There's kind of like an upper lip thing where like your jaw like tightens and you're like trying to speak through like half of the, I don't know what's called the glottal range, the way you like move your tongue. I'm not sure. There's like a whole science to this, but
what do you think then of the? This goes back to the idea of trust, though.
Then it'll be gone, and it'll be gone because of an advertiser boycott.
But you recognize that some of those people are going to say that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, and I just wonder and ask you and think about that for a second.
Tell it to the judge.
Okay. First of all, I love the implication that he's going to sue the companies for no longer advertising. But again, think of what is being teed up for him here. This guy is like, well, people are going to say that it was your behavior. All Elon would have to say here is say, we run a free speech platform that millions of people use. Some of the speech on this platform is not going to be agreeable to everyone, and that's fine. That's the nature of free speech. There is a very standard bullshit line here that he could deliver that would fit perfectly with the rhetoric that he has used up to this point. But he can't do it because he is so upset and so disconnected and so mad that he's literally sitting there going like, they'll pay. They'll all pay. Literally, that's what he's doing. He's the wealthiest man in the world. He's sitting there like he's like interrupting the interviewer. He's not getting any engagement or response from the audience. Like it'd be very easy to like work with the teeing up that the other guy is doing. What do you think of the fit? People on Twitter have criticized him for being one of those guys who finds one cool jacket and then doesn't accessorize with it and just puts the jacket on and thinks that that's a cool outfit when all it is a cool jacket on a bad outfit. And what do I know about fashion? I won't comment further.
Judge is going to be...
the judge is the public.
And you think that the public is going to say that Disney is making a mistake?
Prosperity isn't about politics. Prosperity is about policies that help hard-working Americans.
We shouldn't worry about groceries being more expensive. Prosperity is possible when the government spends less to bring down inflation. Government's increasing rules and regulations about how and when we work hurt us. Prosperity is possible when we create policies that increase work flexibility. We shouldn't cringe every time we pay at the gas pump. Prosperity is possible when we support more energy production. No more political games. No more gimmicks like Bidenomics. We can expand freedom and opportunity to reignite the American dream. That makes prosperity possible. Learn more at prosperityspossible.com.
The Night Country takes us one by one.
What happened in the last case you worked with Navarro?
That was good. Until it wasn't.
Yes.
And they're going to boycott Disney?
They already are.
Well, they're
In a world where even the most objectively evil companies like Nestle or Exxon or whatever else are capable of delivering like bullshit PR statements in the face of really obvious objectively bad stuff that's come out about them, he's like shaking up there, you know? He's like they'll pay. Everyone sees what they're doing. They're making me hurt, but I'll make them hurt. Like, he sounds insane. I hope I'm not underselling this. We get so used to how crazy Elon Musk is that you forget like how out there all this behavior is. You know, it's not just him being awkward. People will say, and by the way, the amount of laundering and spinning that I have seen from Elon fans is incredible. As soon as this clip dropped on Twitter, everyone was mocking it. Everyone was quote tweeting it, going like, wow, holy shit. I quote tweeted it, and within 30 seconds of me posting it, I had about a half dozen bots or Elon fans, they're indistinguishable, who had replied saying, I think he looks epic here, or something to that effect. Like an enormous effort is being made to spin his behavior here to convince you that he does not sound absolutely insane. This isn't the only bit of the interview we're going to watch. There's actually a worse bit, if you can believe it. Hold on. This is the part that I quote tweeted.
obviously, you know that there's a public perception that, and you're clarifying this now, but there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
So the business model of Twitter is to make money off of advertisers. And he is describing choosing not to do that as blackmailing. He doesn't seem to understand what his own business model is. Also, take a look at his body language. Take a look at the way he says stuff, just the way he talks. Look at this again. Like, watch. It's like you're watching an animatronic. Is this actually like a surprise test of the Tesla bot? Is this like you know, are we showcasing?
You don't.
Vosh, body language expert. Dude, people like read online one day that a lot of like forensic body analysis experts are bullshit, and then they decided like, oh, I guess like there's nothing you can learn from looking at a person. Like, I've read that these like bullshit like you know, propaganda laundering, you know, like, oh, the way their hands move means they're not. And meanwhile, meanwhile Elon is moving like this, and it's like, oh wow, you're really leaning into that pseudoscience there by saying that behavior looks odd, you know, like maybe he's just cold. Please.
Don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
Hear the murmuring in the audience? Again, I need you to understand, okay? This is a owner of a media company saying, go f yourself if you're not going to advertise on my platform. Have you in your life ever heard any person who represents a company talk like this? Because I never have.
But go f yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
He's referring to Bob Iger. Again, this is like a complete psychological meltdown here. This whole interview is supposed to be like an opportunity for him to level his image out after openly siding with Nazis on the platform he controls. And he's essentially, yeah, he's having a meltdown, and he's like, oh, all you people who don't want to have your ads appear next to me defending Nazis, yourself. You're blackmailing me. You're killing this company. Let the people decide. History will vindicate me.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think that...
Are they laughing with or at him? There's no applause. You hear any applause? You can't act this way as a corporate representative, you know? Like he's doing a Kanye West bit. This is not laughing with him. Otherwise they'd be laughing and applauding because they know that he's trying to do this big, like, you know, glorious Braveheart, you know, rally against the oppressive Bob Iger, Disney, whatever. They're laughing because he's ridiculous. Because he's ridiculous. It's insane. Yeah, it's like, it's nervous, like, is he insane laughter, you know?
Then about the economics of X. If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. This is where we cut in before. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
Why?
I understand that, but there's a reality too.
Why?
View. What do you do?
Why?
I understand that, but there's a reality too. Right?
GFY, go f yourself. His, like, childish laugh after he says this, the audience barely even engaging with it. That's all he has to say. Again, he's being teed up for victories here, and all he has to say is, no, f you, f you, f you.
I understand that, but there's a reality too. Right?
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So
This guy is literally like, you are sitting next to the CEO who you appointed to, like, run shit because you're an optics nightmare, and you're just sitting up here, like, doing your, like, your Hitler downfall speech over Bob Iger.
So, no, totally. No, actually, what...
This is like a full-on mental breakdown. Yes, it is, and I will guarantee, everyone who is watching this who doubts me when I say that, you will believe me when I show you the next tweet after we're done with this one.
What this advertising boycott is going to to do, it's going to kill the company.
And do you think that
and the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
So yeah, that's it. That's his response. That's his engagement here. His engagement is, I don't apologize for agreeing with Nazis. Everyone, I am the victim here. Everyone who isn't advertising with me, go f yourself. F you. If you're watching this, f you. I hate all of you. You're destroying us. You're killing us, and the world will know. The world is watching, Bob Iger. Everyone is seeing how you're not giving me money to run ads on my platform. That and the interviewer just keeps giving him time and time again, keeps giving him an opportunity to level the ship, to go like, okay, well, seriously though, like he literally said, but like in reality, okay, so like what's your business model going forward? And what does Elon say? They're killing the company. He doesn't even have a business model going forward. Can you imagine being a Tesla investor and seeing the guy whose image props up your entire brand do this and go, and literally Elon Musk to just be like, no, f you, we don't have a strategy, you know, like it's a complete freak out. No, Somniostatic, I watched a portion of the full thing. This is the worst part in my opinion, but there's a lot of really bad shit there too. Oh, there's also this. Was it this one? No, this one.
I am a child of war. I was taught that love is weakness. I've been an outlaw ever since.
Your people need you. What if you could find the warriors to fight alongside us?
We might even make it out of this alive.
This interior is rough. Luckily, eBay Motors is here to save the day with this. These wonderful goodies that will transform my interior. With eBay Guaranteed Fit, everything was super easy to install. So if you want to get parts for your car, make sure you check out eBay Motors.
Classic.
So I will certainly not pander. And Jonathan, like, the only reason I'm here is because you were a friend. Like, what was my speaking fee?
You're not making any. First of all, I'm Andrew, but yeah, sorry, it's okay. Second of all, we've known each other.
Incredible. Again, this is the guy who's trying to tee him up, and he says, you're not making any sense. By the way, you got my name wrong. Mental breakdown. Genuinely, I think he's dissociating a little. Yes, I genuinely think he's having a psychotic break, and I'm about to prove it to you. I am about to prove it to you. Are you ready? Insane. Insane. He didn't shave his entire face. As somebody who has spent his entire life shaving, the idea of doing a clean shave and missing this much hair under the edge of your jaw, below your ear, this is like a cartoon drawing of a mental breakdown, okay? Let me explain to you how bad this is, okay? First of all, as anyone who shaves constantly, as anybody who has spent their life shaving, which he has, by the way, he has, more so than I do, you know? I have a beard, he doesn't. The amount of mental slippage necessary to miss that is insane. That's not like some stubble or whatever. That's a solid like third of an inch of hair right there, okay? This is not something that you could miss easily. You couldn't miss it easily with a straight razor or with an electric razor or anything. Yeah, that's a tuft of hair right there, okay? This is showing up to an interview without your pants. But it doesn't stop there, okay? First of all, I would argue that making a mistake like that in and of itself is indicative of like a severe, we're not talking about somebody who's going to the grocery store, okay? This guy is going out to...
Hi. Is your small business relying on an email inbox to handle customer service? That's pretty common.
we on this channel are highly anti-consumeristic, okay? That's why we use old ThinkPads that only cost $100 that are from 8 years ago. But I want to talk about some other things. Like one of my viewpoints, I did a video on this a while ago, is that whenever you are spending money on any kind of purchase that isn't like basic living, like food, you have to make sure that you are spending money on saving money, okay? Very simple heuristic. Like everything you buy, you got to think, is this going to save me money? If I'm spending $1, I want to be able to save $2 in the future, or at least $2, maybe a whole lot more. Okay, so let me talk now. I do this video because we are now living in that yearly period of golden opportunity, at least for Americans, because you know Black Friday is coming. Now, Black Friday is a consumerist holiday. So when everything's cheap, people who don't have any kind of impulse control go out and buy a whole bunch of stuff. But it is also a good time of the year for people like us because things are cheap. And if you are smart about it, if you know how to spend your money, if you know how to make investments instead of we're not really consuming, we're investing. Okay, that's what I'm saying. If you know what kind of things that can make your life easier or can make it cost less, now is a golden opportunity for you. Now, let me give you the example of what I did last year, okay? If you've been around, if you saw my video on that, you might know. Okay, here's the deal. This thing right here. This is now you don't, I know you don't care about this, but it's, I know you're Linux nerds, you don't care about power tools, but let me explain why this is important. This is a 12-inch double bevel sliding compound miter saw from DeWalt. This is like the highest quality there is out there. This is a fine, like there are a lot of contractors who, really, oh man, I really want that DeWalt. That's a great thing. If you look on Amazon right now, the saw is unplugged, so don't get nervous about me. All right, well, no, I should be saying, I'm not even gonna touch it, okay? But it is unplugged, so don't worry about it. This saw, if you look on Amazon right now, this thing goes for $600, $700, $800, something like that. Some ridiculous price, okay? It's not actually ridiculous. It's actually just a really high quality machine, okay? This is like number one. All right, DeWalt is like one of the best companies. This is like the DeWalt's number one slides. It goes at all these crazy angles. It's really precise. I got this last year at Black Friday. And I did not get it because, it wasn't an impulse buy. It's something that, if you get a tool like this is something like you can build a cabin with. And I still I actually do plan on making a little cabin out there, a literal cabin. Like I want the meme to be true, but that's just for fun. But this is the kind of thing, I've gotten a lot of steam. I've gotten a lot of work out of this thing. I don't know if it saved me $600, $700, $800 yet, but it saved me a good bit. But here's the deal. I did not get this for $600, $700, $800. Okay, and in fact, I also, same thing with the stand, okay, that usually costs like 70, 100, maybe even 200 some places, okay? I did not pay that money for that. That's ridiculous, okay? You know how much I paid for this saw and the stand together? I paid $200. How did I work that out? Very easy, okay? Two things. First off, I waited all year. I waited months and months to get to Black Friday. At Black Friday, this thing not only had been marked down to $400, but this stand, you get the stand for free if you buy it. This thing with all the perks, okay, if you buy the top of the line thing, you get the stand too, okay? So that already, fantastic deal, okay? And that's the kind of thing you get at Black Friday. But even more than that, I doubled that up. I doubled that up with something else. Now, something I did a video on a month or so ago. Credit cards. Credit cards in America, they know that they can make a lot of money on stupid people, okay? They know that if they put off introductory offers, they put out these introductory offers that are literally steals. That is, they will say, open a card with us. If you spend $500 in the first 3 months, we will give you $200 as a credit, or you can redeem as cash back or something like that. We'll give you $200, okay? So for dumb people, for consumeristic people who buy things impulsively and don't know that they're supposed to pay off their credit cards, or don't know how, first off, make sure that every single one of your credit cards has auto pay enabled. I don't know why. And I will say there are a bunch of people out there who apparently, I know from my last video, don't even know how credit cards work. But if you set up auto pay, if you pay everything off, that money is quite literally just free money, okay? Spend $500, get $200 of that back. That's fantastic. Especially if you're going to be spending that. You nearly certainly are going to be spending $500 if you're like an adult who like has their own bills. You're nearly certainly going to be spending $500 in 3 months. Okay. So what I did when I got this saw is I opened a card, I think it was with Wells Fargo, that had exactly that deal. Spend $500, get $200 back. So I spent 400 of that 500 bucks on this thing, and then the other $100 on something else. Who cares? I don't know, just like different stuff. So that means,
Click, click.
Boom. You're welcome.
Everything in moderation. Except for popcorn. Popcorn doesn't count. Skinny Pop. Enjoy endlessly.
although on paper I paid 400 bucks, I get $200 back immediately from that. So that's why I say this whole thing cost me $200, okay? That's what I'm talking about. So that is, now here's one thing that I don't want you to do. Do not do this, okay? A lot of you guys are gonna be like, wow, that's really cool. You can use these credit card introductory offers and basically just get free money, okay? That is true. In fact, I do that. I've done it in the past 12 months. I've done it for 3 credit cards, and next year I'm going to be doing it for 3 more. I already have it all planned out. But do not just do that because you can do it. Don't just be like, oh, I got to find stuff to buy with this stuff. No, that's what they want you to do. Oh, actually, really, they want you to go into crippling debt or something like that because you don't know how to pay off a credit card. Again, just enable autopay, okay? What you don't want to do for your own good is say, oh, I could get free money if I spend more. That is stupid. That doesn't make sense. You know why I bought this? Because it's going to save me money. Because I already had the plan of buying this kind of stuff, or buying this thing. And that could apply to you. It might be that you, I need to, let's see, I want to get a new ThinkPad. And frankly, you can get a ThinkPad for $100 on eBay. So, okay, that's part of it. You know, my bills, they might be, in the next 3 months, they might be, $200, $300, and then, I'll use this. Okay, if you can get to that $500, fine. Open the card, get your free money back. That's like living, it's like living with a permanent 25% off gift card, coupon for everything you buy. So that's something that you can do. Why I mention this is there are just so many ways. Like if you plan, like my heuristic for spending money, first off, only buy things that are going to save you money. I'm not going to put my hand on it. Just being an example, okay? Only buy things that are going to save you money. And when you buy them, plan them out, okay? I planned this out. I saved a lot of money. It was fantastic. Another thing, while I'm thinking about it, because I'm looking over here, okay? Recently I got some peat moss, potting mix, some perlite, other things that start with P that are important for planning. The reason I got that, one other nice little benefit of having all these stupid credit cards that I'm never actually going to use for credit, but one nice thing that I have about that is, different credit card companies, they'll do deals with different businesses. Like, for example, in that case, Chase did like some kind of deal with Lowe's where like you could buy stuff from Lowe's and get 10% back. Okay, that is in addition to any other coupon you have. So I bought that stuff that I'm going to be using next year for planting and stuff and gardening, which is obviously going to make me money back. I went ahead and bought that on my Chase card that I had opened just to exploit for an introductory offer, and I also got 10% back on that. So that's nice, in addition to all that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm talking about. So this has been your Clark Howard advice. Just plan things out. If you're buying things, make sure that you are going to be saving money in buying them. That's what I'm trying to say. My goal is to get my daily expenses basically down to zero. I mean, my week, I don't have any daily expenses, but monthly expenses, we'll say that. That's my goal. And I'm actually getting there. I'm actually getting, like at this point in time, in addition, even stuff like food, like things, meat, I don't have, I have no way of growing meat. I don't have animals out here. But I still do like buy meat extremely tactically. Like I will freeze stuff. If there's a meat sale where things are just a little cheaper than usual, or significantly cheaper than usual, I will buy up for like 6 months. I will keep my entire freezer stocked. I think I'm gonna buy some chicken breasts soon. But other than that, I have not bought meat in like 2 months. just because I have so much of it in my freezer that I've just been defrosting. Defrosting things can be a big pain, but yeah, it's definitely worth it still. So anyway, there's my advice. Don't take this autistic thing that people do where they say, oh, well, I want to be anti-consumeristic, so I'm just not going to buy things, or I'm just not going to think about how I'm going to buy things, or I'm not going to optimize things, I'm not going to have credit cards, I'm not going to do any of this stuff. No, all of the stuff that is there to exploit stupid people can be exploited by people who know what they're doing. Okay, that's my message. All right, see you next time.
A brave and beautiful trans woman has taken gold in the female competition, winning in every single event by wide margins.
Welcome back to the comments section. I'm Brett Cooper. So obviously, guys, with everything happening in the world on a daily basis, all the noise, all the chaos, all the tyrants, we cover a lot of negative things on this show. But today, we're going to be talking about something positive that I've been seeing on TikTok, and it is called HopeCore. And these types of videos have been around for a while, but it seems like now they are even more prevalent, and I think that is an incredibly good thing. And we're going to talk about that today. Before we do, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. Okay, so as I have been scrolling on TikTok recently, as I do, you know, a public service trying to find content for you guys, I have seen just an influx in motivational compilation videos that are really, really positive and uplifting. And no, I do not mean the Andrew Tate fanboy edits, even though those circulate as well. This is just like a totally different genre of motivational uplifting videos. These are just people giving good life advice with some empowering, you know, rousing music behind it, and they are blowing up. Seriously blowing up. Let's just watch one of these.
One day or day one?
One day or day one. One day or day one.
You can't wait for everything to be perfect
I love that Theo is in here.
to start living your life.
Everything takes time. Everything. Reassess, reboot, get better, figure out another way, find another way through. It's just little challenges.
I went through every emotion. I went through every emotion with trying to pursue what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And I think that what gonna separate whoever's gonna try to go for something is that you ain't gonna quit. Unless, you know, you're gonna really take the stance if I'm gonna die behind what I'm getting at right now.
You're still alive. So therefore, God is not done with you.
ShowFlow Rundown is a pro-grade agenda builder used for planning and executing live and virtual events, game scripts, internal meetings, and more. With real-time collaboration, you and your team can build and make edits to your cloud-based rundown on.
I love that there's just random animal videos at the end of these. Those are the ones that make me cry. Listen, I don't even know if I'm the target audience for these videos, and they make me tear up, seriously. Like, just starting off with the one day or day one, and then Joe Rogan's little bit that he said in there, you know, about getting back up and resilience. Oh, it's all so good. It's all so good. And so many people need to hear it, like with how much insane stuff is going on in the world right now, especially in our country, in America, where the economy is absolutely shit, and young Americans feel so lost, and they feel like their future is just being ripped away from them because they can't afford to just buy groceries and live off of one salary. They feel like they're never going to be able to buy a house. The election is just looming and is insane. We have geopolitical issues across the world that are impacting us and impacting our dollars. There's so much noise, like I said at the beginning. And these videos, I think, are breaking through all of that. Like, there's no political meaning, there's no alternative woke underlying in any of these videos. They're just pure. And they are reaching so many people. Here's another one. It also starts with Theo Von. I love that he's in so many of these, and it just warms my heart because I love him. Anyway, watch this one too.
Man, you can't wait for everything to be perfect to start living your life.
What am I doing with my life?
I love this one.
I'm alive! I'm alive! Free yourself!
Say you could snap your fingers and be wherever you wanted to be. I bet you'd still feel this way. Not in the right place. Point is, you can't get so hung up on where you'd rather be that you forget how to make the most of where you are. What are you telling me? Take a break from worrying about what you can't control.
So good.
Live a little.
I'm always waiting for everything to be perfect before I live my life. As soon as these things line up, I'm gonna live my life. It's not all gonna, I'm never gonna get to that where everything's okay, where everything looks a certain way. And in the meantime, I'm burning the best time I do have available.
And another reason why I love these videos is because they pop up in the midst of all of the other crap that we see on social media. You know, all the comparisons of other people, what are other people doing, what are people buying, all the overconsumption that is just dominating TikTok right now, which is just a huge thing, and I want to do a whole episode about that, but really just all of the comparisons of everybody else's lives. I love that so many of the messages in these videos are, you can only control some things. And it's one thing that I live by and that I say all the time, but you can only control your response to the things happening around you and happening in the world. So make the most of that. Like, some of these videos are saying, you know, go out, live a little, do crazy things, but they're also saying, like, the grass is greener where you water it. You do have control over a lot of things in your life, and you should, you know, take that opportunity to make it better. I just think they're so fantastic. And even though I'm a girl who likes these videos, for the most part, they are targeted and consumed by men, which is something that kind of surprised me when I looked at the comment section, but it was all guys responding to this. And the guys are eating it up on social media. And I can say this from experience because I sent a couple of these videos to my team, which is very male dominant. I was like, what do you guys think about this? Have you seen these before? Should I do an episode about this? And immediately I started getting messages from my male producers being like, oh my God, I'm so pumped up. Oh my God, one day or day one, it's like, it's really hitting different right now. Like, they love it. And they're not alone in that. Read these comments. I'm so hyped up. Thank you all for your help to cheer me up. I'm so thankful for that. Another guy said, been telling myself that I don't need to be weight to be happy, but putting in that effort is tough. Gotta be better. Stay up, kings. The motivation that is happening in these comment sections is amazing. I mean, they're so positive. There's no division, no debating, no politics. It's just dudes being dudes, hyping each other up, and we love to see it. I mean, like I said earlier, these motivational type videos have been around for ages. This is nothing new. I think since the beginning of social media, this has been like a genre of videos. I remember scrolling on Facebook back in, 2016, probably the last time I used Facebook on a regular basis, other than for Facebook Marketplace, which you guys know I love. But I remember watching like the emotional edits of famous, graduation speeches and that sort of thing. But these specific videos have a new name. They're kind of designed just for TikTok, and I started to see it pop up in the comment section. I didn't know that it had a name. But one guy said, Hopecore chills hit different. So obviously, had to go to Urban Dictionary, and they said it's a genre of videos that invoke a feeling of hope, glee, wholesomeness, and most happy emotions. They can range to nostalgic clips, beautiful scenery, and usually have an audio of sliced together videos and songs. You can use it in a sentence. Man, the only thing keeping me alive right now is my mom and Hopecore videos. I'm telling you. It's reaching the men. The men are being impacted by the Hopecore videos on TikTok. And like I said, it might not even be a new trend, but I didn't know that this was an actual thing with a name, with a label, until I started looking into it. And guys, it's just so positive. Like, the joy that these videos bring is comparable to the joy I feel when I use Stamps.com. Guys, the holiday rush is here, and that means more mailing and shipping for your family and your business. But it doesn't have to mean more stress. Stamps.com has been helping businesses like yours save time and money for 25 years, and it can help you get ready for the holiday ramp up. Focus on your business and your family, and rest easy knowing that Stamps.com has all of your postage needs covered with premium discounts and great rates. Stamps.com is a one-stop shop for all of your shipping and mailing needs. All you need is a computer and a printer, and you can print out your own postage right from your home or office within minutes. Stamps.com has huge carrier discounts with up to 84% off USPS and UPS rates, and they will automatically tell you your cheapest and fastest shipping options. If you need a package pickup, you can easily schedule it through Stamps.com's dashboard. No lines, no traffic, no waiting. I know none of us like trying to ship out presents or ship out products during the holiday season because those lines are insane. Again, I'm telling you, no stress, just joy with Stamps.com. And here at Daily Wire, you guys know we do not mess around. We do not waste time with anything. We have been using Stamps.com since 2017. They keep us running without a hitch. They boost our efficiency, and our office mom, Taylor, our office coordinator, would not be able to send out so many letters and products to our members without Stamps.com. We truly rely on them. So get your business ready for the holiday rush and get started with Stamps.com today. Sign up at Stamps.com/Cooper for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a free digital scale to get you started. No long-term commitments or contracts, but I know you're gonna love it. Again, that is Stamps.com/Cooper. Anyway, back to Hopecore, which, you know, makes me as happy as Stamps.com. But I think that there is a bigger discussion to be had in seeing how all of the guys in the comments are reacting so positively to these videos, because it's seriously like they are starved for this kind of content and this kind of empowerment. Shocking. Like, no, I don't think that anybody was watching this video is guessing why this is positive for men. We have talked about it a lot, but there are so many issues concerning men that are not getting addressed in our society. Modern feminism lies to us and convinces us that men are the problem and that women are oppressed by them, when in fact, women are now on top and are succeeding by every single margin. They are advancing faster than men. Women now have more degrees than men. We're making, you know, the same amount of money, if not more than men. Our mental health is better than men. And then we turn around and we see that men are getting left behind. And they're literally having doors slammed shut in their faces. When I said that, the thing I imagined was a man applying for a job, really wanting a job, being super qualified, maybe more qualified than any of the other applicants, but then getting pushed aside for a female applicant just so the company can say, oh yes, we hired a woman. Like, that is what is happening to men on a daily basis. All while being told that the things that naturally make them men are wrong and backwards and toxic and bigoted. Like, no wonder men are struggling. And because of all of this, they are becoming increasingly isolated. Here's a headline about that. Male loneliness, the ticking time bomb that is killing men. It's been described as a silent epidemic. The number of lonely men in the UK and US is on the rise, and so are male suicides. Feminists love to ignore this. They love to ignore all of these statistics, but men are more suicidal. Men are struggling. Men are more often homeless. Men lack meaningful friendships, as another article says here. According to a recent YouGov poll in the UK, almost 1 in 5 men owned up to not having a single close friend. Furthermore, 1 in 3, 32%, stated that they didn't have a best friend. For women, these figures were lower at 12 and 24% respectively, suggesting that on average, men in the UK are leading more solitary lives compared to women. So obviously, no surprise here that this type of content, that Hopecore, is making an impact on men's days as they're scrolling through social media, especially considering that social media is the younger generation's social landscape. Like, this is where they are going for community and support and comfort, and I'm so glad that they are finding this kind of content instead of the other garbage that they could be consuming. And we can see with this Hopecore trend that men are connecting to it because they need a tribe and they need positive reinforcements in our society. These videos are not pointing the finger at anybody or whining about the world around them. It is just straight positivity and motivation, and that is so good. And the proof is not only in the studies that we mentioned, but it is also in the sheer size of the reach of these videos. Here's a couple screenshots. Like this one has 12.7 million views, 3.2 million likes. It is so common to see these types of numbers on these Hope Corps videos, which is just wild. That is not normal on TikTok. Like millions and millions and millions of men are connecting with this. And the comment sections are positive, just pure gratitude and appreciation. Guys commenting to other guys saying, hey man, you've got this, I'm supporting you. It's amazing. One guy said, always remember things get worse before they get better. They're offering support to each other. Another one said, I remember one time I was going through a lot and was thinking about just ending things, but then one night my TikTok feed was just filled with these types of videos, like one after the other. Silly as it was, I took it as a sign that maybe things would get better, and they did after a while. Somebody else said, I didn't know that Hope Corps TikTok existed. I'm so happy that I saw this. And I love that men are expressing all of this, that they feel safe enough and comfortable enough in this community that is being built by Hope Corps, as ridiculous as it sounds, that they feel comfortable enough to comment these types of things. And it reminds me of when Chris Williamson was on the show to talk to me. By the way, he is on tour right now. He has sold out shows. It looks amazing. If you have the chance to go see him, you absolutely should. If not, just watch his podcast because he's brilliant. But anyway, Chris talked about the importance of men finding community, and that he felt like that was one of the biggest solutions for this man crisis that we're seeing in society. And I know that it is so hard. Like, that is an easy thing to say, but it is a very, very difficult thing to do, especially in our digital landscape. It takes getting out of your comfort zone. I've been there, I know. But you need to find people who are going to encourage you and set goals with you and just be men with you and push you to be better. And these videos and these comment sections aren't exactly that, but it is a step in the right direction for so many men, and that is such a good thing. So I am officially Hope Corps' #1 fan. Thank you for watching the comment section. If you want to see more videos just like this, make sure to subscribe to this channel, turn on your notifications, like this video, and of course, if you want even more content, you can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at I'm Brett Cooper. See you next time.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5. Even adventures? Adventures, fantasy, anything. Okay, new plan.
What's going on with the political divide in America? Find out in the ebook Dueling Populisms by renowned historian and Hoover Institution Senior Fellow, Victor Davis Hanson. Click here to receive your free copy of Dueling Populisms now. Just fill out the simple form at this link, and we'll send you the ebook right away. Join Hanson as he teaches you about the history of populism, going back to ancient Rome through today's political climate, and explains what lies ahead for America as we revive these ancient tensions in our culture. Click here to download your free copy of Dueling Populisms now.
Pretty much universally, social science suggests that many of the institutions that we hold dear, that shape us, that provide us social support, a huge amount of this used to happen anyway inside of these traditional religious structures, and there really has been nothing to replace it.
We're talking about what the self is here. I mean, atheists believe in the self. Everybody believes in the self.
Well, no, that's not, I mean, that I find difficult to believe. Why would an atheist believe in the self? The self is a series of non-deciding mechanisms.
This show does seem to have an extraordinary capacity for putting me face to face with people that I've been talking smack about online, so thanks again.
The arguments against God are fairly compelling, and I think the arguments against atheism are fairly compelling. And I think that the difference is that most people who believe in God have expressed doubts, and a lot of people who are atheists tend to be more religious in this way than many of the people who are God believers.
If people listening agree with me that free will in fact doesn't exist, and simultaneously agree with you that free will is somehow necessary for the upkeep of civilization, then I would simply ask them to consider who's relying on the delusion here.
If you want more from today's conversation, register now and you'll have a chance to win a free ebook. And tell us who persuaded you in our survey with today's show. Welcome to The Big Conversation, part of Premier Unbelievable's roster of shows brought to you in partnership with the Templeton Foundation. I am your host, Andy Kind. Today we are talking about a very interesting topic. The question is religion good or bad for society? And I've been joined by two very dapper chaps. Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor, who most of you maybe, will be completely aware of. We're going to have a very substantive conversation. I'm going to introduce them first. I'm going to give a little summary on who they are, and stop me if you've heard this before. So Ben Shapiro is a prominent American conservative political commentator and columnist. Okay so far?
So far, so good.
A graduate in political science from UCLA and the Harvard Law School, Ben has authored over a dozen books, including the #1 New York Times bestseller, The Right Side of History: How Reason and Moral Purpose Made the West Great. He is co-founder and editor emeritus of The Daily Wire and host of the aptly titled Ben Shapiro Show, which in 2021 was ranked in the top 10 most listened to Apple podcasts. He also has a YouTube channel with over 6 million subscribers. Kudos to you, sir. Joining Ben today is Alex O'Connor. Alex O'Connor is a YouTuber and host of the Within Reason podcast, a philosophy platform designed to present philosophical discussions in an accessible format. A graduate of philosophy and theology from St John's College, Oxford University, he is also an international public speaker and debater, having defended his philosophical convictions against a wide range of experts across multiple continents, and whose online video material has been viewed more than 70 million times. Is that true?
It might be more now, actually, depending on
more
whenever
than 70 million times.
that was written.
Yeah, that's great. Well, it's great to have you both. Thank you both for taking the time. And for both of you, I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller. So hopefully we're going to have a lot of good stuff to say. We're talking about religion and society and how they interconnect. And we want to know, really, and I'd like to get this settled once and for all at the end of this conversation so nobody else ever has to discuss it if we can. Is religion good for society? Can a society hold together if there are no underlying beliefs that everybody shares? And we're going to be exploring what both of you believe are the most important principles undergirding any civilization. What are the foundations of morality and ethics based on? So without further ado, let's start. I'm not going to go into backstory too much because most people will be aware of who you are. There'll be a lot of fanboys and girls out there watching. But let's talk about something that, Ben, you have spoken on, and Alex, you have responded to, this idea of the atheist delusion. Ben, could you sort of concisely, if you can, talk about what you mean by the atheist delusion?
Sure. So I should start off by saying I don't actually think that it's possible to prove the existence of God. I'm also not a believer that you can disprove the existence of God. I don't think that logical argumentation is going to get you there one way or another, and so I'm not going to try and do that with Alex today, because I think that if people would have been able to provide dispositive proofs, then people would believe them. And if people were able to provide dispositive proofs that God does not exist, then people would be more apt to believe those as well. What I think is an atheist delusion is that it is possible to live ideologically purely in a way that does not rely on fundamental faith principles. When I say faith principles, I'm not going to make the claim that those faith principles are direct from Sinai or that those faith principles require the New Testament, for example. I'm going to make the claim that there are a bunch of principles upon which we base ourselves that are external to what we know about nature and evolutionary biology, and that many of the things that Alex does in his daily life, for example, are going to be things that rely on principles that are external to a philosophy that would assume a lack of the supernatural, a lack of the extra natural. So some of those principles, for example, are free will. So every day we get up, we believe, virtually all of us, whether we say we believe it or not, we actually act in ways that betray the idea that we believe that we have control over our own actions, at least to a certain extent, and that control makes a difference in the world. And that's what gives us purpose. It's what allows us to wake up in the morning and make the decision to do what we believe is right or what we believe is wrong. That the principles of right and wrong are external to evolutionary biology. So both of these principles that I've mentioned already, free will, right and wrong, these come from a language that is external to the Darwinian language of evolutionary biology. If you're talking about free will, there is nothing in nature that suggests the ability to make a decision free of environment and genetics in combination in some sort. The same thing is true of right and wrong, the idea that there is a right and there is a moral wrong that we can reason our way to. Another principle that I think that you're obviously very big on, it's something that you rely on all the time, your entire podcast is based on the idea of reason. These ideas do not exist in the context of a purely materialist atheist universe. Now, I'm not going to make the claim that I can prove that it's God who's behind those things, because one of the principles of faith belief is that I don't understand God. So for people who don't believe in God, that's an easy way out, right? That's an easy way out for people like me, because I say, well, I don't have to explain the relationship between God and free will, because frankly, I don't fully understand God. But that's not really that's not really an open window. That's just part of pretty much all faith systems, is that if my mind were the mind of God, then I would either be God or God would not exist, one of the two things. So the idea that reason makes a difference in our lives, that we can reason our way to propositions, and that's more than just saying a few magic words and that's setting off a few neurons in somebody else's brain in a naturalistic way, that there actually is principles of truth, another concept that comes from the extra-natural world, that these principles exist. So far I've mentioned free will, good, right and wrong, reason, and truth, right? All things that we consider extremely key in our daily lives, and that Alex considers key in what he does. It's, I assume, why you get up every morning, or at least why you feel you get up every morning. You know, what gets you up to do your podcast? It's because you want to say things that you believe are reasonable, are going to convince people to act in a better way, or I assume not a worse way, that get people to change their lives in some way, in a self-motivated. Fashion that's not merely of God. I don't think that logical argumentation is going to get you there one way or another, and so I'm not going to try and do that with Alex today, because I think that if people would have been able to provide dispositive proofs, then people would believe them, and if people were able to provide dispositive proofs that God does not exist, then people would be more apt to believe those as well. What I think is an atheist delusion is that it is possible to live ideologically purely in a way that does not rely on fundamental faith principles. When I say faith principles, I'm not going to make the claim that those faith principles are direct from Sinai, or that those faith principles require the New Testament, for example. I'm going to make the claim that there are a bunch of principles upon which we base ourselves that are external to what we know about nature and evolutionary biology, and that many of the things that Alex does in his daily life, for example, are going to be things that rely on principles that are external to a philosophy that would assume a lack of the supernatural, a lack of the extra-natural. So some of those principles, for example, are free will. So every day we get up, we believe, virtually all of us, whether we say we believe it or not, we actually act in ways that betray the idea that we believe that we have control over our own actions, at least to a certain extent, and that control makes a difference in the world. And that's what gives us purpose. It's what allows us to wake up in the morning and make the decision to do what we believe is right or what we believe is wrong. That the principles of right and wrong are external to evolutionary biology. So both of these principles that I've mentioned already, free will, right and wrong, these come from a language that is external to the Darwinian language of evolutionary biology. If you're talking about free will, there is nothing in nature that suggests the ability to make a decision free of environment and genetics in combination in some sort. The same thing is true of right and wrong, the idea that there is a right and there is a moral wrong that we can reason our way to. Another principle that I think that you're obviously very big on, it's something that you rely on all the time, your entire podcast is based on the idea of reason. These ideas do not exist in the context of a purely materialist atheist universe. Now, I'm not going to make the claim that I can prove that it's God who's behind those things, because one of the principles of faith belief is that I don't understand God. So for people who don't believe in God, that's an easy way out, right? That's an easy way out for people like me, because I say, well, I don't have to explain the relationship between God and free will, because frankly, I don't fully understand God. But that's not really that's not really an open window. That's just part of pretty much all faith systems, is that if my mind were the mind of God, then I would either be God or God would not exist, one of the two things. So the idea that reason makes a difference in our lives, that we can reason our way to propositions, and that's more than just saying a few magic words and that's setting off a few neurons in somebody else's brain in a naturalistic way, that there actually is principles of truth, another concept that comes from the extra-natural world, that these principles exist. So far I've mentioned free will, good, right and wrong, reason, and truth, right? All things that we consider extremely key in our daily lives, and that Alex considers key in what he does. It's, I assume, why you get up every morning, or at least why you feel you get up every morning. You know, what gets you up to do your podcast, it's because you want to say things that you believe are reasonable, are going to convince people to act in a better way, or I assume not a worse way, that get people to change their lives in some way in a self-motivated fashion that's not merely in a sort of Pavlovian response to circumstance and environment. So if I were going to talk about the atheist delusion, that's what I would suggest is the delusion, that an atheist can use terminology that is drawn from a world that is external to atheism for itself. And again, that's not an argument for God even. That's just an argument against atheism. Again, I think the arguments against God are fairly compelling, and I think the arguments against atheism are fairly compelling. This is one of the things that I've said to Sam Harris. And I think that the difference is that most people who believe in God have expressed doubts, and a lot of people who are atheists tend to be more religious in this way than many of the people who are God believers.
Well, something's certain. We don't do cold opens or soft starts here on the big conversation. Alex.
Well, I am glad to begin on a point of agreement with you, Ben, that yes, if there is no God, there is no free will, but I think that's because of the truth of the latter of those statements. That I suppose the biggest criticism that I made of you in a video response that I made to the atheist delusion, and this show does seem to have an extraordinary capacity for putting me face to face with people that I've been talking smack about online. So thanks again.
By the way, I should say it's a great video, and everybody should watch it if they haven't.
Well, I'm going to put that in the description. I think that glowing endorsement. The principal disagreement that I think I had with you, Ben, is that there was a subtle or not so subtle implication, in my view, that yes, with no God, there's no free will, but somehow having God can solve this problem. I mean, you said a moment ago that you don't think you can establish God's existence through reason alone, but assuming that you do believe in the existence of free will, you think it's a real thing that you have.
Yes.
And simultaneously saying that if there is no God, then free will makes no sense.
Yes.
That does read to me like an argument for God's existence, such that in order to either say that there is free will, in order to say that there is free will, one must believe in God. And that does strike me as an argument for God's existence.
I mean, to slightly curve that, or to kind of sand off the rough edges there, I would say that the argument I made is an argument for something extra natural.
Sure.
Now, you can call that God or not God, but the thing that I'm making the argument for is that you cannot get from a materialist Darwinist universe to free will. That is not possible. So I know that the way you solve that is that you say that there is no free will.
That's right.
And what I'm saying to you is you don't act that way.
I hear this all the time. People say, look, you may say there's no free will, but you don't act as though that's the case. I suppose that I'm just confused as to what it would look like for somebody to act as if they believe there was no free will. I mean, the very argument that there is no free will that I subscribe to, at least one of the various forms that it takes, is a sort of Schopenhauerian view that you can do as you will, you just can't will what you will, and that you are essentially just a biological machine reacting to its internal and evolutionary drives. That's what's happening. Now, call that nihilistic if you like, that's a separate question, but as to the question of how this would make one act, the idea that this might cause us to sort of lay around in bed all day or something, the very mechanism that I think is responsible for eliminating the possibility of free will, that is, the drives that make people do what they do, like I say, do exactly that. Make people do what they do. They make them get out of bed in the morning. Why do you get out of bed and go and make your breakfast if there's no free will? So you go and get breakfast because there's no free will and something is driving you to do that that's outside of your control.
For sure. So to get back to the nihilism point, we should kind of put aside. So that means that this conversation is essentially worthless in any sort of real sense. I mean, effectively, we were driven here by evolutionary biology and environment to have this conversation. Everybody who's watching this is driven by evolutionary biology and environment to have a particular reaction to that thing, and ever round the cycle goes. That seems like a very purposeless life. Maybe again, I'm drawing from a realm that is not evolutionarily biologically connected. The word purpose is really, teleology obviously has been taken out of the realm of science pretty thoroughly by atheists and by many people in the sciences, although I would argue that, again, most scientists speak in the realm of teleology literally all the time, and they're borrowing language from the language of teleology, even when they're describing functions of particular body parts, right? The heart pumps blood in order to keep you alive, right? They're constantly using language that's teleological in nature. The real question that I have, and this is what goes to the question that you were asking at the beginning, before the sort of pre-question question, which was the good of religion to society. One of those goods is people believing that their free will matters and this actually is a useful thing. So I believe that it is deeply important for people in society to believe that they have the capacity to change themselves and to make different decisions than what biology would drive them to do. So you say, well, it's biology that drives you to get out of bed in the morning, which is almost Calvinist in sort of the way that it's described, right? It's like you're predestined to get out of bed in the morning, so thus you get out of bed in the morning. But the reality is that we are constantly making decisions as though those decisions make a difference in the universe. And what social science actually does tend to show is that when people believe that they have control over their own actions, that when they believe that they're capable of changing the way that they live, they do make those changes with more alacrity and in better directions than if they don't believe that. If people tend to believe in a deterministic universe, they do act worse. So it may work. This is going to be sort of Straussian in its implications, but that may work for you. You're a very high IQ individual who can somehow reconcile the idea of living a very purposeful life with the idea that actually there's no purpose to anything. But for the vast majority of people, that is not actually how they live. And I would suggest that even in your daily life, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, man, my biology is driving me this morning to get on the bike, have a great day, the sun is shining, that's my biology doing this. And I don't think that most people who live purposeful lives, even if they believe that everything they're doing is predetermined by the world around them, by their own biology, I don't believe they actually feel that. They have to engage in what they themselves would term an illusion in order to feel a sense of purpose and meaning in their lives.
Of course, but that's what the evolutionary process, in my view, in my worldview, I should say, has done so well, is provide precisely that illusion. I mean, it's not as that, I mean, you say, look, you don't get out of bed in the morning thinking, gosh, you know, look at my biological
My neurons are
drive.
firing, yeah.
Of course not, because if I did, then the whole evolutionary purpose that this illusion serves would fall away. I mean, you say that this is a fairly purposeless line. Life and perhaps you know, the implication is that it's a bit of a depressing one. I didn't come here to inspire optimism in people. I just think it is in fact the case.
By the way.
It is in fact the case that free will doesn't exist, and we may feel very nihilistic towards that, but as a wise man once said, facts don't care about your feelings. And I will say that the argument against free will, in my view, is based upon something broader than just scientific analysis or empirical research. Rather, we can build an argument, I think, from a law of logic, the proposition that P must either be true or false, and it can't be both, it can't be neither. It has to be one or the other. Now, this law of the excluded middle, one of the foundational precepts of philosophy, we can simply ask a question of any kind of mental activity, and this will be regardless of whether it's material or immaterial. That's what makes this a crucial argument, and an important one, a pertinent one, is that you can ask of that mental activity, is it determined or is it not? That is it determined by anything else, or is it completely undetermined by anything? If it's undetermined by anything, then it's random, and you're by definition not in control of that which is random. If it's determined by something, then it's either determined by something further inside your mind, or inside your brain, or indeed inside your soul, or it's determined by something external to your brain. If it's determined by something external to yourself, I should say yourself rather than your brain here to rid this conversation of any implicit materialism, exterior to yourself, if that's what's determining the action, then clearly you're not in ultimate control of that action. If it's something inside of yourself somewhere, then all you do is push the problem back and you ask the question again, is that thing determined or is it indeterminate? So indeterminate, it's random. Determined, you keep going back until you either terminate in something outside of the self, something, or I suppose something undetermined and therefore therefore random, either of which you are completely out of control in. If you say that it terminates in something like a soul, people like to do this. They say, well, look, with a religious philosophy, we have the benefit of introducing a soul. That doesn't solve anything. Because you still need to, it's not a matter of having to explain the mechanism by which the soul brings about actions. That may well be a mystery. But if it is the case that whatever it is that's doing that is either determined or it's not, and that if it's not, it's random and therefore out of your control, and that if it is, it ultimately terminates in something outside of yourself or something random, and both of which are out of your control, free will cannot exist.
Well,
and so I would be careful.
That argument does rely on the complete deconstruction of the self. Right? I mean, you're using the term self in this argument in, I think, a couple of different ways. You're saying something outside yourself, but then you're breaking down the self into a bunch of separate components as though the self is a computer. Right? As though if you took the self and you broke it down into a machine, and there's like the microchip, and you've got the processor, you've got all these different parts of it. So it has to be coming from here, or it has to be coming from here. But I think the very idea that we have of ourselves as selves is as a deciding being. And so the attempt to carve that down into, so which parts of the deciding being, that is an avoidance strategy. So I don't think that the argument quite holds.
Well, if we can call the self just a
deciding
being,
Call it a deciding being.
then that sort of fundamental assumption that we make about the nature of the self, I don't think is going to be incompatible with atheism.
How so?
Because we're talking about what the self is here. I mean, atheists believe in the self. Everybody believes in the self.
Well, no, that's not. I mean, that I find difficult to believe. Why would an atheist believe in the self? The self is a series of non-deciding mechanisms, as you've described. I see that your view of the self is an atheist view of the self, a meatball wandering through space, as I've put it somewhat colorfully. The sort of Spinoza idea that you're a stone that's been thrown, and you can comprehend that you've been thrown, but you're a stone that's been thrown, and that's just the way that it is. Why would there be in atheist philosophy such a thing as a deciding self? The deciding self, the deciding being, is external to the idea of an evolutionary cause, because the very word deciding suggests uncaused decision making, and you've just excluded it through your own philosophy.
Uncaused decision making, I suppose, is a concept that I think is unintelligible, and therefore, if there is an unintelligibility of the self on atheism, I suppose the thrust of the criticism that I made to essentially every point you made in that video, except for the argument from Motion, is that what you're saying to me, if it applies to atheism, I think simultaneously applies to theism as well.
How so?
An uncaused decision. I mean, what is the process by which a decision is made?
But now you're falling into the same sort of argument that I excluded at the beginning, which was I said that the beauty of religion is that there's a bunch of stuff I don't understand. So I can't explain to you how the uncaused self makes decisions.
Well, then I can't explain to you how the uncaused self exists on an atheistic
But you have a
framework.
burden and I don't. Meaning that
I don't think that's the case.
You do, though. I mean, the simple fact is that you are the one who's claiming that a reasonable materialist universe is the cause of all. And so if that's the case, you do have to explain the mechanism in a way that I certainly do not. My entire philosophy rests on the positing of an entire realm of things I don't understand in terms of their interaction with the world. Now, as I said at the very beginning, that leaves me a giant escape hatch. I'm not going to pretend that that's not a giant escape hatch. It acts in practice as a giant escape hatch. It also tends to act as a fundamental principle of faith, right? Again, in every moral realm, right? When we get to the problem of good and evil, right? One of the big questions is, well, how can God allow evil to take place in the world? And the fundamental religious answer, as it has been for thousands of years, is my mind is not God's, which is a giant escape hatch. It also happens to be true from a religious point of view.
So if I may, that there are two sort of escape hatches here. There are two appeals to mystery going on here. And it seems to me that what you're saying is something along the lines of my simple appeal to mystery here is disallowed in the way that you're allowed to appeal to this mystery because I'm the one making the claim. I think that
not because I'm the one making the claim, but because
I'm the one with the burden.
In
the context of this discussion,
sorry, I'm missing the who's the you and the who's the I in
yes.
a sense. But yes,
I see what you mean. I'm speaking for myself there.
Sorry.
If in the context of this discussion, this began the subject which I think is the first one you bring up in this video, free will. Here's this thing that I think exists, and on the basis of its existence, think entails the existence of a God, or at least points to the existence of a God. I shouldn't say entail. And then when I say that I don't think that the concept of free will is intelligible, and you say, well, how is it intelligible on atheism? And I say, I'm not sure it is, but it's not on theism either. And you say, well, there's my escape hatch. I can appeal to mystery. I don't think the burden is on me there. I think you were the one who's making the claim that free will does exist, that there is this mysterious property of the universe
actually, that's not
escapes
true.
this determined or indetermined dichotomy. And then when I say that this is unintelligible to me, and based on what I see to be fundamentally appeal to a law of logic, suddenly I'm the one making the claim. I'm the one with the burden who has to do the proving.
No,
I
the
don't see it
actual
that way.
claim that I originally made, if you recall, was a conditional claim.
Mhm.
I did not claim free will exists, therefore God. I claimed if you believe free will exists, it cannot exist in a materialist universe. Now, you say, okay, fine, it doesn't exist in a materialist universe. I don't believe in free will.
Yes.
That's fine. That's totally plausible. As I said right at the top here,
Mhm.
I'm not going to prove to you that God exists today. What I am going to say is that the vast majority of people throughout nearly all of human history have believed there is a thing called a self. It is a deciding self that makes these decisions. If you are a person who believes that, you're right. It can't exist in your world. So I'm not saying that it does exist. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're totally right, and all of this is just a series of chemical firings. That's quite plausible. That's fine. What I have said, and this is the argument that hasn't yet been rebutted, is that society does require an extraordinary number of people to believe that they are capable of making decisions for the good or for the bad. Because, again, not everybody is you. Not everybody is capable of waking up in the morning, putting one half of their brain on hold, the side that says, what I'm doing today doesn't matter, and we are all going to wind up in the cosmic nothingness of space anyway, and the sun's going to explode and eat the Earth. Most people don't function that way. And so a functional society, a society that actually works, relies on people actually believing that their fate is in their hands. And the way that people tend to understand that on a day-to-day level is, I get up in the morning and I make a decision whether I'm taking my kids to school today. I get up in the morning and I decide whether I'm giving charity today. I get up in the morning and I decide whether to go to a job today. Because the truth is that for a huge number of people, and I would say this is true for not virtually all, many, I would say the majority of people, if they were informed since the time they were small that their decision-making process does not exist, there is no decision to be made. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Those decisions have no moral weight in the universe because the universe has no moral weight. There is no way to create a functional society on the basis of these premises. There may be a Platonic world where philosophers can think about this in the gardens of their imagination and feel great about it, but that's not actually how society functions, not for children, not for teenagers, not for adults.
And we're going to go on and talk about that in the second section. I had free will to ask any of the questions I've had written down here, but I just didn't want to. I didn't want to stop either of you. It's been breathless and captivating. I'm sure you'll agree. Before we go to our first break, we are going to go on and talk about society and how morality undergirds society and civilization.
May I just say, I know we're coming to the end of the section. Just to close off this moment, that if people listening agree with me that free will in fact doesn't exist, and simultaneously agree with you that free will is somehow necessary for the upkeep of civilization, then I would simply ask them to consider who's relying on the delusion here. You know.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that as an insult, but you see what I'm saying, right?
I totally agree. And so from my argument, you would be, and from your argument, I would be. Yeah. Meaning, I think that you are delusional, there's no free will, and you think I'm delusional in the sense that there is no free will, and yet I believe in it.
Yeah.
Something like that,
yes.
yeah.
So for you, Alex, just before we go to the break then, because we're trying to break it down, we've got two insane minds here, really kind of grappling, and I feel as though I've won a prize in a competition just to be here sitting with you both. To break it down for the viewers, Alex, would you say that free will is maybe, if there is no such thing as free will, is it nevertheless a helpful fiction for people, a convenient narrative that we can cling to sort of bat away despair?
Precisely why it evolved, in my view. I think I totally understand that, but because it evolved so strongly, I will say that we are all, if we are sort of delusory in our belief in free will. I mean, you're quite right in saying that I act as if free will exists in the sense of not constantly being aware that it doesn't. I don't wake up and do those strange morning affirmations that you mentioned into the mirror about, the sort of heat death of the universe. But
maybe you should.
People, I think it is good to reflect on your mortality in that manner every once in a while, and it does inspire some serious thought about whether you're really taking your philosophy seriously. But I will say that the mechanism is so useful and has been so successful in embedding itself into our psyche that we cannot shake it off. So I can I can have conversations with people, as I do regularly, talking about the existence of free will, and they come away saying, you know what, that's extraordinary, maybe you're right about this. And nothing about the way they live their life changes, precisely because of the fact that the very argument I'm making relies on the assumption that we will still be driven by our drives. All I'm doing is identifying what's actually going on there, in my view. It doesn't actually change what happens or what the brain indeed does.
So the utility argument for what you're saying about free will is that the main utility in you saying these things is for people not to believe you in the end.
We are predetermined to go to a break at this point. So we're going to continue this. You're watching and listening to the big conversation from Premier Unbelievable with me, your host, Andy Kind. I've been joined today by Alex O'Connor and Ben Shapiro, and we are having a fascinating conversation about religion and whether it's good or bad for society. There's lots more to come, so we'll be back after this short break.
That's what technology does, is it starts out as something useful, but it usually ends up so altering the human experience that it becomes something that we can't really conceive of living without. I think one of the things that Scripture really calls into question is the goodness of progress. Not to say that progress couldn't be good, but the progress as we get it actually might be far more fallen than we might expect.
I'm a Tri-Lift believer because the lift is in the muscle.
Enjoying the conversation? Tell us who persuaded you in our survey. And if you want more from today's conversation, then register to get early access to the next show. Welcome back to the big conversation from Premiere Unbelievable with me, your host, Andy Kind. Today our topic is religion. Is it good or bad for society? And I've been joined by Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor. And in the first section, we basically solved the problem of free will. That's done. No one need write on that ever again. So congratulations. That's another credit for you.
Yeah, I think on the delusion point, we terminated in something like an "I know you are, but what am I?"
Correct.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And my dad can beat up your dads. So let's move on in this section to talking about another easily solved question, morality and its role in society. So, Alex, we started with Ben in the first section. Let's start with you. What for you makes an outcome good or bad? And feel free to break that down, define things as you want. And how do we determine what is good and acceptable in society?
Here is where I may disappoint you and potentially excite Mrs. Shapiro in that I don't have a good answer.
To get early access to the next show. Welcome back to the big conversation from Premiere Unbelievable with me, your host, Andy Kind. Today our topic is religion. Is it good or bad for society? And I've been joined by Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor. And in the first section, we basically solved the problem of free will. That's done. No one need write on that ever again. So congratulations. That's another credit for you.
Yeah, I think on the delusion point, we terminated in something like an "I know you are, but what am I?"
Correct.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And my dad can beat up your dads. So let's move on in this section to talking about another easily solved question, morality and its role in society. So, Alex, we started with Ben in the first section. Let's start with you. What for you makes an outcome good or bad? And feel free to break that down, define things as you want. And how do we determine what is good and acceptable in society?
Here is where I may disappoint you and potentially excite Mrs. Shapiro in that I don't have a good answer to that question. Okay. In that, obviously, attempts have been made for a long time to ground good outside of God. I must say that similarly to rehash the same theme, I think there are issues with grounding good in God as well. I don't think that removes the problem. I don't quite know what good is, if it indeed exists. I'm quite suspicious of the concept. I think it might be another one of these unfortunately quite nihilistic evolutionary sort of illusions of a sort. I guess I ascribe to emotivism more than anything, which has sort of gone out of fashion in the past decade, but I think still has some truth to it in a sense. It's more of a philosophy of language than it is a philosophy of what good and bad actually is. What I do know, however, is that there are problems, I think, with trying to ground morality in the existence of a God, especially if it's done so on the grounds that it essentially can't be done anywhere else. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the religions of the world are false. I think that they are incorrect. That is, I don't think there really is a supernatural authority. And what that means is that the inventions of religious morality are just those, inventions, and inventions of a human mind. Now, if you have a human morality that recognizes that it is essentially a series of compromises between the history of mankind trying to get along with each other on a planet, then what happens is sometimes these ideas and these philosophies rub up against the real world, and we can adapt them as necessary. Now, there is a deep problem with this, and that is, if I meet a man who wants to kill me, or a friend, and he says that he doesn't believe in God, there's very little I can do to talk him out of that, except I can threaten him with legal sanction, I can threaten him with moral reproach, exclusion from the moral community, but there's not much more I can do. However, if a person says that he wants to kill me, and he believes that he wants to kill me because God has told him to do so, then I don't even have that minimal reproach available to me, because there is no law written by any man of any time that could ever count one iota against the dictates of the creator of the universe. Therefore, if that God in fact does not exist, and if these moralities are in fact human inventions, then what you have in the grounding of an ethical system in the dictates, allegedly, of the creator of the universe is all of the arbitrariness and subjectivity and failure and faults of nihilism and human invented morality, with all of the certainty and all of the faith and all of the unanswerability of the creator of the universe. That to me seems a dangerous cocktail that we drink at our peril.
So many things there, and so much that you're saying is quite brilliant. I actually thought you were going in a different direction with that last example, which I'll explain in a second. So, yeah, to start with the very beginning, obviously the idea of right and wrong. So there are many problems with the motivism. Alistair McIntyre does a good job sort of breaking down the problems with the motivism. But the sort of idea that there have to be certain moral absolutes that are beyond contention, and those moral absolutes have to be universally accepted. You can ground that, I suppose, in a sort of descriptive universe. The problem is that, to go back to your example, which again I think is a really interesting one, if a man comes to kill me, I think the real question of religion versus non-religion in the utility sphere here is it more likely that a man is going to come to kill you being a devotee of a religion that says that he must kill you, or is it more likely that a man is going to kill you out of self-interest because he is not a devotee of a God who says that killing is wrong? So if you are faced with these two alternatives, to kind of remove your example one step, the question is why the man has come to kill you. I mean, that's your premise is the man has come to kill you because God told him to, and so he can't be dissuaded by force. Agreed. We see that full scale in the real world on a fairly regular basis. It is also true that over the course of human history, men have come to kill one another on the basis of self-interest in extraordinary amounts of the time. Tribal self-interest particularly, having no particular relationship with God, just the idea that I want to kill you over territory, I want to kill you over resources, I want to kill you because you're not a member of my immediate kin family, or because you killed a member of my kin family, and so in revenge I need to kill a member of your kin family. The entire, to borrow from your language, the entire sort of evolution of religion on a utility basis would have been to create moral absolutes that are applicable more broadly than to you and your friends. Any morality that can be created on an individual level is inherently dangerous because you can immediately graft that morality onto your personal self-interest. The entire purpose of religion, whether you want to ground that in evolutionary brain functionings or whether you want to ground that in revelation, the entire purpose of religion on a utility level is to remove morality from the purview of my special interest and to say, here are things that I cannot do, even if they are in my interest, because there is a higher power that says I cannot do these things. I think that a society that does not have these moral absolutes is in deep trouble. A society that refuses to say that there are certain absolutes that cannot be crossed under any circumstances that are universally applicable, it reduces things that we all take for granted, like equal justice before the law, like the idea that the law is supposed to equally apply to everybody, whether they're a member of your family or whether they're not. And there are broad cultural differences in these questions. I mean, to pretend that all human societies have equality under law is obviously not true. It's not even remotely true, actually. There's a very good book called The Weirdest People in the World, all about the idea that we in the West have this sort of ethnocentric view of ourselves where we think everybody thinks like people in the West, but the truth is that because we are Western educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic, we have particular views of the world. Those views are drawn from a particularistic tradition. That particularistic tradition is biblical in nature. I mean, it is Judeo-Christian in nature, even if you're just describing European society or American society historically speaking. So the kind of removal of God from the equation, your suggestion is that God makes a person impervious to countervailing responses. And my answer is yes. God does make a person impervious to countervailing responses, including the evils of one's own heart, if you truly believe that God is standing above you, telling you not to do that thing. And again, social science tends to bear this out. People who believe that God is above them tend to give more charity, for example. People who tend to live inside religious communities, within the religious community. And I'm not going to pretend that I think all religions are equivalent in their truth propositions, because I don't. I mean, if I did, I wouldn't be wearing a yarmulke, right? So that's just what it is.
Show Flow Rundown is a pro-grade agenda builder used for planning and executing live and virtual events, game scripts, internal meetings, and more. With real-time collaboration, you and your team can build and make edits to your cloud-based rundown on the fly from any device. When planning, built-in automatic time calculations allow you to schedule your events down to the second without the need for complicated, error-prone formulas. At any time, quickly toggle between your agenda, timers, and teleprompter script to display the information you need. When you're ready to go live, have your crew enable show caller tracking from their device or native iOS app. Their screen will automatically sync with the primary show caller as they track through the rundown, resulting in no more awkward transitions or missed cues. During the show, over-under time is designed to keep things running efficiently and will let you know if you're ahead of or behind schedule. If you're ready to unite your crew, increase efficiency, and experience the difference a dedicated rundown software can make, schedule a demo with a product specialist today.
Hi, I'm Sam Jordan, Director of Humanitarian Action for the International Rescue Committee. Conflict and constraints on humanitarian aid delivery are causing a massive crisis in Gaza, and humanitarian conditions are rapidly deteriorating as people no longer have access to food, fuel, water, or electricity. A refugee camp was recently struck. Hospitals are struggling to cope with the level of injuries and the shortage of supplies, and doctors and nurses are becoming powerless to treat the sick, injured, and wounded as fuel runs out. The IRC is mobilizing an emergency response to support the activities of actors already operating in Gaza. We will focus on areas of greatest need and urgent priorities, including health, medical supplies.
Inside religious communities, a lot of social bonds and a lot of social frameworks are built on the basis of this shared belief system. In other words, diversity itself, self-interest, cannot always check self-interest, and it tends to tear apart societies and communities unless there is an orienting goal. That orienting goal traditionally has been performed by church. It's been traditionally performed by the idea that you are serving God together. And because of that, people build these social bonds, including the institutions of police, for example, to prevent people from killing each other, because we now all agree that killing is wrong, and so we ought to have a third party that we can actually give the power to stop that killing. So again, I think that the question of utility here is one of whether you think that the chief danger is that people are going to believe in a God who tells them to kill in God's name, or whether you think that the chief danger is in man's own heart, and that man is going to be driven by his own self-interest to commit murder and then call it something else.
I think it's all very well and good when this religious tradition is protecting what you think is good. But as we know, it can do the exact opposite, and it can do so with the same force.
Sure.
And I suppose the question we have to ask is whether this is a worthwhile trade-off. That is to say, you know, that there may be some social utility in putting our fundamental ethical assumptions outside of the realm of debate. But when those ethical statements begin to inspire what we would probably consider to be less than socially cohesive behavior, there is nothing you can do, nothing to talk people out of them, precisely because that's where they've placed them. And that seems dangerous to me. And it seems, for example, you know, a lot of people talk about how religion can make people happier, it can make people more socially cohesive, it can promote people to start families and have children. This is true of most religions. This is also true of Islam, which I'm not sure you would want to say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm not sure you'd want to say is a force for good in the world. I don't think, in other words, that it's always a worthwhile trade-off. Now,
I agree with you, by the way.
Just because you mentioned how the sort of culture of Europe and its success and America is indebted to Christianity. I mean, this is of course true in a sense, but there's been a recent revival, it seems. I don't really know quite how it's happened. I think it's got a lot to do with Tom Holland, maybe. That's the historian, not the superhero.
Not Spider-Man.
This idea that
Although
actually...
he's good too. He's a good
Actually,
guy.
the great... I wonder what he would have to say on all of this. That Western civilization sort of depends and should be in gratitude to a religious tradition because it provided this kind of ethical framework in which this could have arisen. We hear about the scientific enlightenment. We hear about, you know, the grounding of ethics and God, the creation of natural rights, as if these things weren't established in resistance all the way along to the religious tradition. A society that today, I'll expand on this if you like, a society today that decides that religion throughout its history has been wrong about the position of women in society, wrong about the mortal fate of practicing homosexuals, wrong about the position of the earth. It seems,
for example, to prevent people from killing each other, because we now all agree that killing is wrong, and so we ought to have a third party that we can actually give the power to stop that killing. So again, I think that the question of utility here is one of whether you think that the chief danger is that people are going to believe in a God who tells them to kill in God's name, or whether you think that the chief danger is in man's own heart, and that man is going to be driven by his own self-interest to commit murder and then call it something else.
I think it's all very well and good when this religious tradition is protecting what you think is good. But as we know, it can do the exact opposite, and it can do so with the same force.
Sure.
And I suppose the question we have to ask is whether this is a worthwhile trade-off. That is to say, that there may be some social utility in putting our fundamental ethical assumptions outside of the realm of debate. But when those ethical statements begin to inspire what we would probably consider to be less than socially cohesive behavior, there is nothing you can do, nothing to talk people out of them, precisely because that's where they've placed them. And that seems dangerous to me. And it seems for example, a lot of people talk about how religion can make people happier, it can make people more socially cohesive, it can promote people to start families and have children. This is true of most religions. This is also true of Islam, which I'm not sure you would want to say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm not sure you'd want to say is a force for good in the world. I don't think, in other words, that it's always a worthwhile trade-off. Now,
I agree with you, by the way.
Just because you mentioned how the sort of culture of Europe and its success and America is indebted to Christianity. I mean, this is of course true in a sense, but there's been a recent revival, it seems. I don't really know quite how it's happened. I think it's got a lot to do with Tom Holland, maybe. That's the historian, not the superhero.
Not Spider-Man.
This idea that
Although
actually...
he's good too. He's a good
Actually,
guy.
the great... I wonder what he would have to say on all of this. That Western civilization sort of depends and should be in gratitude to a religious tradition because it provided this kind of ethical framework in which this could have arisen. We hear about the scientific enlightenment. We hear about the grounding of ethics in God, the creation of natural rights, as if these things weren't established in resistance all the way along to the religious tradition. A society that today, I'll expand on this if you like, a society today that decides that religion throughout its history has been wrong about the position of women in society, wrong about the mortal fate of practicing homosexuals, wrong about the position of the earth in relation to the sun, wrong about the age of both of those celestial bodies, wrong about the common evolutionary ancestry of every animal, including the human animal, on planet Earth, wrong about the ownership of other human beings as private property. Now has to contend with a religious tradition that doesn't come to us with contrition and apology and say, well, maybe we were wrong about these things. But no, these are all our things after all. We're going to claim these things. That is, I know that St. Paul says, I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over a man. Rather, she should remain silent, for Adam was formed first, then Eve. And that man is the glory of God, but woman is the glory of man. But don't you know that the social justice movement is essentially Judeo-Christian in origin? I know that the Old Testament not only explicitly condones the ownership of other human beings as private property, but gives detailed instructions about exactly how to buy and indeed take them, sometimes including as sexual property. But don't you know that the abolitionist movement was essentially Judeo-Christian in origin? Yes, I know that Galileo was shown the instruments of torture by the Inquisition for having the temerity to suggest that the Earth might orbit the Sun rather than the other way around. But don't you know that the scientific revolution, which he authored, was essentially Judeo-Christian in origin? I'd find it funny if it wasn't so offensive to the people who established these very developments against the very religious traditions that now want to claim them as their own.
Okay, so I would buy that, except for the fact that many of the people that you mention in these contexts explicitly counted themselves as religious believers and were speaking in the name of the religion while they were doing it. So to take the abolitionist movement as an example, I mean, William Wilberforce, obviously a tremendously religious person and a big believer in the New Testament. Isaac Newton, obviously deeply ensconced in the New Testament, right? Yeah, certainly important to the scientific revolution. The point about religion, and this is why when I wrote my my book, I have to name the title now and plug myself because that's the way
You
that
got
it
to
works.
wave
the right side
around
of, the right side of
camera.
history. But the reason that I talked about how reason and moral purpose made the West is because I think that one of the fundamental precepts of at least Judeo-Christian religion is that when God gives a text or a set of ideas to human beings, he expects us to use our reason to apply to those texts. And so the sort of evolution of interpretation is part of the religious tradition. I mean, that's always been the case in my religion anyway. So I can only, I always hesitate to speak on behalf of other people's religions because I don't know them nearly as well as I know my own. So when I talk about sort of the application of reason to tradition in the religious tradition, obviously we have books and books and books of texts discussing and debating these very ideas, and the idea of religious debate has always been central to the idea of Judeo-Christian religion, and when it hasn't been, it's been seen as repressive and has spawned then other Christian movements that then argue with the original movement and end up generating in almost Hegelian fashion some new form of interpretation. The point that I'm making is that outside that framework, it doesn't exist, meaning that once if the argument is over interpretation of particular biblical verses in a context in which there is a God who puts certain moral precepts beyond human judgment, those arguments you can have without threatening the entire social structure. What is very difficult is to have a social structure at all in the absence of fundamental moral precepts that are presupposed by everyone. And I think one of the reasons that you're seeing a sort of revival of this idea that religion is very important to the West is because one of the things that we have seen is that as religion has become less important to the West, we've seen declining birth rates en masse. We've seen rises in suicidal ideation. We've seen, especially over the last 10 years, tremendous individual atomization, certainly an extraordinary amount of less social connection. Right? All of these things are things that, frankly, used to be provided by church and these social institutions that, again, were oriented toward a single purpose. So when you talk about the idea that, I'm going to put aside the free will discussion because I think, again, it's easy to get caught up in the reversion to the argument that I was making before when you were saying that, can you argue the man out of stabbing you? To use your framework, I mean, you can't argue him out of doing anything. I mean, you're going to say words, the words are going to have an impact, but you can't argue him out of doing anything. But not to get back into a topic that we've handled, free will is done.
I'm not gonna answer that, although hopefully people will know from what I said before that I think it's still sensible to say you can argue somebody out of something. The first half of what you say there is in so many words, I think, what I was saying before, which is that, yes, this goes both ways. That is, thanks be to God when he is able to provide us with the grounding for resisting oppression and throwing off tyranny.
Yeah.
But what about when the same God is used to justify the exact opposite?
Right, but you're going to,
all I'm saying is that this goes both ways.
But you're going to have to weigh in one side or the other,
We'll
meaning
also-
that in terms of utility. Right? You're building a society. Let's say that I won't say you're God. Let's say that you are master of a society and you get to build that society. One of the things that presumably you are going to do is you're going to build in certain things that are untouchable, right? There's going to be certain moral precepts that you're going to build in that are untouchable. And how are you going to justify those things to people such that they are going to believe you? You're going to either have to use compulsion or you're going to have to use some sort of other argument that is so strong that they are going to overweigh their self. I mean, there's a reason why Voltaire suggested he didn't believe in God, but he hoped that his maid did, so she wouldn't steal the silverware.
Yeah, that's an interesting indictment on the position that theists don't say that atheists can't be moral, right? When people have this argument about morality,
atheists can certainly be moral.
Well, oftentimes people have this misunderstanding of the argument. Christopher Hitchens did it best in saying, we don't need divine permission to be good and all of this. Fine, but as you say, you don't need to believe in God to be good, but you need to believe in God to ground that goodness. But then when you sort of casually throw in this statement by Voltaire, I don't believe in God, but I hope that my maid does. That implies that actually maybe you do think that without the belief in God, somebody isn't going to
No, I think that Voltaire thought that he was good, meaning that Voltaire was an atheist and thought that he was good. But his point was sort of back to the Straussian Platonic point.
His point was that he hoped his maid believed in God because without that belief, she wouldn't be able to act morally.
Right. Because again, when we're arguing on the basis of broad societal utility, one of the things, I happen to be in the happy position of being able to argue that what I think is socially useful also happens to be true. Mm-hmm. The question I'm asking you, and I think that's what a lot of this conversation is whether you think that what is socially useful is actually false or an evolutionary illusion. And I think that's kind of the position that you're taking, unless you want to argue that generally speaking, religion is either not evolutionarily adaptive, which would be a hard position to actually take.
Well, I think it must be, otherwise it wouldn't exist.
Or you'd have to argue that even if it's adaptive, it's of no general benefit to humankind or is an illusion, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's the position that you're taking. So one of the things that I'm enjoying about the conversation is that I don't think either of us are going to argue each other in anything, but it is clarifying what exactly the lines of the division are.
Yes, to backtrack a moment, because you said more than one thing in what I just responded to. You also mentioned, you talked about Isaac Newton being a Christian. I mean, people were astonished discovering his private notes to find that he spent more time talking about theology than he did science. This is certainly the case, but I do think it's worth pointing out when people like to notice that the originators of the scientific revolution in particular were believers in God. There are a few things to say on that. First, we don't know what Galileo thought in his heart of hearts, and part of the reason for that is because despite tripping over himself to say, now look, I don't think Scripture is wrong. Now look, I believe in God, and I am a Christian, and I believe in Scripture, but maybe the Earth orbits the Sun. His life falls apart. So suppose he did secretly have doubts about the existence of God. Do you think we'd ever have even found out about it?
And that's an unfalsifiable argument.
I think not a chance. In other words,
but the lack of falsifiability makes it difficult for me to make a counter argument.
In other words, let's not be so
maybe
confident.
Maybe he did have a secret diary, but I
in
have
other
no
words,
proof that he had a secret diary.
What I'm saying is, let's not be so confident about this. The second thing to say is that these men, if that's what they were remembered for, that is their theology, then they wouldn't be remembered. Thirdly, is that just on the minor point that people often like to point out that, well, the originators of the scientific revolution were religious, and so science can't conflict with religion. I'm not going to make the claim that science does conflict with religion in principle, but supposing that it did, this would not serve as a rebuttal, because if it were the case that the scientific revolution and the scientific method undermines religion, then of course the people who invented the scientific method would themselves have been religious, because they hadn't invented the mechanism by which it came to be undermined yet.
Yeah,
it
but
would
then
be like
afterward
saying,
they presumably would be irreligious or a-religious,
It
which is what happened to Darwin, for example.
It doesn't happen that quickly, right? It really doesn't
That's not
happen.
true. On an individual level, it certainly
if we're talking about the development of the scientific method, we're not talking about the kind of thing that just happens in a lifetime. I mean, to attribute it to Galileo and Newton as we happily do is far too simplistic. This is something that happens over at least decades.
Right,
and
but you're making
hundreds of
both an
years.
individual argument and a broader historical argument. So
Yes.
pick one.
And so what I'm saying is that the individual beliefs of the founders of that revolution, I don't think that revolution would have gotten off the ground enough from just their contributions within their lifetime to shake decades of prior faith. However, when you get to someone like a Darwin, then we start to see agnosticism. Then we start to see people having their doubts. And then when you get into the modern era, atheism abounds. And so, in other words, if it were the case that this thesis, which, like I say, is not something that I'm defending here, I'm just sort of rebutting the rebuttal to it. That is, if it were the case that the scientific method were this king of undermining religion, then I think we would expect the fact that those who invented it to have been religious. It would be like saying, isn't it amazing that the person who invented the motor car didn't own a motor car before that?
Well, no, because, again, you've now also made the case that perhaps they had secret diaries, or in their heart of hearts they weren't actually religious or convinced away from that. So, again, that's why I'm saying I feel like you're making a broader historical argument that works, and I think you're making an individual argument that doesn't quite.
I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying that we would never know why is that? Why will we never know what Galileo really thought about religion?
Well, I'm going to just accuse you of assuming facts, not evidence. I mean, like,
Let's move it away from
because
Galileo.
again, I don't want to get into the mind of Galileo, nor do I care very much. But the reality is that many of the people who were the progenitors of the scientific revolution and participants in the scientific revolution specifically were searching for something higher because they thought that was their godly duty to do so. I mean, this has been true since the time of Roger Bacon. I mean, the idea that you have people who are specifically seeking out the nature of the universe, because there's an understandable, again, another religious precept, there's an understandable universe that God has created, and your mind is a reflection of certain truths that are in that universe. These are all non-materialist atheistic concepts. That was the basis for virtually all of science, including the origins of the scientific revolution. Now, you can make the argument very easily. I mean, I make it all the time because I have to metaphoricalize the beginning of Genesis, for example, that the words of Genesis don't jibe with the words of science when it comes to the age of the universe, for example. And obviously that's true, which is why both Maimonides and Aquinas are talking about in the Middle Ages the idea that if science comes into conflict with religion, you're either getting one of them wrong or you're getting both of them wrong. And so the constant sort of reinterpretation of religion in light of the facts that are established by the scientific method, I don't think that that's a rebuttal of religion. And so and more than that, I think that the peculiar idea that religion itself must fundamentally be undermined by scientific discovery, I don't see quite why.
Well, I would agree with that. I'm just saying that the rebuttal that's presented to that opinion fairly commonly, I don't think works for the reasons that I've said.
Okay, well let's have give you both a little breather, because we're going to go to another break very shortly. We've fitted in so much, and I had all these questions, and I haven't asked any of them, and I'm worried now that I'm going to be left unemployed.
Before we move on, I don't know if I can have one final word on this. On this Galileo point, because I know it seems quite strange that I'm sort of hypothesizing in this way, but you said that when religion and science come into conflict, either one is wrong or both is wrong. Galileo was wrong about one of these things potentially. What happens if I mean you can? It's great talking about the utility of his religious belief in inspiring his scientific endeavor, but what happens when the immediate fruit of that is him discovering something which should have been a celebrated idea and instead was suppressed, and he ends up under house arrest in Tuscany for the rest of his life? Why? Specifically because the religious authorities, in their sentencing of Galileo, did not just say that he failed to prove it, did not just say that he was, being a bit of an a-hole in his approach to things, but said specifically because it is false, absurd, and contrary to Scripture. That is why that scientific position was suppressed on specifically religious motivations.
And far be it for me to defend the Catholic Church and its crackdown on Galileo.
Okay.
You've come to the wrong place for that.
Okay, it's time. It's time for another break here. You are watching and listening to the big conversation from Premier Unbelievable. I am almost anonymous here, Andy Kind, but my day will come, and I've been joined by Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor. We'll be talking about religion and society. Is religion good for society? So much more still to talk about. We'll see what we can fit in. We will fit in as much as we can, but we'll be back after this short break.
Even with the best science, the best technology, the best reason, there's no guarantee that we will use those tools
Enjoying the conversation? Tell us who persuaded you in our survey. And if you want more from today's conversation, then register to get early access to the next show. Welcome back to part 3 of the big conversation from Premier Unbelievable. Today, we are discussing religion and is it good or bad for society? And we're having a lot of fun with it, I think. I mean, I know you're sort of in disagreement on things, but I think we're just having fun with it today, aren't we?
As ever.
Well, I've been joined by Ben Shapiro and Alex O'Connor. And as I say, we're talking about religion and its role in society. One observation I've got from watching you guys talk, I wonder whether religion is being used as a bit of a catch-all term. There is no summer festival where Ben and I would meet up because we're religious and have a beer together. Plenty of Buddhist people don't even believe in God. So we probably don't have the time to unpack it now, but religion is maybe not a helpful catch-all term at all points. I wonder whether, when we're saying religion in this context, we mean the Judeo-Christian worldview. But it's interesting, I, as a Christian, there's lots of things I agree with Ben on, some things I disagree on. Lots of things, as an Englishman, that I agree with Alex on, and other things that I wouldn't.
Spelling.
So yes, spelling, absolutely. It's aluminium. Anyway, I just think that's interesting. I'm not trying to start this theist gang and gang up on you, Alex at all. But what do you think quickly about that? When we're talking about religion, do we need to be more semantically sort of accurate.
Rigorous, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, again, I'm not here to defend every form of religion under the sun. There are various forms of religion, ranging from things that people in Judeo-Christian tradition would consider pagan, to Judeo-Christian monotheism, to the distinctions in Judaism and Christianity, which are substantial, obviously. And so, I do believe that there are right forms of religion or righter forms of religion than others. If I didn't, then I wouldn't be a particularist in my religious practice or my religious belief. And so I do think that, you're right to sort of boil down the question so that people don't end up defending things or be forced to defend things that they wouldn't defend. I mean, you mentioned before Islam, I'll say more radical forms of Islam, because again, I'm one thing that I tend not to do as a religious believer is simply take people's texts at sort of face value, because the reality is that very few people in religious circles take their text at like I can just pick up a Bible, read it, and now I know everything that's going on in the Bible value. That really is not how the practice of religion works. I tend to actually judge faith by faith practice, more so than I do by trying to read somebody else's book and then figure out exactly what they're saying, because I've seen people do that enough to my religious practice to sort of object to it. But yeah, of course, I think that you would have to talk, if you're going to talk about the value of religion, you should be more specific. I will say that the value of religion more generally, if you were going to talk about it in just general terms, meaning belief in supernatural things that can't be explained by a materialist universe, the social cohesion point would be the best case in favor of religion, is that virtually every study ever done has shown that social cohesion relies on a common orientation among people in order to build commonality between people. There are really only a few structures in human history that do that. One is a kinship structure. The problem with kinship and tribal structures is that they pretty quickly devolve into tribal warfare upon other members of different tribes. One of the things that religion has done is an attempt to universalize that beyond the immediate sort of tribal self-interest that we discussed a little bit ago. And again, pretty much universally, social science suggests that many of the institutions that we hold dear, that shape us, that provide us social support, that provide us friendship structures, marriages, that a huge amount of this used to happen anyway inside of these traditional religious structures, and there really has been nothing to replace it. And so the sort of breakdown of those structures, you could make the case, I suppose, for the breakdown of those structures, but there's been pretty much no replacement for those structures in secular society, and it's creating some pretty significant strains on societal bonding.
Great.
I suppose I do have two things to say.
I'm going to ask you, I want you to say both of those things, but I want to ask you, Alex, can secular societies potentially achieve the same level of social cohesion as religious ones?
Potentially, maybe. I don't know. That seems to be an empirical question, insofar as we can have empirical data on social cohesion as a subject. I wanted to, I suppose, in response to that question, mention the history of the United States as a constitutionally secular nation. Presumably the discussion there devolves into whether America can be described as a Christian nation or not. But based on what you just said a moment ago, before we maybe get into that, you said, of course, we need more specificity is hardly ever worse than less, and that you're not trying to defend all religious traditions. And then you say, but look, this idea of there being a God and there being an unalterable authority and a moral author of the universe is itself valuable, and without it, there are all kinds of societal discohesion comes about. In that case, for example, I wonder, and I hope it's not a crude question, and it's one sort of stemming from genuine interest. Would you rather your child comes to you and says, I think I'm going to convert to Islam, or said, I don't think I believe in God anymore?
As a Jew, I'm fairly indifferent on the question, meaning that my priority is for my child to remain a Jew, and which direction they go from there is of much less interest to me than staying inside the religious tradition that I believe is correct.
Okay, maybe I should rephrase to say, suppose that half of the U.S. population immediately, right now, and half of let's say half of the Christian population. So it's not to do with Judaism, and it's not to do with your own family. Half of the Christian population in the United States are immediately going to convert today to atheism if you press this button, or to Islam if you press this button. Which one would you press?
So I'm going to ask for more specificity in line with the conversation. So which form of Islam are we talking about, and which form of atheism are we talking about? Because they come in various strains. But meaning, like, if we're just starting from the premise of no God or Islamic God, that actually is not enough information. Because as I say, I'm not judging people based on their faith propositions nearly as much as I am based on their behavior, which I think they base on faith propositions.
Well, let's say this is the only thing that changes. You press this button, half the Christian population become convinced that there is no real God of the universe. Everything else is is random. Whatever you might, because what we're discussing here is essentially what are the implications of such a worldview?
Right.
What are the implications of atheism, which is just the disbelief in God or the belief that there
Do
is
people have
not one.
memories? Sorry, in this hypothetical, do people have memories or they don't have memories? Because this makes a difference.
They have memories.
Okay, fine. So then probably in the West, atheism, as opposed to a more radical form of Islam. That's why I was asking for specificity.
Well,
because they're more
the
moderate
button on the
forms.
right-hand side was going to be that they just become convinced that Muhammad is the final prophet of God.
Right,
That's it.
and again, I was going to ask for more specificity on that because I know many moderate Muslims who are not radical in the implication of their faith, as opposed to some who very much are quite radical in the implications of their faith. So, but let's, if you don't mind, I'm going to set up your hypothetical in a way that I think is more clarifying for me
Please.
anyway, and that is button on the right is radical Islam, like Taliban style Islam.
Okay.
And button on the left is don't believe in God.
Well, I mean, you can do that.
No, the reason I'm doing that is because that elucidates a difference that I think is being obscured by the simple sort of belief in God, not belief in God question, meaning that the cultural heritage of that's why I asked if people have memories or people don't have memories. If people have memories, then that looks very much like secular Europe right now, which does have
the cultural
in the
heritage of
bloodstream
Judeo-Christian
a lot of Judeo-Christian values in a way that
Yes.
would not be true if you were without memory. Right? Would I rather that a child found in a forest be raised in a moderate Muslim household or be raised in a secular communist household?
Or a secular atheist household, if I may say.
Again, from which tradition? Are we talking in the USSR or are we talking in Britain? Like, what are we talking
We're talking
about
about
here?
Britain.
Okay, so we're talking.
Well, we were talking about the US, but let's say Britain.
In Britain, depends on the strain of Islam. If we're talking about like a liberal form of Islam, which do exist, then probably a liberal form of Islam. If we're talking about a fundamentalist form of Islam, then probably a secular strain of Britain.
Fine. The second point was to say, I mean, you mentioned not wanting to just to take Scripture at face value, and I understand that the difficulty of taking Scripture essentially out of context and trying to take a literal approach where a literal approach isn't supposed to be taken. I mean, people forget that the Bible is a collection of books rather than a book with lots of different
with an
genres
oral
inside
tradition
it.
and all the
I
rest.
saw a video once of somebody trying to use the Bible to disprove the divinity of Jesus by quoting the book of Job, saying, "God is not a man that I might question him." God is not a man, you see, and I thought not only is this in the mouth of Job, but also that's the kind of thing that we want to avoid. But it does seem to me that there are some things within religious scripture that do need to be taken seriously and do need to be taken essentially at face value. That is some of the very specific legalistic commandments of the Old Testament, for example, or of the Hebrew Bible, I should say. These are not, when people list these and say that these are potentially morally problematic and may have done something towards hindering, for example, like I mentioned earlier, the abolition of slavery in the United States. Of course, there was a great deal of religious influence on both sides, which is something that I've already mentioned. But don't you think that this problem could have been solved a lot more easily if there had been a stronger religious tradition of opposition to the ownership of other human beings? Why can't that have been the case?
Okay,
because
so
Scripture quite explicitly condones it.
Right,
and in fact gives you the details of how to do
Yes,
it.
so
that's something that couldn't have been done, in other words,
This
because
is fun
you've
for me.
taken
Now I
this,
guess you tell me to gloss. So
this
here's
moral
the-
principle that's placed outside of meaningful debate.
Before we move on, can I ask, where are we getting these buttons from? Are they from Amazon? You know, you press one and everyone's an atheist.
There's this wonderful thing
Are
that
these available on the market?
that I think you both need to use in this conversation, which is imagination.
Oh, right.
So let's as far as why didn't the Bible prescribe the perfect world as I would see it or as you might see it? And the answer is because two reasons. One, as stated right up top, I'm not God. I assume he has different logic than I do. Two, the Bible is in an inherently problematic position in the sense that on the one hand, it's trying to divulge important truths for all time. At the same time, it's talking to a people of a particular time.
Yes.
And this is a well-worn tradition inside Judaism. So to take the slavery example, there is no mandate to hold slaves in the Bible. Right? There are lots of mandates in the Bible, many, many mandates. There are 613 of them according to my religion, right? That's why I do all these weird things that I do. But one of those mandates is not to hold slaves. Right? And so the idea of there was a society that existed at the time of the Bible in which slaveholding was not only ubiquitous, it was universal, and which was true for virtually all of human history.
That's right.
And could be justified not just in terms of religious scripture, but in terms of Aristotelian thought. Right? I mean, the great philosophers we like to cite sometimes in the secular tradition are big fans of slavery, and that's true virtually up until the 18th century.
Yes.
So the idea would be, is this verse attempting to woo people away from a tradition of slavery or to humanize the slaves? Or is it attempting to reinforce that by making it harsher and more difficult. And that's why actually one of the things I enjoy doing in terms of how I study the Bible, for example, is I like to look at contemporaneous religious texts of the time. So I like to study the Bible alongside, for example, Hammurabi's Code. And it's really interesting to notice the differences and where the Bible is liberalizing Hammurabi's Code, for example.
Absolutely.
And so the idea that a divine revelation has to be given to human beings who are capable of following that in the time. Again, that's part of the difficulty of I think rebutting religion in a certain sense, because again, it seems wiggly, but it really isn't, in the sense that if you believe, as I do, in a God who spoke to human beings in some form or fashion and has to speak to them on a level that they can understand, in ways they can understand, then that immediately is going to discount the ability to do a lot of very radical things that would have appeared radical in 1200 BC, but now appear to be commonplace for us.
Yes, I understand this argument, and I've heard it many times. I must say that it seems strange to me that God does seem willing to completely and utterly condemn a bunch of other practices, including, by the way, imaginary crimes like witchcraft, just done away with entirely. And even if it is the case that God, for some reason, couldn't even hint at the idea that maybe eventually we should be moving towards the abolition of the idea of owning human beings as private property, he just has to condone it.
But yes.
I still think it's the case that he would not permit a flat immorality, and I think you would agree with that too. And so when I open the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, and when I look at the texts saying that if you lay siege to a city, you can kill, if the Lord delivers it into your hand, you can kill the men and the women, you can kill the men and keep the women and the children and the livestock as plunder, as Deuteronomy says. And in the very next verse, the very next chapter says that, if you see a good-looking woman, and I'm not interjecting that. If somebody finds an attractive woman,
yes, Ifat is the actual Hebrew. Yeah.
Then they can take them for themselves, and if they want them as their wives, and they take them home, they shave their head, they cut off their fingernails, they give them 30 days to mourn their old husband, who you may very well have just killed, and then you can take them as your wife. When Numbers 31 has Moses instruct the slaughter of the Midianites, saying, kill all the men, and this time the women get killed too, but not the women who haven't slept with a man. Why might that be? And it says that, keep them for yourselves. And I hear all the time that this is some kind of liberalizing process. Maybe it's because, these people wouldn't survive on their own. It's some kind of protective measure to make sure that you're looking after them. If that's the case, then why does it only apply to the virgins? That seems a little bit suspect to me. It's sort of Scripture's littered with these kinds of
Well, again, so to go back to the sort of oral tradition nature,
and I don't think God
would
permit a proactive immorality, even if he can't, for some reason, abolish the practice altogether, if you see what I'm saying.
No, that last point I don't see. So when you say even if he can't abolish the practice altogether,
which already I think he would be able to do.
Right, so the question is whether he can or whether he can't. If he can't abolish the practice, then the idea of wooing people away from a particular type of sin through a gradualistic process is known throughout societies across human history. I mean, the gradualistic processes are the way that most things get done across human history. And by the way, the universal practice, unfortunately, up till today in many places in the world, is in fact the extreme version of what you're talking about. Raise everything, kill everyone. Right? That sort of stuff, unfortunately, does take place, even on planet Earth, even in the year 2023. And so the idea of a culture arising from the Bible that not only abolished slavery on its own shores, but then abolished slavery literally everywhere else, which is what Great Britain did.
We dare you to find a place where you experience some twists and turns and enjoy some ups and downs before turning up the heat, all in the same day. We dare you. Plan your trip today.
What's happening in the Middle East is likely just the beginning, potentially marking the start of a third world war. Because Russia, with the help of China, could use this conflict as a diversion to launch a stealth attack on our great nation. This attack will be unlike any we have seen before, one that directly targets American farmlands and supply chains, which will cause a nationwide food shortage and plunge our great nation into darkness, despair, and starvation. I know some patriots have been preparing for this eventuality, but stockpiling and growing your own food is simply not enough, because this marks just the first phase of this orchestrated attack on America. And with Sleepy Joe and his team of incompetents at the helm, people will soon realize no one is coming to save them. Then it will be every man for himself, and the looting will begin. Supermarkets will be ransacked. Local gangs and marauders We'll target anyone who looks like easy pickings, and by the end of the first week, millions of unprepared, desperate, and hungry Americans will be eating from garbage cans if they are lucky. And that's exactly what our enemies want, to destroy our great nation from the inside. But the reality is you do not have to be a victim. There is something you can do to prepare. I'd like to introduce you to a good friend, Teddy Daniels. He is a United States war hero, a White House insider, and a Purple Heart recipient. And he has just released an emergency broadcast that reveals the one thing you must do in the first hour of the attack. That will guarantee you will have food safely secured for you and your family for the entire year. It's a simple, empty closet hack that anyone can do as long as you have 3 feet of copper wire. Seeing this right now makes you one of the lucky ones. Because when the attack happens, most Americans will have no idea what hit them, but not you. You'll be in complete control, and that puts a lot of power in your hands. Yes, others may laugh when they see you quietly preparing for this imminent attack, but once our farmlands and food supply are completely ransacked, those woke millennials won't be laughing anymore. They will be starving, wishing they had prepared, while you and your family prosper and thrive. But you need to move fast. Teddy Daniels has shown me on good authority this attack could start as soon as next week, so I urge any American or true patriot to watch Teddy Daniels' emergency broadcast right now, before it gets taken down again by the powers that be to protect their controlling interests. Watch it now while you still can, like your life depends on it, because it does.
That, again, to separate that off from a tradition that also says that every human being is made in the image of God, right, which is the verse from Genesis, or that you have to treat the stranger well, right, which is repeated more than any injunction in the Bible, right? There are these traditions that are at war with each other inside the Bible, which is why there is this hotly fought kind of argument inside biblical circles about all of this stuff, which again is one of the reasons why I said right up top that when it gets to I can't just open the Bible and interpret the text as I would see fit.
You
say, well, I don't like this verse right here.
Contradictory?
What was that?
You say that Scripture is contradictory?
Well, I say that Scripture is, some Scripture is time-bound and some Scripture is not. So the easy one, the sort of easy way to distinguish is that when may be a temporary permission structure, but it could also be a wooing. And by the way, again, I'm not speaking out of turn here. This has been 1,500 years of Jewish reinterpretation of Ancient Yifat Toar, to take a quick example, right? The War Bride. The long-standing Talmudic tradition, which again is almost 2,000 years old at this point, is that was deliberately an attempt to avoid mass war rape, which again, you can scoff at that, but mass war rape happened on this continent 70 years ago when the Russians literally raped everyone as they came into Germany. So these evils continue to exist in the human heart.
Even if this was a liberalizing force, and even if this was not as bad as other slavery, do you think that the ownership of other human beings under the conditions of the Hebrew Bible are immoral?
Yes.
So how do you account for God commanding something which you now see to be, or rather permitting something and explicitly and giving you details about how to do something which is proactively immoral?
Because he's not permitting me, permitting my great to do
something immoral,
to do something
immoral
that in the time was not considered immoral.
It wasn't considered immoral,
right.
But was it immoral?
By today's standards that were developed by the
relativist?
Judeo-Christian tradition, sure. By today's standards developed under the Judeo-Christian tradition, immoral.
So
which, by the way, you're living off that. You're again, not to get back to the Tom Holland argument. You're living off the remains of this. I mean, where's your morality coming from?
But who's the moral relativist now? I mean, it seems that a moment ago you say that the great success of religion is providing a sort of untouchable moral basis that sort of transcends human affairs and human debates. And now when I say, well, look at this, open your own religious scripture and look at this blatant immorality, you say, yeah, but well, that was considered to be fine at the time. It's considered to be bad now by the progress of Judeo-Christian
there's a question
values. Who's the moral relativist here?
Well, it's not relativistic to say that a thing that is wrong today is considered wrong today because of a tradition that developed over time.
The question I'm asking is not, was it considered right or wrong at the time of biblical slavery?
It was wrong.
Was it wrong?
It was wrong then to hold a slave. Yes, it was wrong then to hold a slave, obviously. And also, if you are God and you are pragmatically attempting to woo people away from slavery, was it a practicable thing to simply, quote-unquote, abolish slavery? Or
here's an idea, for example.
Tradition?
In the book of Exodus, God says, I think in chapter 21, maybe 22, says that if you have a Hebrew slave, you're to let them go after 7 years. If that Hebrew slave comes to you with a wife, then after the 7 years, you let them go too. If you give the Hebrew slave a wife and they have children, then after those 7 years are up, you give the man a choice. He can go after the 7 years, as per, but you keep his children and his wife. Or, and here the scripture says, you know, if he says, I love my wife, I love my kids, and my master, as if that's going to be one of the principal considerations, then he can stay with you, at which point you take him outside, you pierce his ear like cattle, and he becomes your property for life. Now, here's a suggestion, for example. If it was already established that Hebrew slaves go after 7 years, and it's already established that if they come with a wife, they can go after 7 years, then if I give them a wife and they have children, would it not be, it doesn't seem to me particularly revolutionary. It doesn't seem to me the kind of thing that would have caused such social discohesion that God just couldn't have found a way to do it, to say, well, why not let the whole family go free after those 7 years? With the knowledge beforehand that if you give this Hebrew slave of yours a wife and children, they'll get to leave with them. That seems to me, for example, a minor improvement that would not cause this kind of revolutionary, earth-shifting, he couldn't have just gotten away with slavery. Maybe that's true. But something as obvious as this to me, it seems that if that is the case, that could have easily been done, then the failure to do so and the keeping of that Hebrew wife and their children as the master's property, that itself becomes an immorality that is dictated.
If
from
I
the
agree with your
heavens.
premises, I agree with your conclusion. I think that the question as to how much social discohesion would it have caused to do a thing is an open question. I think the other question that sort of remains open here is the incentive structure as to whether you accept a wife from your master. Right, so I don't want to get into the abstruse. I mean, we can do this literally all day.
And step from the past into the future.
There's 70
anyway,
volumes of the Talmud that are literally about this sort of stuff, and then copious writings in terms of reinterpretation.
Yeah,
of
we're
this
hardly
sort of
the
stuff.
first people to talk about
Yeah,
this.
exactly. This is not the first time these questions have come up. But I think the general point is sort of one where either we can dive into that full time, and you can spend your life becoming a rabbi, which enjoy.
Could happen.
Could you
Never say
have
never.
the beard for it. It's your beard is further along than mine. Or we can sort of stipulate at the top that there are certain biblical interpretations that are abstruse and difficult, and that has been a reality of religious life since the beginning.
Well, I can agree with that.
So
that's
we need
certainly
to
true.
we need to step from the past into the future through this conversational portal that we've got available to us. Obviously, everyone at this table would agree that holding a slave is wrong, in the same way that the man you kept talking about who you thought was coming to kill you, we would all agree that that's a problematic thing. And it does seem, so I'm not going to get you to defend this, because I want you to come up with another game show where you solve the future problems of society for us, Alex. It does seem that on an atheist worldview, it is difficult ultimately to say what is good, what is right, what is wrong, but we can be practical about it, we can be functional about it. So come on then, for the future, give us some practical secular philosophies that can really help to build social cohesion for the future. You've got about a minute to do that, then we'll give Ben a minute to respond, and then we'll wrap up.
I can provide an answer that I don't think will be cause of further debate, which is to say
that'd be shocking.
Yeah, I think everything that I've heard you say, Ben, on this subject, and everything that I think you may be about to say, not everything, but some of it, involves saying that, look, what we need to do is encourage strengthening family and having children and not doing drugs and all of this kind of stuff, which people, like you say, have traditionally, this has been somewhat the prerogative of the church to maintain. I think that people just don't believe in God anymore, and so what I would say is just to encourage those things without the God. The question I would leave, and I'm sorry, I've just promised no debate, but here's something. Look, suppose it's the case that I agree wholesale with your proposition that religion is good and maybe even necessary for society in some way, right? Suppose I just say that that's true. I don't believe it's true. I've tried, I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. And so, I'm now left with a choice here. I don't think it's true, but I become convinced that it's somehow useful or beneficial. What am I to do with this information? You can't just choose to believe in God. People say you can choose to act as though you believe in God. That's kind of true until something really testing comes along. If you don't really believe it in your heart, you will falter at the first opportunity. How am I to raise my children? Am I to lie to them Am I to say, well, I don't believe in any of this nonsense, but because I think it, promotes a sort of non-replacement, birth rate, then I'm just going to bring them up believing things that I think are false. I don't think this can happen. It's amazing how quickly ostensible deontologists transform before our very eyes into utilitarians on this question, that outgo the idea of being, truthful and being honest and talking about things that you think are philosophically sound. Now it's essentially faith-based, and it's about trying to make as many people, the greatest good for the greatest number across society and societal cohesion, even if you think it's false. In other words, I'm someone who is an atheist. I don't believe it's true. If I just grant everything you've said about the utility that religion provides, what am I to do?
So let me ask
you. You've got about 30 seconds.
So, I mean, it really it's a quick question, which is, do you know it's not true, or do you not believe that it's true?
I don't believe that it's true.
You believe that it's not true, or you don't believe that it's true?
I believe that it's not true.
You believe that it's not true in a full fashion.
Let's say that's the case, yeah.
Right. So if you believe that, then obviously I think that you're wrong in the sense that, as I said right at the outset, I think that a lot of atheists are more religious than religious people. Religious people constantly admit to doubts and problems in interpretation and all the rest of this sort of stuff. I don't think that a true religious believer can be truly religious without experiencing those doubts, because you're taking a leap of faith right off the top. And what I would normally say to somebody who is not fully committed to disbelief, I would say, is that you'd be in the position of being able to say to your kid, I don't know if it's true or not, which I think is a more honest answer,
yes,
by the way. And I think that is something that you can teach your kids. You can say, here's an atheist perspective, here's a religious perspective. I don't know what's true. I can provide you evidence on my side why I don't believe it fully, but there are people who provide evidence on the other side and arguments on the other side that you can scoff at that, but mass war rape happened on this continent 70 years ago when the Russians literally raped everyone as they came into Germany. So these evils continue to exist in the human heart.
Even if this was a liberalizing force, and even if this was not as bad as other slavery, do you think that the ownership of other human beings under the conditions of the Hebrew Bible are immoral?
Yes.
So how do you account for God commanding something which you now see to be, or rather permitting something and explicitly and giving you details about how to do something which is proactively immoral?
Because he's not permitting me, permitting my great
to do something immoral,
to do something
immoral
that in the time was not considered immoral.
It wasn't considered immoral,
right.
But was it immoral?
By today's standards that were developed by the Judeo-Christian tradition, sure. By today's standards developed under the Judeo-Christian tradition, immoral. Which, by the way, you're living off you're again, not to get back to the Tom Holland argument, you're living off the remains of this. I mean, where's your morality coming from?
But who's the moral relativist now? I mean, it seems that a moment ago you say that the great success of religion is providing a sort of untouchable moral basis that sort of transcends human affairs and human debates. And now when I say, well, look at this, open your own religious scripture and look at this blatant immorality, you say, yeah, but well, that was considered to be fine at the time. It's considered to be bad now by the progress of Judeo-Christian
there's a question
values. Who's the moral relativist here?
Well, it's not relativistic to say that a thing that is wrong today is considered wrong today because of a tradition that developed over time.
The question I'm asking is not, was it considered right or wrong at the time of biblical slavery?
It was wrong.
Was it wrong?
It was wrong then to hold a slave. Yes, it was wrong then to hold a slave, obviously. And also, if you are God and you are pragmatically attempting to woo people away from slavery, was it a practicable thing to simply, quote-unquote, abolish slavery, or
here's an idea, for example.
Tradition?
In the book of Exodus, God says, I think in chapter 21, maybe 22, says that if you have a Hebrew slave, you are to let them go after 7 years. If that Hebrew slave comes to you with a wife, then after the 7 years, you let them go too. If you give the Hebrew slave a wife, and they have children, then after those 7 years are up, you give the man a choice. He can go after the 7 years, as per, but you keep his children and his wife. Or, and here the scripture says, if he says, I love my wife, I love my kids, and my master, as if that's going to be one of the principal considerations, then he can stay with you, at which point you take him outside, you pierce his ear like cattle, and he becomes your property for life. Now, here's a suggestion, for example. If it was already established that Hebrew slaves go after 7 years, and it's already established that if they come with a wife, they can go after 7 years, then if I give them a wife and they have children, would it not be, it doesn't seem to me particularly revolutionary. It doesn't seem to me the kind of thing that would have caused such social discohesion that God just couldn't have found a way to do it. To say, well, why not let the whole family go free after those 7 years? With the knowledge beforehand that if you give this Hebrew slave of yours a wife and children, they'll get to leave with them. That seems to me, for example, a minor improvement that would not cause this kind of revolutionary earth-shifting. He couldn't have just gotten away with slavery. Maybe that's true. But something as obvious as this to me, it seems that if that is the case, that could have easily been done, then the failure to do so and the keeping of that Hebrew wife and their children as the master's property, that itself becomes an immorality that is dictated.
If I agree with your premises, I agree with your conclusion. I think that the question as to how much social discohesion would it have caused to do a thing is an open question. I think the other question that sort of remains open here is the incentive structure as to whether you accept a wife from your master. Right, so I don't want to get into the abstruse. I mean, we can do this literally all day.
And
there's 70 volumes of the Talmud that are literally about this sort of stuff, and then copious writings in terms of reinterpretation.
Yeah,
of
we're hardly the first people to talk about this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is not the first time these questions have come up. But I think the general point is sort of one where either we can dive into that full time, and you can spend your life becoming a rabbi, which enjoy.
Could happen.
Could you have the beard for it. It's your beard is further along than mine. Or we can sort of stipulate at the top that there are certain biblical interpretations that are abstruse and difficult, and that has been a reality of religious life since the beginning.
Well, I can agree with that.
We need to step from the past into the future through this conversational portal that we've got available to us. Obviously, everyone at this table would agree that holding a slave is wrong, in the same way that the man you kept talking about who you thought was coming to kill you, we would all agree that that's a problematic thing. And it does seem, so I'm not going to get you to defend this, because I want you to come up with another game show where you solve the future problems of society for us, Alex. It does seem that on an atheist worldview, it is difficult ultimately to say what is good, what is right, what is wrong. But we can be practical about it. We can be functional about it. So come on then, for the future, give us some practical secular philosophies that can really help to build social cohesion for the future. You've got about a minute to do that. Then we'll give Ben a minute to respond, and then we'll wrap up.
I can provide an answer that I don't think will be cause of further debate, which is to say
that'd be shocking.
Yeah, I think everything that I've heard you say, Ben, on this subject, and everything that I think you may be about to say, not everything, but some of it, involves saying that, look, what we need to do is encourage strengthening family and having children and not doing drugs and all of this kind of stuff, which people, like you say, have traditionally, this has been somewhat the prerogative of the church to maintain. I think that people just don't believe in God anymore, and so what I would say is just to encourage those things without the God. The question I would leave, and I'm sorry, I've just promised no debate, but here's something. Look, suppose it's the case that I agree wholesale with your proposition that religion is good and maybe even necessary for society in some way, right? Suppose I just say that that's true. I don't believe it's true. I've tried, I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. And so, I'm now left with a choice here. I don't think it's true, but I become convinced that it's somehow useful or beneficial. What am I to do with this information? You can't just choose to believe in God. People say you can choose to act as though you believe in God. That's kind of true until something really testing comes along. If you don't really believe it in your heart, you will falter at the first opportunity. How am I to raise my children? Am I to lie to them? Am I to say, well, I don't believe in any of this nonsense, but because I think it, promotes a sort of non-replacement birth rate, then I'm just going to bring them up believing things that I think are false. I don't think this can happen. It's amazing how quickly ostensible deontologists transform before our very eyes into utilitarians on this question, that outgo the idea of being truthful and being honest and talking about things that you think are philosophically sound. Now it's essentially faith-based, and it's about trying to make as many people the greatest good for the greatest number across society and societal cohesion, even if you think it's false. In other words, I'm someone who is an atheist. I don't believe it's true. If I just grant everything you've said about the utility that religion provides, what am I to do?
So let me ask
You've got about 30 seconds.
So I mean, it really it's a quick question, which is, Do you know it's not true, or do you not believe that it's true?
I don't believe that it's true.
You believe that it's not true, or you don't believe that it's
I
true?
believe that it's not true.
You believe that it's not true in a full fashion.
Let's say that's the case, yeah.
Right. So if you believe that, then obviously I think that you're wrong in the sense that, as I said right at the outset, I think that a lot of atheists are more religious than religious people. Religious people constantly admit to doubts and problems in interpretation and all the rest of this sort of stuff. I don't think that a true religious believer can be truly religious without experiencing those doubts, because you're taking a leap of faith right off the top. And what I would normally say to somebody who is not fully committed to disbelief, I would say, is that you'd be in the position of being able to say to your kid, I don't know if it's true or not, which I think is a more honest answer, by the way. And I think that is something that you can teach your kids. You can say, here's an atheist perspective, here's a religious perspective. I don't know what's true. I can provide you evidence on my side why I don't believe it fully, but there are people who provide evidence on the other side and arguments on the other side that are not foolish, that are not out of the sky crazy, like and make your own decision. I think that's the way that you would address that with a child. If you're somebody who believes in the social utility of religion but doesn't necessarily believe in the religion itself, I think giving the child the ability to choose that themselves by saying, I'm not sure, or by presenting both sides of the argument would not be a bad way to go. I mean, just in terms of practical solutions. In terms of what I would say to better society, I have a much easier answer, which is I think that you should re-engage with your social institutions, including your church. I think that saying to people on an individual level, don't do drugs, study hard for your tests, get married before you have kids, get a job. Like it's easy to say that to people. And I think that without supporting social institutions that reinforce that nearly every day and make it part of the culture that surrounds you, it's very difficult for people to live that. And so I think that removing God as sort of the capstone of these institutions, the whole institution tends to fall apart. So on a practical level, if you get rid of God, the institution just ceases to exist, and you can yell as much as you want, but individuals are far less likely to provide the social reinforcement and social networks for support that actually create the bases of a good, fundamentally solid civilization than an individualist civilization in which all you can do is basically encourage someone to quote-unquote do the right thing.
Amen. Well, the fact we've managed to keep Ben Shapiro within the 24 minutes is a miracle in itself, a miracle that Alex doesn't believe in. But we have been talking today on The Big Conversation about religion and whether it's good or bad for society. And I've been joined by two literally world-beating minds, Alex O'Connor and Ben Shapiro. I have enjoyed it so much. Thank you so much to both of you. You're both so wonderful and impressive. And we've seen areas of convergence. We've seen areas of divergence. Alex has given some ground on the areas where religion is good for society. Ben has conceded that it's not always good for society in certain iterations. So we didn't come to a full verdict about whether religion is good or bad for society. But what we have seen is two men avid and persistent in their pursuit of reason. And I can tell you something, that is good for the future of society. Join us next time on The Big Conversation. Goodbye. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this episode, click the subscribe button. And if you want more from this conversation, register now and you'll get exclusive access to enter a draw for a free ebook. Also, tell us who persuaded you in our survey with today's show.
Elon Musk had a meltdown yesterday, and it is really a fun watch because this guy has just completely lost it. You know, he's always been an odd duck and has always had quite questionable politics.
Very nice way to put it.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. I just want to put this out there right away. A little viewer discretion is probably advised for this episode. We're talking about some satanic things. We're going to talk about abortion as well. So if you're not into that, you don't have to watch. Go ahead and click out now if you have young kids around you. This might not be the episode. I just always want to put that out there because I know I have families that watch me, young people, which I love, but this might not be the episode. The post that prompted today's episode literally stopped me in my tracks. Apparently it had been on this publication's platform for a couple of weeks now, but I just totally missed it. My friend Tyler, who I adore, I love you, Tyler, I know you're watching, posted it on his story, and my jaw just dropped. Like, I truly cannot believe what we're about to talk about, but also maybe I should be more numb to this kind of content by now, but also I'm glad that I'm not, because it shows that I'm still human and I'm not just totally like in the internet world. I genuinely do not know how a post like this, multiple posts like this, on one of the most popular women's magazines in the world flew under the radar. That is, until now. Before we get into this story, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. All right, so Cosmopolitan magazine, aka Cosmo, they are known for covering fashion and ditzy, celeb gossip, makeup trends, sex things, whatever, posted this on their Instagram a couple of weeks ago. A satanic abortion clinic may sound like clickbait, but it's really happening in New Mexico. And then it said, and it might just be the most genius reproductive justice play of our time. And then their caption is, no, we're not trolling you. There's a telehealth clinic providing legitimate abortion care run by members of the Satanic Temple. And they have designed a devilishly smart legal strategy that just might help them expand into states where abortion is basically banned. Learn more at the link in our bio. And like you just heard, not only are they sharing this bizarrely disturbing post and story, but they are openly supporting what these people are doing. Cosmo literally said, most genius reproductive play, a devilishly smart legal strategy. This is the content that young women consume every single day. People probably saw it on Instagram, just on the Explore page, just scrolling, and it pops up, and suddenly they're exposed to this. Thankfully, though, the comment section on this post brought me back down to earth, at least a little bit. As you can see, the top comments all seem to be as sickened as I was by this, but somebody said, evil disguised as women's health. Another person said, this really must be a joke, right? Like, I want to know who in your office approved this post. Somebody else said, what? Are you guys okay? No, they are not okay, but I'm sure that they feel really edgy and really good about themselves after publishing this.
Ooh, edgy boil out.
Anyway, after seeing this isolated post, after I saw it on Tyler's story, I rushed back over to the Cosmo feed and I scrolled back down, back to, November 15th, whenever they posted it, and I found 2 more posts on this story. Here I have a screenshot. These are the 2 other ones inside Samuel Alito's mom's satanic abortion clinic, and then how does the satanic abortion ceremony even take place? And one thing that took me aback is that it is just creepily sprinkled in among all of their other celebrity fluff content. And it's bizarre because Cosmopolitan does not actively, repeatedly promote a single story very often. Like, it's not like me and Rough Greens where I'm talking about it literally every week. Now, guys, it is freezing cold in Hungary. It has already started snowing in Budapest. The holidays are officially here. The Christmas markets have started. So while you are out enjoying all of the holiday activities and you're shopping for your kids, your friends, your family, do not forget to shop for your pets too. Give your dog the gift of a healthier and happier life with my partners over at Rough Greens. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, the founder of Rough Greens, is focused on improving the health of every dog in America. And I say it literally every single week, but traditional dog food is dead food. We all know that by now. Traditional kibble lacks the proper nutrition that your dogs need every single day, which is why you should let Rough Greens boost your dog food back to life. Rough Greens is a supplement that contains all the necessary vitamins, minerals, probiotics, omega oils, digestive enzymes, and antioxidants that your dog needs. And I know I say this every week, but the best part about Rough Greens is that you do not have to go out and buy some fancy, expensive dog food. Those subscriptions are very expensive and they're very overwhelming, I know. With Rough Greens, you can just sprinkle it on their food every single day. You can just keep your normal kibble and you'll be leagues ahead from where you are. It is easy, it is accessible, it's affordable, and the people behind the company are amazing. Rough Greens supports healthy joints, improves bad breath, boosts energy levels, and so much more for your dogs. We are what we eat, and that obviously goes for dogs too. One thing that I have loved over the past couple of years is watching everybody in the freedom-loving movement starting to get more interested in the food that they are eating and, rejecting the lies from big food, big pharma, the FDA. You should be doing the same things with your dogs. Do not believe the lies that they tell you about kibble being the best option for your dogs. That is not normal. Dogs have not eaten kibble for all of eternity. That is not the most healthy option. Rough Greens can help change that for you. And the team at Rough Greens is so confident that their products will improve your dog's health that they are offering my viewers that free Jumpstart trial bag so that your dog can try it too. And that free Jumpstart trial bag can be at your door store in just a few business days. So go to roughgreens.com/Brett or call 877-66-MY-DOG. Again, that is roughgreens.com/Brett, or you can call 877-66-MY-DOG today. Anyway, back to Cosmo. Like I was saying, they don't often repost stories again and again, like driving the point home. Like their harder hitting journalism pieces, their longer articles will maybe get a story or one post on their feed, but then it's back to regularly scheduled programming of celebrity, gossip, quizzes, whatever. But not this one. 3 posts in the span of a week. Here's one of the other posts that I referenced a couple of seconds ago. So how does a satanic abortion ceremony even work? They are celebrating it and admiring it. They literally made a whole Canva carousel post about it, teaching all of their followers exactly how to complete a satanic abortion ceremony for those who did not go and read the article, which is exactly what I want. Literally right up my alley. So thank you so much, Cosmopolitan. It actually is, though, because then I get to share it with you guys. We get to laugh about it and be angry about it.
How could you do this to me?
So let's go through these slides. So the first slide reads, find a quiet space. Bring a mirror if you can. Just before taking the medication, gaze at your reflection and focus on your personhood. Hone in on your intent. Also, they misspelled that. It's not home in, hone in. Cosmopolitan, get it together. Hone in on your intent. Your responsibility is to you. So already, on slide 1, they're saying the quiet part out loud. They're admitting that this is an egotistical and self-centered act where you are valuing your life over the life of somebody else who is more vulnerable and totally reliant upon you to keep them alive. A life that is totally innocent and has done nothing wrong except simply come into existence because of something that you did. And it's ironic when they talk about responsibility, you know, your responsibility to you, when you are literally not taking responsibility for your actions and the life that your actions resulted in. So do not bring responsibility into this, because that is utter BS.
With great power comes great responsibility.
And if you're wondering, I used to be pro-choice until I realized that the value that I placed on personal responsibility in the rest of my life, the way I was raised, like it's very... Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. I just want to put this out there right away. A little viewer discretion is probably advised for this episode. We're talking about some satanic things. We're going to talk about abortion as well. So if you're not into that, you don't have to watch. Go ahead and click out now if you have young kids around you. This might not be the episode. I just always want to put that out there because I know I have families that watch me, young people, which I love, but this might not be the episode. The post that prompted today's episode literally stopped me in my tracks. Apparently it had been on this publication's platform for a couple of weeks now, but I just totally missed it. My friend Tyler, who I adore, I love you, Tyler, I know you're watching, posted it on his story, and my jaw just dropped. Like, I truly cannot believe what we're about to talk about, but also maybe I should be more numb to this kind of content by now, but also I'm glad that I'm not, because it shows that I'm still human and I'm not just totally like in the internet world. I genuinely do not know how a post like this, multiple posts like this, on one of the most popular women's magazines in the world flew under the radar. That is, until now. Before we get into this story, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. All right, so Cosmopolitan magazine, aka Cosmo, they are known for covering fashion and ditzy, you know, celeb, gossip, makeup trends, sex things, whatever, posted this on their Instagram a couple of weeks ago. A satanic abortion clinic may sound like clickbait, but it's really happening in New Mexico. And then it said, and it might just be the most genius reproductive justice play of our time. And then their caption is, no, we're not trolling you. There's a telehealth clinic providing legitimate abortion care run by members of the Satanic Temple, and they have designed a devilishly smart legal strategy that just might help them expand into states where abortion is basically banned. Learn more at the link in our bio. And like you just heard, not only are they sharing this bizarrely disturbing post and story, but they are openly supporting what these people are doing. Cosmo literally said, most genius reproductive play, a devilishly smart legal strategy. This is the content that young women consume every single day. People probably saw it on Instagram, just on the Explore page, just scrolling, and it pops up, and suddenly they're exposed to this. Thankfully, though, the comment section on this post brought me back down to earth, at least a little bit. As you can see, the top comments all seem to be as sickened as I was by this, but somebody said, evil disguised as women's health. Another person said, this really must be a joke, right? Like, I want to know who in your office approved this post. Somebody else said, what? Are you guys okay? No, they are not okay, but I'm sure that they feel really edgy and really good about themselves after publishing this.
Ooh, edgy boil out.
Anyway, after seeing this isolated post, after I saw it on Tyler's story, I rushed back over to the Cosmo feed and I scrolled back down, back to, November 15th, whenever they posted it, and I found 2 more posts on this story. Here I have a screenshot. These are the 2 other ones inside Samuel Alito's mom's satanic abortion clinic, and then how does the satanic abortion ceremony even take place? And one thing that took me aback is that it is just creepily sprinkled in among all of their other celebrity fluff content. And it's bizarre because Cosmopolitan does not actively, repeatedly promote a single story very often. Like, it's not like me and Rough Greens where I'm talking about it literally every week. Now, guys, it is freezing cold in Hungary. It has already started snowing in Budapest. The holidays are officially here. The Christmas markets have started. So while you are out enjoying all of the holiday activities and you're shopping for your kids, your friends, your family, do not forget to shop for your pets too. Give your dog the gift of the healthier and happier life with my partners over at Rough Greens. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, the founder of Rough Greens, is focused on improving the health of every dog in America. And I say it literally every single week, but traditional dog food is dead food. We all know that by now. Traditional kibble lacks the proper nutrition that your dogs need every single day, which is why you should let Rough Greens boost your dog food back to life. Rough Greens is a supplement that contains all the necessary vitamins, minerals, probiotics, omega oils, digestive enzymes, and antioxidants that your dog needs. And I know I say this every week, but the best part about Rough Greens is that you do not have to go out and buy some fancy, expensive dog food. Those subscriptions are very expensive and they're very overwhelming, I know. With Rough Greens, you can just sprinkle it on their food every single day. You can just keep your normal kibble and you'll be leagues ahead from where you are. It is easy, it is accessible, it's affordable, and the people behind the company are amazing. Rough Greens supports healthy joints, improves bad breath, boosts energy levels, and so much more for your dogs. We are what we eat, and that obviously goes for dogs too. One thing that I have loved over the past couple of years is watching everybody in the freedom-loving movement starting to get more interested in the food that they are eating and, rejecting the lies from big food, big pharma, the FDA. You should be doing the same things with your dogs. Do not believe the lies that they tell you about kibble being the best option for your dogs. That is not normal. Dogs have not eaten kibble for all of eternity. That is not the most healthy option. Rough Greens can help change that for you. And the team at Rough Greens is so confident that their products will improve your dog's health that they are offering my viewers that free Jumpstart trial bag so that your dog can try it too. And that free Jumpstart trial bag can be at your door in just a few business days. So go to roughgreens.com/Brett or call 877-66-MY-DOG. Again, that is roughgreens.com/Brett, or you can call 877-66-MY-DOG today. Anyway, back to Cosmo. Like I was saying, they don't often repost stories again and again like driving the point home. Like their harder hitting journalism pieces, their longer articles will maybe get a story or one post on their feed, but then it's back to regularly scheduled programming of celebrity, gossip, quizzes, whatever. But not this one. 3 posts in the span of a week. Here's one of the other posts that I referenced a couple of seconds ago. So how does a satanic abortion ceremony even work? They are celebrating it and admiring it. They literally made a whole Canva carousel post about it, teaching all of their followers exactly how to complete a satanic abortion ceremony for those who did not go and read the article, which is exactly what I want. Literally right up my alley. So thank you so much, Cosmopolitan. It actually is, though, because then I get to share it with you guys. And we get to laugh about it and be angry about it. How could you do this to me? So let's go through these slides. So the first slide reads, find a quiet space. Bring a mirror if you can. Just before taking the medication, gaze at your reflection and focus on your personhood. Hone in on your intent. Also, they misspelled that. It's not home in, hone in. Cosmopolitan, get it together. Hone in on your intent. Your responsibility is to you. So already, on slide 1, they're saying the quiet part out loud. They're admitting that this is an egotistical and self-centered act where you are valuing your life over the life of somebody else who is more vulnerable and totally reliant upon you to keep them alive. A life that is totally innocent and has done nothing wrong except simply come into existence because of something that you did. And it's ironic when they talk about responsibility, your responsibility to you, when you are literally not taking responsibility for your actions and the life that your actions resulted in. So do not bring responsibility into this because that is utter BS.
With great power comes great responsibility.
And if you're wondering, I used to be pro-choice until I realized that the value that I placed on personal responsibility in the rest of my life, the way I was raised, like it's very, very important in my family, that value on personal responsibility seemed to totally go out the window when I discussed or thought about abortion. When in fact now, I think that an unplanned pregnancy is possibly the best test of somebody's commitment to their personal responsibility and taking accountability for your actions and the choices and the results of those actions. Anyway, moving on, slide 2, they say, take a few deep, relaxing breaths. When you're ready, read the following tenet out loud. I don't even want to read this. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. Then take the medication. This is so creepy, guys. Ugh, God. Oh, okay. Sorry. Take the medication and immediately afterward recite, beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care to never distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs.
Hail science!
Interesting. So they're saying the beliefs should conform to science and that you should never distort scientific facts to fit your beliefs, which is, a correct thing. So maybe they should believe the scientific fact that life begins at conception, as 96% of biologists agree, or that abortion actually does hurt women, that there are mental and physical risks to having an abortion, which many people just seem to completely ignore or straight up lie about. Maybe you could just be more honest and say that you actually don't care about any of that. I would respect you just a little bit more if you were honest. Now, the last 2 slides say, later, once the procedure is complete, return to your reflection. Focus again on your person. It's all about me, me, me. Your power in making this decision. Complete the ritual by reciting a personal affirmation. By my body, my blood, by my will, it is done. Mirrors or mantras or not, NST's point is that your abortion should focus on your autonomy in making this decision. Patients can include as many loved ones as they'd like, or light candles, or even dress up, whatever makes them feel empowered. And that really is the crux of all of it. Whatever makes you feel empowered, it's all about empowerment, all in the name of female empowerment. But of course, none of this is really new. Like, this is the same rationalization that they've been peddling forever, but now they've just added, a little bit of Satanism in there, a little bit of spice to make it more interesting, to make it a little more spiritual, probably to make themselves feel better about all of it. One person commented and said, I'm pro-choice, but why do we gotta bring Satan into it? And I loved seeing these comments because I was like, okay, at least we can find some middle ground there. I'm all about trying to find some common ground. At least we can agree on this. And there were a lot of rationally minded common sense people in the comment section, and I was very pleased by that. And then I also saw a lot of comments like this. Historically, this is what we call human sacrifice, which is something that people have said about abortion for a while. And I never really commented on it or inserted myself into the conversation. I've just kind of listened and taken it all in. But now that they are calling it a satanic blood ritual, I think it's the time. I think we can all bring this into the conversation. I do not think it needs to be taboo, because to be honest, it is a sacrifice. You are sacrificing a life for your own benefit, for your own gain. And people are not silent about it. This is not some quiet thing now. People are proudly saying that they are doing this. I mean, think about all the celebrities that praise abortion and claim that they could not be successful without having an abortion, that they are so grateful because they would not be where they are without it. Like this.
Here I was, sitting in Los Angeles in my beautiful office of my own late-night talk show. Soon I would be driving my hybrid car to my beautiful home to kiss my 2 beautiful and healthy children and my husband who had taken the year off to parent so I could focus on my career. And I have all of this. All of it.
I hate this bitch.
Because I was allowed bodily autonomy at 15. I will not be shamed into being quiet. We will not be shamed into being quiet. Never again.
That was really bad.
I don't know about you guys, but that seems like somebody who is really happy with their life and their decisions. Just joy oozing out of every single pore. She's always very pleasant to hear about. Here's another example. It's a little less screaming for you guys. This is Michelle Williams of the 2020 Golden Globes.
As women and as girls, things can happen to our bodies that are not our choice. I've tried my very best to live a life of my own making, and not just a series of events that happened to me, but one that I could stand back and look at and recognize my handwriting all over, sometimes messy and scrawling, sometimes careful and precise, but one that I had carved with my own hand, and I wouldn't have been able to do this without employing a woman's right to choose.
There's Busy. She's gonna start screaming again.
To choose when to have my children and with whom. When I felt supported and able to balance our lives, knowing, as all mothers know, that the scales must and will tip towards our children. Now, I know my choices might look different than yours, but thank God, or whomever you pray to, that we live in a country founded on the principle that I am free to live by my faith, and you are free to live by yours. So, women 18 to 118, when it is time to vote, please do so in your own self-interest. It's what men have been doing for years.
You are coping and seething.
Oh God, let's just bring the patriarchy right into it. I enjoy listening to that one a little bit more because I just like Michelle Williams' voice. And she's not screaming at me like Busy Phillips. But it's also heartbreaking because when you boil all of that down, even though it sounds fluffier and nicer and more romantic and emotional than Busy Phillips just screaming at you like a maniac, both of these women are saying that they chose to evade personal responsibility in order to have the success and the fame that they have now, to have a life of convenience. I think that's the thing that rubbed me the wrong way the most with Michelle Williams, because she was saying, I got to choose when it was going to be easiest, when, my life was balanced and when we were able to... That's not life. Life is always complicated. Life is a series of hardships that you have to overcome as an individual. You are playing God. You're picking and choosing, oh no, I am going to sacrifice this life because I just don't want to do that yet, because it's going to be too hard. You don't get to do that. In any other aspect of your life, they are openly and proudly saying that they sacrificed lives for their material success, for their convenience, and for their comfort. And it's ironic that Michelle is making this whole speech about choice and saying that, things just happen to women and girls, and pregnancy just happened to her, when she made the choice to engage in sex. Grow up, women. 99% of abortions are a form of birth control. 99%. If you are old enough to consentingly engage in sex, you are old enough to know what could come about when you do. You take responsibility. In this case, life does not just happen to you. You made a choice, and you also made a sacrifice. Anyway, moving on from human sacrifice, all of this to say, guys, after reading all of this, after going through all of this, after seeing the comments, I'm feeling pretty good about my opinions and my values, my morals, considering that the Satanists are the ones on the opposing side. Okay, that was fun, and those people are crazy. If you want to see more videos like that, make sure you subscribe to this channel and like that video. And if you want even more content, you can follow me on Instagram at I'm Brett Cooper.
What I want to actually show you guys is this Turkish guy that one of my buddies sent me. You have to see this shit, dude. This is my new guy, okay? His name is Lucifer, Star of God, also known as Kaan Alkan. And he dude, it's awesome. Here, he's like trying to do an Andrew Tate thing in Turkey, but he's like really into religion, I guess. Watch this. He says atheists and homosexuals. I think all they're trying to do is gain attention. He's like, oh, all they're doing is trying to gain attention. He's like, imagine you're a guy. Do you yell all the time about how many women you fuck? Why are they walking around screaming how gay they are? Now, let me tell you something. What's really funny about this dude is that he quite literally is saying that he we meet up and he says, oh, I'm gay. And I say, oh, okay. Nobody said you can't be. What is this constant need of showing yourself off? Which is kind of weird because he's literally doing that. Or atheists. They love yelling about how they don't believe in God. And they try to change your point of view. If you don't believe in God, it's fine. I respect it. But in my opinion, not believing, it's not that you don't believe in God. It's that you don't believe in yourself. And you want to gain attention. And you got nothing else to gain attention with. Now, his ad is literally Lucifer, Star of God, though. No, I don't even know what his vibes are, but the funniest thing is, he's like this dude would get hate crime for being gay. You know what I mean? He's the type of dude that most motherfuckers would be like, oh, you're gay, I'm gonna hate crime you. But he's like, no, you don't get it.
Sen pop star ol ya da rock star ol. Türkiye'nin starı ol ya da dünyanın starı ol. Ben kimin starı olmak istiyorum biliyor musun? Tanrı'nın starı. Daha iyi ne var ki? The Star of God. Amen.
He's like, you can be a pop
star ol ya da rock star ol.
You can be a rock star.
Türkiye'nin starı.
You could be a star of Turkey, which, by the way, fake paparazzi, that's extremely my shit. I love that he's got he's got the Grand Theft Auto music playing in the background too. Oh, he's so good. I love this guy.
Ya da dünyanın starı ol.
Or be the star of the
Ben
world.
kimin starı olmak istiyorum biliyor musun?
You know whose star I
Tanrı'nın starı.
God's star. I love that he also flips to show his nipple in this video.
Daha iyi ne var ki?
What's even better?
Star of God. Amen.
The Star of God. Amen. How is this guy in Turkey with this kind of hair? What do you mean? Dude, Turkish people, just like everywhere else around the planet, love black culture. What are you talking about? There's a Turkish rapper with the N-word tattooed on him. What are you talking about? This is a Turkish Andrew Tate. YOC means Vyoç, which means, wow, you son of a bitch. I still have no idea what this guy does.
Böyle bir özgüven olmaz yani böyle gidiş tarzında.
Taksici. The cab driver is saying nobody's got confidence like this to pull off these fits. That's what the cab driver.
Tanımıyor musun? Yo, YouTube'a.
He goes, you don't know who I am? Go on
Watch yazınca ben çıkıyorum.
And if you go on YouTube and you type in the search bar O Che, which is son of a bitch shortened, I'm the first one who comes up.
Gerçekten o yazınca ben çıkıyorum.
Turks, what happened? Oh.
Neyin egosu lan bu?
He's like, what ego? What ego? He's talking about Israel Palestine.
Neyin egosunu yapıyorsunuz lan siz?
Whose ego are you guys fucking?
Ego savaşları mı bu?
Are these ego wars?
İsrail Filistin'e, Rusya Ukrayna'ya, masumlar öldürülüyor.
Innocents are being killed.
Bebekler bombalanıyor.
Babies
Sizce
are being
mazlumun ahı yerde kalacak mı? Firavun da ego yapmıştı.
Firavun da ego yapmıştı. What? He's saying all of these wars are a consequence of ego.
Sonra bir sivrisineğe baktı korkunç.
He's saying the Pharaoh had ego too, and then a fly killed him, like a mosquito killed him. In
Atlantis de kendini tek güçlü
Atlantis thought it was the only powerful country.
sanmıştı. Şimdi sular altında.
And now it's
Sizce
underwater. Does he think Atlantis is real? What's happening?
yaptıklarınız yanınıza kalacak mı? Sonra depremler geldiğinde, seller geldiğinde,
When the earthquakes come and the flooding comes
afetler geldiğinde,
and natural disasters come, don't think it's a coincidence.
herkes hak ettiğini alacak.
I think does this guy think he's God? Saygım arttı. This guy says, wow, my respect for you has increased. Oh my. A rock star.
Türkiye'nin starı.
You could be a star of Turkey, which by the way, fake paparazzi, that's extremely my shit. I love that. He's got the Grand Theft Auto music playing in the background too. Oh, he's so good. I love this guy.
Starı ol. Ya da dünyanın starı ol.
Or be the star of
Ben
the
kimin
world.
starı olmak istiyorum biliyor musun?
You know whose star I
Tanrı'nın starı.
God star. I love that he also flips to show his nipple in this video.
Daha iyi ne var ki? The
What's even better?
Star of God. Amin.
Star of God. Amen. How is this guy in Turkey with this kind of hair? What do you mean? Dude, Turkish people, just like everywhere else around the planet, love black culture. What are you talking about? There's a Turkish rapper with the N-word tattooed on him. What are you talking about? This is a Turkish Andrew Tate. VOC means Vyoç, which means, wow, you son of a bitch. I still have no idea what this guy does.
İşte böyle bir özgüven olmaz yani böyle gidiş tarzında.
Taksici. The cab driver is saying, nobody's got confidence like this to pull off these fits. That's what the cab driver.
tanımıyor musun?
Yo.
YouTube'a
He goes, you don't know who I am? Go on
Watch
YouTube.
yazınca ben çıkıyorum.
And if you go on YouTube and you type in the search bar O Che, which is son of a bitch shortened, I'm the first one who comes up.
Gerçekten onu yazınca ben çıkıyorum.
Turks, what happened? Oh.
Neyin egosu lan bu?
He's like, what ego? What ego? He's talking about Israel Palestine.
Neyin egosunu yapıyorsunuz lan siz?
Whose ego are you guys fucking?
Ego savaşları mı bu?
Are these ego wars?
İsrail Filistin'e, Rusya Ukrayna'ya, masumlar öldürülüyor.
Innocents are being killed.
Bebekler bombalanıyor.
Babies
Sizce
are being
mazlumun
bombed.
ahı yerde kalacak mı? Firavun da ego yapmıştı.
Firavun da ego yapmıştı. What? He's saying all of these wars are a consequence of ego.
Sonra bir sivrisineğe baktı korkunç.
He's saying the Pharaoh had ego too, and then a fly killed him, like a mosquito killed him. In
Atlantis de kendini tek güçlü
Atlantis thought it was the only powerful country.
sanmıştı. Şimdi sular altında.
And now it's
Sizce
underwater. Does he think Atlantis is real? What's happening?
yaptıklarınız yanınıza kalacak mı? Sonra depremler geldiğinde, seller geldiğinde,
When the earthquakes come and the flooding comes
afetler geldiğinde,
and natural disasters come, don't think it's a coincidence.
herkes hak ettiğini alacak.
I think does this guy think he's God? Saygım arttı. This guy says, wow, my respect for you has increased. Oh my God, bro, the grifter shit is like popping off in Turkey too. It's awesome.
Yaptığını yaşarsın. Babam tarafından onaylandı. Onun adaleti sorgulanmaz.
Wait, so he's saying that his dad is God. He's the son of God. He's saying he's Lucifer. Dude, what the
Kızın yatağını kır, kalbini
break the girl's bed, not her
değil.
heart.
Herkes kalbini kırabilir. Ama her
Everyone can break her heart,
erkek yatağını kıramaz.
but not every man can break her bed. Dude, what the fuck? This guy's awesome.
Köpekler senin korkunu sezdiği için seni ısırılmış.
They say dogs bite you because they feel your fear.
Yani korktuğun şeyi başına çekiyor. Kaygın
Your fear brings about the thing you're afraid of.
Kaygılandığın şey başını çekiyor.
The thing that you're afraid of creates the thing that you're afraid of type of thing.
Korkunu yansıtmayıp havlayan köpeğe bile yürüdüğünde o senden kaçar. O yüzden
If you laugh at a barking dog, then he will run away from you. I guess he's Christian. I don't know what's happening. I like Yasemin Kocaman, lütfen konuşabilir miyiz? Can we please talk? That's what this lady said. Biyom'daki linkte Trendyol ürünlerimden sipariş ver, etiketle, repostluyorum. Almasan da sana aldırana kadar çıkar onlar karşına. Why is he like, he's like selling like he's just like selling stuff. If he's the son of God, why is he selling on Trendyol?
adam yazmış ki senden nefret ediyorum. Tiksiniyorum senden yazmış. Neden karşıma çıkıyorsun demiş. Bak lan nefret ediyorsan engelleme butonu sağ üst köşede. Tek bir parmakla tıklayıp engelleyebilirsin. Neden hala izliyorsun? Çünkü gizli hayransın.
He's saying my haters tell me I hate you. And if you hate me, why are you still watching me? The block button is right there. You hate watch because you love me in secret.
Nefret etmiyorsun. Nefret ettiğin şey
You
ne
don't
biliyor
hate
musun? Benim içimdeki cesaret. Sen
You
içindeki
know what you hate? The courage that I have inside of
kendi
me.
nefretini kusuyorsun dışarı. İnsanlar
You're spitting the same
kendi
hatred
içlerinde
outside.
hissettiği şeyleri söylerlermiş dışarı.
And then he's just always trying to sell shit in his bio. What the
Oğlum bana neden kuruluyorsunuz ki? Biz aynı memleketteniz, aynı topraktanız, aynı kandanız. Ben size diyorum ki siz de yapabilirsiniz. Zengin olun diyorum, geliştirin kendinizi diyorum. Aramızda hiçbir fark yok diyorum. Sınırsız potansiyeliniz var diyorum. İstediğiniz
He's saying you have limitless potential. Oh, he's doing the Andrew Tate thing. Is this a good representative for the Turkish people? No, dude. Are you kidding me? This guy's... I can't believe we found the Turkish Andrew Tate. I'm so excited about this guy's future prospects. He is so insane.
Bu değil yani. Bu yapmak istediğin adam neyse yaratmak istediğin adamda bir bozukluk var. Onunla ilgili bir şey çözmen gerekiyor senin. Düşün bunu yani. Kaan var mı söyle?
Peki.
He was on TV, I guess, like trying to create this character 10 years ago. Zararsız Tate bu abi. Zararsız Tate yok abiciğim.
Kişilik bozukluğu mu? Aynen ben bozmuşum kendimi.
Oh, he's so gross. He's so gross. Why does this guy look like this? Oh my God, he does. Yo, he does look like Xander. It's like an underwear model trying to join me into a cult. Join me in a cult? Yeah.
Yeğenimi atacağım.
Tabii, çekelim o zaman.
İnanmıyorum. Bir şey söyleyeceğim, daha iyisiniz. Göründüğünden daha iyisiniz.
Damn, she's horny as fuck. I think one of the funniest parts about guys like this, especially guys like this, is that more than anything, they want to not be Turkish. Like they want to be like American. You know what I mean? Like more than anything, they want to be American so bad. They're like deep down inside have this like genuine hatred of being Turkish. Wish they were like a different, like you. What do you mean? I very openly say that I'm Turkish. 100%. I know so many dudes like this that I don't talk to anymore. They're so weird. Yeah. Self-hating Turk. I mean, he rips the flag and stuff because like you have to be nationalist. Wait, what the
Tanrı'yı mı görmek istiyorsun? O zaman aynaya bak. Çok uzaklarda arama. Çünkü sen olsun. Onunla birsin. Enel hak. Ben haktan gayrı değilim. Kendi hayatının tanrısısın. Kendi güzel bir hayat.
He's saying he's God. Also, why did the AI make him black? I'm so confused with the...
Hey guys, how are you doing? I just released energy drink. You guys want to try? Yes.
Playboy. Amına koyayım. Tam Bodrum piçi. O direkt olarak Antalya'da otelde neydi entertainment yapan adamların ismi neydi? He's the guy in like every resort in Turkey that is the entertainment guy. Animasyoncu mu deniyor? Ha, animatör. Tam animatörcü amına koyayım. He's like it's basically like a club promoter, but in like these resorts, they have these guys who are supposed to be like very energetic and like, you know, make these old retired German moms horny to like want to go to the ass club inside of the resort. You know what I mean? It's awesome. This guy's so awesome.
Free. Shake and try. It makes your energy higher and also it makes your libido higher. Libido? Yes. You like it? It's black grape. Archangel. Gives you energy.
I am saying you.
Just shake and drink. You like it? You'll be horny. I just released my energy drink. You wanna try? Archangel. Yeah. Shake and drink.
Evet, bu kıza enerji içeceğimi denettirirken bir
bir anda
Oh, what the f? She's a porn star, I think.
ve bir yerden hatırladım. Pornhub'da hep izlediğim bir kızmış. Hem de favorim.
He's saying it's a girl that I watch on Pornhub, and she's my favorite. Why are his nipples so pointy? He's just so villain coded.
It's black grape, but there is no sugar, 0 calorie. You like it? Thank you. Kız s**me bakıyor.
He says she's looking at my dick. Tam hayvan amına koyayım. Tam hayvan. Oh, that's so good. Kız kime bakıyor aga? Enerji. Amına koyayım. This is so hard to explain in joking terms to Americans about like what you are experiencing here. Wait, what the fuck?
Yazık lan Twitch yayıncılarına. Beni
He's saying, I'm so sad about Twitch streamers.
izleyip duruyorlar.
They watch me
Gerçi
all
daha
the
kaliteli
time.
bir seçenekleri yok ki.
But they don't have anything better to watch.
Düşünsene ne iş yapıyorsun? Twitch'iyim.
He's like, think about it. What do you do? I'm a Twitcher.
Yaptığın işe bak. Yapay
Look
zeka.
at what you're
Twitch
doing.
yayıncıları
Yapay zeka, Twitch yayıncıları.
ve Twitch izleyen.
Artificial intelligence. I get yapay zeka artificial intelligence mi oluyor? Abi ne AI değil mi? He's saying like artificial intelligence.
10 sene sonraki halinin resmini çıkartmış.
AI made a photo of what Twitch viewers will look like in 10
O
years.
tipleri ve belleri acımasın diye oturdukları oyun koltuğu var ya. O koltuğun
And that's what Twitch viewers will look like.
dışından gökleri dışarıya çıkmış. Göbek klavyeye değiyor dediğim gibi. Kafalarına
Their bellies are touching the keyboard.
geçirdiği o kulaklık var ya. O da kafalarında iz bırak.
I like that this guy's own is basically like, look at this AI photo, which I believe is real. He's like, I'm owning the Twitch viewers and Twitch streamers because this AI says this is what you're gonna look like in 10 years.
Düşünsene 10 sene sonra öyle mi gözükmek istersin yoksa böyle mi?
In 10 years, would you like to look like that or look like me?
Telefonu seç bebeğim.
It says, pick a side, baby. He's always laughing. Literally a gay cowboy. And then this guy goes, no man has ever spoken this correctly. Dude, I love this guy. This guy's my favorite, dude.
Geçen gün Midpoint'e gittim. Bana
What is this fit? Midpoint ne abi?
dediler ki kaç kişisiniz? Ben dedim ki 2. Nasıl yani teksiniz dedi. Ben dedim ki ben ve Allah. Bana diyorlar ki
He said he went to Midpoint and they say, how many people? He said 2. He said, but you're just by yourself. He says, it's me and Allah. Midpoint restoran adı. Oh, okay. I guess Midpoint is a restaurant. He said, it's me and Allah.
nasılsın? Çok iyiyiz diyorum. Nasıl yani?
How are you? I said, we're so good.
İzlerken diyor ben ve gördüğüm her şey. Koskoca
It's like, I said, yeah, everything you see. Me and everything you see. Everything.
kainatın sahibi Allah kendinden bahsederken biz diyorken sen kimsin de benlik peşindesin.
Even the owner of all the universes, Allah, God, speaks about himself as us. Who are you to say me? Who are you to look for individualism?
Çıkın şu benlikten.
He's so goated. I love this guy. Bro, read the third comment on
Geçen gün
Üstündeki kolye bende de var abi 500 TL. Kanka Cumhurbaşkanı gibi dini kullanma be lütfen. They're making fun of him. They're saying like don't use religion like the president. This guy is like the Turkish Jeremy Fragrance. Yes, but if like Jeremy Fragrance unironically was like
O ne yani? Anlamadım. El kol hareketi niye yapıyorsun? Ay konuşsana ya. Kapıyı niye açıyorsun bana? Kapı niye açık? Bilmemi mi istiyorsun? Hayırdır? Sen beni başka kızlarla mı karıştırıyorsun? Yürü ya, yürü. Ya bak polisi çağıracağım, yürüsene.
she said, I'm gonna call the cops. Keep going. She's like, why are you fucking She's like, why are you showing me this? Get out of here. Wait, why did he post his L? Wait, what the He literally just posted his L. He's like, yeah, I tried to kidnap this chick without saying anything, without saying a word, and it didn't work out.
Sam here. What's hot? This Sumo Stream Box I got free for 12 months with Spectrum One Stream. It brings together live TV and hundreds of streaming apps, so everything is in one place. And the voice remote makes finding shows a breeze. Get the details at spectrum.com.
If you're a YouTuber, an Instagrammer, a TikToker, anybody who's built an audience and is ready to deploy that information in a format that's a little more than a 15-second short video, or wants to be able to chart the course from A to B for their audience members, you don't really have a say in how they consume your content. I help freelancers build their businesses. We produce content for social media. We have an email list, YouTube, things like that. But none of those allow us to control in what order the content.
Free speech warrior Elon Musk sues to stifle freedom of speech. Again. Elon Musk filed his thermonuclear defamation lawsuit against Media Matters after the media watchdog reported that advertisements could appear next to racist or offensive tweets. The problem is he forgot to sue for defamation, but that's just the tip of the iceberg of legal problems in his latest anti-free speech lawsuit. I did not see that coming. Yes, when Elon Musk purchased Twitter in 2022, he met with representatives of several civil rights groups to discuss how the company would do content moderation going forward. Musk had vowed to make Twitter a bastion of free speech, and that had made many people nervous that he would allow banned accounts to resume posting. Musk promised to start a content moderation council to determine what happened to banned users. However, he didn't form the council, so the civil rights groups called on companies to pause their advertising on Twitter. Corporations like General Mills and Volkswagen stopped their advertisements. Musk blamed the Jewish Anti-Defamation League for a $22 million drop in ad revenue. He then gave general amnesty to suspended Twitter accounts and fired most of the employees who were tasked with monitoring hate speech. He also dissolved the Trust and Safety Council that had been formed in 2016. When the ADL reported that hate speech had increased on the platform, Musk said it was a lie and that hate speech impressions were down. He promised that the @safety account would begin sharing data, but the account only shared the data once. In March of 2023, the @safety account said that the company was defining hate speech more narrowly by evaluating slurs in a nuanced context of their use. Now, whether it's hate speech or offensive speech, the First Amendment protects hate speech from government censorship, but private actors like Elon Musk and corporations can make their own decisions about what they want to say. That has nothing to do with the First Amendment. So as the owner of Twitter, which is now X, but I'm still going to call it Twitter, Musk has a right to post any opinion he wants, ban or unban any users, and promote offensive content. And also, individuals and corporations and advertisers have a right to participate on the platform or not. So in May, the ADL published a report about the rise in anti-Semitic hate speech on the platform. The group pointed out the obvious, that by taking away the moderation guardrails, more horrible things were being shared. In June, Musk hired Linda Yaccarino as the new CEO. Now, she doesn't have all of the powers of a normal CEO, but one of her roles was to make good with advertisers. Musk threatened to sue the ADL, but later made nice with the group. Instead, he decided to sue a different media watchdog group, the CCDH. And at the same time, Elon never stopped promoting conspiracy theories, which brings us to November 15th, 2023, when Musk boosted a post that said, Jewish people have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. This was a reference to the white genocide or replacement theory, an anti-Semitic delusion that suggests Jews are promoting immigration, same-sex marriage, interracial marriage, and pornography, and other things in order to destroy the white race. Musk appeared to agree with the post about white replacement theory, replying, "You have said the actual truth." This interaction prompted some advertisers to flee Twitter, at least temporarily. And on the heels of this event, the liberal advocacy group Media Matters then released a report showing that posts containing pro-Nazi content appeared on Twitter alongside of advertisements from leading companies. As part of this study, the company created new Twitter accounts and apparently curated the interests of those accounts. The company report alleged that, quote, advertisements have also been appearing on pro-Hitler, Holocaust denial, white nationalist, pro-violence, and neo-Nazi accounts. Media Matters found ads for Apple, Bravo, Oracle, Xfinity, and IBM next to posts that tout Hitler and his Nazi party on X. You can see screenshots of these posts here. At this point, I considered displaying the ads in question, but honestly, it's just really sad, and I don't want to promote these ads even in this particular context. Just trust me, they're not great. In one of the ads, a user's sad because Nazis aren't running the world. That appears next to an Apple ad. Another tweet is talking about how the Third Reich was good, actually, and that appears next to an advert for Xfinity. Bravo and Oracle share space with a user who believes the Holocaust never happened. And as we'll see in the lawsuit, Musk doesn't deny that the ads appeared, only that the Media Matters accounts had a very unusual set of interests that led to a rare algorithmic feed.
Knowing that a product that I'm going to be making is going to be in the hands of someone that really needs it to improve the quality of their life, you have to get it right. And to me, that's meaningful innovation.
Amanda? Hi, Amanda. Come on in.
Now, that report put Media Matters in Musk's crosshairs. He alleged the real reason advertisers fled was the Media Matters report, rather than his own post professing agreement with all of this horribleness. In reality, both events probably played a role, and he promised to file a thermonuclear lawsuit against Media Matters the second that court opened. Of course, these days, you can file electronically, especially in federal court. You actually don't have to wait until the courthouse opens. And shortly thereafter, Musk promoted a Pizzagate meme. So anyway, the thermonuclear lawsuit against Media Matters is now here, and yeah, it is the slappiest slap suit that you can possibly imagine. Now we'll talk about the allegations in a second, but right off the bat, this is not a defamation suit. Some legal commentators, who should know better, really think that it is a defamation suit. They are really confident in asserting it's a defamation suit, and they are very wrong about that. This particular person is wrong about a lot of things. But while this lawsuit repeatedly mentions defamation, it does not include a defamation claim. Instead, there's a cause of action for a tort called business disparagement, which is similar to defamation, but in the business context with some key differences. Now, the torts of defamation and business disparagement are similar in that they both involve harm from the publication of false information, but they're different in the interests that they seek to protect in the way that they do it. Defamation serves to protect one's interest in character and reputation, whereas business disparagement protects economic interest by providing a remedy for pecuniary losses from slurs affecting the marketability of goods and services. Elements of business disparagement are more stringent than those of defamation because business disparagement protects against pecuniary losses. So the publication of a disparaging statement concerning the product of another is actionable when the statement is false, published with malice, with the intent that the publication cause pecuniary loss, or the reasonable recognition that it will, and pecuniary losses do in fact result. Now, the actual malice standard does apply because the plaintiff here is a public figure, and merely showing ill will or intent to interfere with the plaintiff's economic interest is not sufficient to establish malice. So, like defamation, a business disparagement defendant may only be held liable if the defendant knew of the falsity or acted with reckless disregard concerning it, or if he or she acted with ill will or intended to interfere in the economic interest of the plaintiff in an unprivileged fashion. And as always, a showing of truth of an allegedly defamatory statement negates the element of falsity for a business disparagement claim. Now, Twitter has been ravaged by extremists the same way that the country was ravaged by COVID-19. And if you're the owner of a small business that was ravaged by COVID-19, you might qualify for up to $26,000 in cash from the government. It's called the Employee Retention Credit, and it's available to you with no upfront cost if you call us at the number on the screen. My firm, the Eagle Team, has partnered with industry-leading lawyers who can recover up to $26,000 for W-2 employees, even if the company's already collected PPP money. So see if you qualify by reaching out with the link down below, because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. Now back to Elon. So what are the allegations against Media Matters and its reporter? Well, the lawsuit alleges that Media Matters systematically manipulated the Twitter experience in order to defame Twitter. Now, as always, a complaint is a one-sided document that simply represents the story of the plaintiff, so it's no guarantee that it's accurate. But here the complaint says, quote, on November 16th, 2023, Media Matters published a false, defamatory, and misleading article with the headline, X has been placing ads for Apple, Bravo, IBM, Oracle, and Xfinity next to pro-Nazi content, claiming that X was responsible for anti-Semitic content being paired with X's advertisers' paid post. This statement was not true, and Media Matters knew it. As explained below and displayed in an X internal review, this title is false in that Media Matters itself, not X, was responsible for placement of the content it identified through its willful exploitation of X's user features, a result it specifically intended to bring about. X, in fact, has many default safeguards that prevent the platform from displaying content in the manner artificially achieved by defendant. So the crux of this claim is that Media Matters created Twitter accounts and then followed fringe accounts with the expectation that eventually offensive content would appear next to the ads. In other words, Twitter didn't deliberately place advertisements next to offensive content. Media Matters created the conditions that caused the ads to appear. Quote, Media Matters did not find pairings that X passively allowed on the platform. Media Matters created the pairings in secrecy to manufacture the harmful perception that X is at best an incompetent content moderator, a harmful accusation for any social media platform, or even worse, that X was somehow indifferent or even encouraging to Nazi and racist ideology. Now, other than the legal conclusions and certain adjectives that are being used here, I actually don't think that Media Matters would disagree with the facts as laid out in this allegation.
Imagine you're on the podium. Your heart's racing at high speed. Every single lap has led you to this very moment. It's the final result when you leave all the frustration, sacrifices, and questions behind you. It's the countless hours on the track, flirting with the edges, feeling the engine, chasing lap times. And when you push that limit hard enough, you become one with the car. Reaching that state of flow is the ultimate payoff. So when you're driving to win, embrace the grind. No matter where you start, or what challenges you face. Just know that within you lies the heart of a champion. Pursue your victory, one lap at a time.
It's true that Media Matters created the conditions for the pairings to appear by using the platform as it is permitted to be used, by following accounts the user is interested in. The complaint says that Media Matters used the platform in a way the platform is able to be used, but that it did so with bad intentions. Quote, next, Media Matters set its account to follow only 30 users, far less than the average number of accounts followed by a typical active user, 219, severely limiting the amount and type of content featured on its feed. All of these users were either already known for posting controversial content or were accounts for X's advertisers. That is, 100% of the accounts Media Matters followed were either fringe accounts or were accounts for national large brands. In all, this functioned as an attempt to flood the Media Matters account with content only from national brands and fringe figures, tricking the algorithm into thinking Media Matters wanted to view both hateful content and content from large advertisers. Now, this comment about tricking the algorithm is interesting. Now, metaphysically, I'm not sure that there is a thing that can be done to trick an algorithm. I'm not sure that that's a thing that exists in the universe. But Twitter admits that users followed by Media Matters are known to post controversial content. The beef here is that what Media Matters did is inauthentic and inorganic. But of course, because Elon Musk, or as some people are calling him now, Space Karen, because he pushed back, that has caused lots and lots of other people to go digging for other examples. And as Mike Masnick has pointed out, they found them. A lot of them. So many of them. Now, lots of Twitter users are reporting that they found offensive content next to ads. As the Daily Dot pointed out, a bunch of users started looking around and found that ads were being served next to the tag Heil Hitler and Kill Jews, among other neo-Nazi content and accounts. And it seems these users didn't engage in any of the manipulative or inorganic actions that X accused Media Matters of using. They just followed vile hashtags and found monetized content. So the complaint continued, but this activity still was not enough to create the pairings of advertisements and content that Media Matters aimed to produce. Media Matters therefore resorted to endlessly scrolling and refreshing its unrepresentative, hand-selected feed, generating between 13 and 15 times more advertisements per hour than viewed by the average X user, repeating this inauthentic activity until it finally received pages containing the result it wanted, controversial content next to X's largest advertisers' paid posts. But it appears that Media Matters did not falsely report on the content that was found on the platform. It reported what it saw after it created the accounts. But it's not surprising to find racist or anti-Semitic content on social media platforms. Even with aggressive moderation, some posts will still get through. But Elon Musk and Twitter seem to be claiming that it's not fair for Media Matters to draw attention to these racist needles in the haystack. It doesn't seem like that satisfies the standard for making a false statement. Now, Elon Musk claims to be a champion of free speech, but of course, he filed a lawsuit to stifle the free speech of Media Matters, claiming that they have disparaged the company by using the site in an inorganic way by repeatedly scrolling and refreshing until they saw what they'd hoped to find. Quote, Media Matters generated a specific intended result that was not only inorganic, but exceedingly and demonstrably rare, all while taking specific steps to obscure this in a November 16th, 2023 article. The overall effect on advertisers and users was to create the false and misleading perception that these types of pairings were common, widespread, and alarming. Media Matters hid its manipulations through omissions, deceptive image selections, misrepresentations, and secrecy settings. Musk says that Twitter safety measures, quote, under normal organic conditions operate seamlessly, contradicting seemingly every single Twitter user's daily experience. Now, as a viewer of Legal Eagle, you're probably not only very smart and very good looking, and you've probably already spotted the problem with Twitter's claims here. It admits that what Media Matters reported was actually true. Twitter calls the confluence of events that led to the advertising context rare and inorganic, but rare and inorganic is not the same as false. It's actually more like the opposite of false. And as far as I can tell, Media Matters never made any claims about the frequency with which advertisers' advertisements appear alongside offensive content. And as Mike Masnick of TechDirt put it, quote, Media Matters never made any such claim about how frequently such ads showed up. And as IBM noted in pulling its ads, it wants a zero tolerance policy on its ads showing up next to Nazi content, meaning that even if it's true that only Media Matters employees saw that content, that's still one too many people. You might remember Mike as the guy that coined the term the Streisand effect. I wonder if that term applies here. Now, the other two claims in this lawsuit are for interference with contract and interference with prospective economic advantage.